Guqingqing rode into the night to buy buns at the bun shop that must pass through Zhao Xin Temple. He stood in front of the shop, plucked a few copper plates in his palm and said, "Brother, give 2 buns." Guqingqing rode into the night to buy buns at the bun shop that must pass through Zhao Xin Temple. He stood in front of the shop, plucked a few copper plates in his palm and said, "Brother, give 2 buns." The old man in this bun shop has bad eyes and is blind. He tilted his head slightly, as if trying to listen to Guqingqing. After Guqingqing finished speaking, he uncovered the envelope and took the oil paper to wrap the last 2 buns and pass them. "Thanks," Guqingqing said. The old man's voice was very dumb, saying, "Send old customers, don't need money." Guqingqing's gesture of putting money was suddenly hesitant. He raised his eyes and stared at each other. Most of the lanterns on the street went out, but there was a half-dead remnant lamp not far away, and the silhouette of the buns was obliquely long. Guqingqing used to be in Dudu, and his colleagues in Shilao loved to come here to buy buns, not because the buns were delicious, but because they were directly accessible to the Chaosen Temple. He has short stubble now, and is no longer as handsome as a few years ago. The most important difference is his temperament. He is no different from ordinary merchants, but the blind old man can recognize who he is. "Remember me?" Guqingqing asked casually. The old man held the bun cage and shook it, still a bitch. He put the cages in place, dragged them out of the water basin under the table, bowed and threw all the dirty dishes and said, "He came yesterday." Guqingqing took a bite in the bun and said, "I have the wrong person." The old man washed the dishes and didn't answer again. Guqingqing stood here and finished eating the buns, took out the parcel to wipe his hands, and walked away. There was a smell of fatty powder in the wind, which blew the residual lights lightly. When Guqingqing's body was in darkness, he threw back the copper plate in his palm, and the copper plate fell crisply on the greasy tabletop. He shoved it back and left. The old man was washing the dishes alone, and when the sky was about to light up, he put all the chopsticks in order. A hawker pushing a wheelbarrow selling vegetables greeted him and shouted, "Tringqing, open a shop so early?" The old man tore off the kerchief on his shoulder, wiped his sweat, and said, "Don't do it. Don't do it." The hawker dropped out of the car, leaned over the table, and asked, "Why not do it?" The old man threw the handkerchief on the table without touching the money left by Guqingqing, and looked at the end of the street. "There is another job." Li Jianting shivered, the book in her hand slipped to her knees, and her shoulders suddenly sank. She immediately awakened, opened Fu Man's hand, and yelled, "Indulge!" Fu Man knelt down on the blanket, raised his hand and gave himself a mouth, saying, "It disturbs the Emperor's Qingshu, the slaves should fight." The fight. Li Jianting saw that he was blessed and raised his head slightly, relieved. After Fu Man hid himself, he glanced at Li Jianting and said, "There is also an ice basin in this hall, which is very cold. If the Emperor is short, the slaves will help you take a rest inside." He didn't wait for Li Jianting to speak out, so he planned to stand up and help others. "Kneel down." Li Jianting bit his words. Fu Man quickly knelt, holding the blanket and aggrieved, the Emperor is angry, the slave is just in a hurry, and the slave is distressed by the dragon." When Li Jianting heard Fu Man's voice, he thought of a man. She wanted to get the book in her lap, but found her hands shaking. Fu Man stepped forward on his knees and flattered, "The Emperor must not be suffocated by his slaves. The dragon is the most important thing." Li Jianting packed up her mind, restrained her facial expression, so that she would not stand up and retreat. She squeezed the book tightly, and looked a little slower and said to Fu Man, "Nightmare has been pressed down, she just didn't wake up, scared you, get up." After seeing Li Jianting's ordinary expression, Fu Man felt relieved and stood up and said, "It's cold here, and the Emperor is scared next time, and it will be done with a single call. The teacher will come later." Li Jianting tossed the bag aside before Fu Man approached. "Why didn't you wait in the office?" Fu Man's heart is full of promotion and getting rich. He didn't notice Li Jianting's actions and bowed to congratulations. Slave came to tell the emperor the good news. Li Jianting said, "Is Jushi's food book here?" "That's not the case yet. The station said it's already on the road, but this is just 2 days left." Fumin said, "Slave, I want to tell the emperor that the monthly account over Uchikura will earn the emperor 80,000 silver." Then Li Jianting didn't want to think about it. She unexpectedly said, "Isn't Uchikura Shusho new?" "Yes, the emperor, it was recommended by the slaves." Fu Man frowned, Master Shueshui and Shue, who served in the former households. Shueshuo's was elder brother. Li Jianting's eyes sank slightly. "If you want to say that, Master Shue, you are really a genius." Fu Man said, "I didn't just take up the post, I knew how to save money for the court, and all the officials, businessmen who lived in the capital were governed. How to say? Emperor, you have to pay taxes on all the goods you bring in," Fu Man whispered to Li Jianting. "This account is not easy to collect. There are too many people who owe tax money. They are not honest. This Shui adults just have a way to not only collect the accounts well, but also arrange for the emperor to enter into the warehouse. Naikang Dianshou manages the monthly tribute to the local capital. The emperor in the palace eats half of the fruits and vegetables from here. He has to deal with merchants and local officials. Guqingqing pays taxes here. The quality of Naikang is not high. The tax collectors are all small officials. They are close to the nephew. Over time, the nephew can count." Li Jianting said, "So much?" "It's still small." Fu Man held his finger and settled his account with Li Jianting. "Besides, the merchants in the 8th city, for the time being, the merchants in Jueshi 13 and Huzhou are rich. The emperor is now rampant. They are opportunistic and go to Zhongbua. In business, no longer pay attention to etiquette and honor, and they are more generous in food and clothing than metropolitan officials. These people are willing to spend money for themselves, but they are not willing to pay the court, they must be beaten." "Shui Pingjing is so powerful?" Li Jianting pretended not to know. "I have never heard of it before." "It used to be a suitable place," Fu Man complimented. "Thanks to the emperor's wisdom to see the beads." Li Jianting watched Fengquan pass through the window and knew that Kong Yen had arrived, so he whispered to Fumin, "You can do this well, and see him in the next day." Blessed with joy, Fu Man held back the blanket. When he was outside, he only saluted Kong Yen, and nodded slightly to Fengquan. Fengquan congratulated outside the door. "Emperor Yuan Fu is here." Ji Gang was sleeping in the courtyard with a rattan chair. Xiao Yanhe, lying on the side of a rattan chair, quietly painted a beard on Ji Gang's face with a brush. Atta to Buddha whispered, "Big tiger. Grandpa is mighty. Tigers are the most mighty." Ji Gang's nose was itchy and he sneezed violently. The two children immediately hid behind the rattan chair. Ji Gang couldn't wait to wipe his face, lifted Zhao's back collar and pinched his true beard, pretending to be angry. "It's a disturbing dream, I need to clean up the two of you." Xiao Yan thought Ji Gang was going to hit himself and hugged his head. Unexpectedly, Ji Gang lifted him up. His beard was like a pen dipped in ink, and Xiao Yan's cheek was blackened. When Huo Lingyun came in, he saw Xiao Kun and running wild around the rattan chair. He walked along the promenade to the eave. Fei Xing was holding his shoulders to watch the excitement, and said to Huo Lingyun, "Look at Shitzi." Huo Lingyun nodded his head to see it and asked, "Is there a gentleman in the house?" Fei Xing then looked away, looked at Huo Lingyun and said, "Is there something wrong?" Huo Lingyun took out the letter in his sleeve pocket. "This is the letter Gu Qingqing presented to Jinichi. It is all about the movement of the uncle. It has been opened and read." He said, "Look at it." Fei Xing took the letter and read it. The sunlight in the courtyard basks in the eaves, and the newly painted paint on it is bright and bright, hiding the old days of the house. After reading the letter, Fei Xing looked calm and continued to ask, "Have you seen Xiao Tianya?" "I didn't see him," Huo Lingyun said. I took the 3 teams out of the city early in the morning. You're waiting. Fei Xing folded the letter, turned to open the bamboo curtain, and saluted after entering. Master, Gu Qingqing has sent a letter. It concerns the transfer of the governor of the capital, Jin Ichi, who dare not take the idea, look at the master first. Gao Zhongxiong stopped talking, and Shen Zichuan raised the folding fan to let Gao Zhongxiong sit down. He only removed the gauze in recent days, and gently pushed the folding fan with his right hand, and said to Fei Xing, "Come here." Fei Xing opened the letter and presented it to Shen Zichuan. Xiao Qingbi. Shen Zichuan said, "I remember that there was no such person in the review of Xian Denian. Did Chen Zhen recommend it?" "Master," Fei Xing reminded, "it's the Shah of the Ministry of Defense." Shen Zichuan's leisurely expression narrowed slightly. He looked at it again and said, "Yong Yinyan's War Department Xiao?" He looked at Fei Xing and quickly recalled, "This is the War Department waiter who was jailed by Ji Lei Go after the Donggong case. Xiao Qingbi? The master has a good memory, it is him." Fei Xing said, "The 8 major battalions were renamed the capital, and all officers with more than 6 grades were dismissed. They were recommended by Chen Zhen of the Ministry of Defense, and reviewed by the cabinet minister, Xiao Qingbi, whose name is now changed to Qingbi. Gu Qingqing said that this person did not leave Lidu at all these years, and stayed beside Zhao Xin Temple to sell buns. Xiao Qingbi is Chen Zhen's brother-in-law. It is reasonable for Chen Zhen to save him, but he should be in his 60s. Shen Zichuan closed the folding fan again. "Not only that, master, he dumbed his throat to blind people and blinded his eyes," Fei Xing said. "Chen Zhen was recommended by the Ministry of Defense as a number of good men. This person, like Xin Yu, was a wise man with a good eye. But Dudu was in a critical period of survival. He gave the post of governor of the army to the elderly Xiao Qingbi. Is it because Dudu really has no generals, or is Xiao Qingbi capable?" The emperor turned on the old minister. Zhougui looked at Shen Zichuan. "This is Zhao Shui, the old case of Yonggong's East Palace. Kong Lingdao, how can it be so easy? 8 cities have not yet eliminated the hidden dangers. If the emperor is to reverse the case for the prince of the East Palace at this moment, he must first capture the remnants of the family." Yao Wenyu covered the teacup. She only stabilized the situation and could not take this risk. Li Jianting killed the chicken and tamarinds and scared Helian Ho in bed with a scepter. The remaining companies immediately voluntarily paid part of the land tax. Nian Du just breathed a sigh of relief, and spared no effort to rebuild the capital. If Li Jianting reverses the case at this moment, it will be harmful to Nian. The old Donggong case involved countless officials, and to be reversed, there must be regulations and time. Yao Wenyu continued, "Can't be in a hurry." He also gently reminded Shen Zichuan that the old East Palace case was more difficult than the defeat of Shen Weibing. "Shaw's long hidden," said Shen Zichuan. "This matter has to ask Qiao Tianya." When Qiao Tianyahai returned, he unloaded his armor in the side hall before meeting Shen Zichuan in the main house. He read Gu Qingqing's letter and said, "If it's Xiao Bo, then there will be more troops in Beiyuan campus. Xiao belongs to the Ministry of Defense, and Xiao Qingbi is also the servant of the Ministry of Defense. He is not only familiar with the details of the troop deployment in various places, but also the topographic map of Zhongbua. You have to go back to Canton. If Yin Chang is still there, Shen Zichuan will be able to sit firmly in Duanzhou. Without Yin Chang, Shen Zichuan must go to Cizhou to coordinate the defense forces in Ci and Dun." Yes, Qiao Tianya folded the letter into a crane. During the period of San Yao, Xiao was considered a goalkeeper. The Ministry of War was not like the other 5. Xiao Bo was the assistant to be carried by the Taifu. It was true. He said 3 Yaos refers to the fact that 3 of the cabinet's senior officials came from the Yao family in Jincheng during the reign of Emperor Yong'an. Among them, Yao Wenyu's grandfather was the mainstay. My father, for the sake of peace, went to the Flower family after the Taifu went to jail, and Xiao Bo cut off his robe with his father. Said he had been beheaded. Since Xiao Qingbi was carried by the Taifu, he should be called a teacher, Fei Xing said. The master is a student of Taifu. In this way we have something to do with him. Many people were carried by the Taifu in Yongyi years. Although Xiao Bo was one of them, he did not deal with the East Palace or Taifu. Moreover, Xiao was convicted of Li's crime, so naturally Li's to vindicate. Xiao Tianyao wiped off the dust on his hand. But, Zhou Gui wondered, don't Yuan Zhua say that the Empress can't take risks at this moment? The Empress really can't take risks at this moment, as long as Xiao Qingbi defeats the defending army of Zhongbua. The teacup under Yao Wenyu's palm has been cold. Xiao Qi went east, was emptied from the north, China Bo was helpless, and when did he not wait until now? If it really hits, Zhou Gui said, we still have a tiger. The tiger's temper is impatient, and someone must be on his side to urge him. Shen Zichuan cheered up. Fei Xing, tell master, we're going to go back to Cizhou. Huantai Tiger stood up with a knife in his arms. After listening to the communication, the soldier nodded and turned into the military account. There were several Dunzhou soldiers in the account, all of whom were confidants of Yantai Tiger, smoking a cigarette in it. Huantai Tiger stood up with a knife in his arms. After listening to the communication, the soldier nodded and turned into the military account. There were several Dunzhou soldiers in the account, all of whom were confidants of Yantai Tiger, smoking a cigarette in it. The monarch has orders, one asked. How unhappy the general? Don't smoke. Yantai Tiger unloaded his knife and said, the prince asked me to send troops to Beiyuan campus. A few soldiers looked at the Yantai Tiger with a bad look and did not dare to make trouble. They immediately killed the rifle. The young man with a proper hair, with yellow hair, called Lu Kong, was recruited from Fanzhou. He usually speaks well, so he got the blue eyes of Yantai Tiger and followed him. Lu Kong opened the curtain and smelt, walked to the Huantai Tiger and laughed. The prince is willing to use the general, but he did not take the words of Wang Xian to his heart, and still believed in the general. The prince naturally believed in me. Hu Taihu put the knife on the table. How angry is that general? The prince sent Yu Shao to the overseer again. Everyone is on the road, and they will be able to arrive the day after tomorrow. The scar on the tiger face twitched uneasily. The general is a close relative of the second grandfather, Lu Kong said with a playful expression, different from Fu Jun now. Huantai Tiger looked even more solemnly when he heard this. After being reprimanded by Xiao Qie, he pleaded guilty to Shen Zichuan in Duanzhou and returned to Dunzhou to subsidize public funds. If there is no war next spring, his soldiers will help Dunzhou Yamen farm. It's nothing, but he can't forget that day, always worried that Shen Zichuan disgusted him and will not use it in the future. When Shen Zichuan continued to use him, he sent a prisoner. General, Lu Kong lowered his voice. The prince is good at checks and balances, that is the way of the emperor. Master Yu Shao and Yu are the 6 state battlefields. Come to us, with great power and pressure on the general, and the general will endure first. When the second elder comes back, he has his place to defend. The Huantai Tiger became even more disturbed when he heard his words, saying, the second grandfather is now focusing on the monarch, and he will not listen to me. I'm just afraid that it will add fuel to the fire. The general is confused, Lu Kong advised the Huantai Tiger. The monarch transferred the general to the Beiyuan campus, just to make the general defend the Aizu prefecture. The general is so brave that he will win a great victory. When the general wins the battle, Yi was naturally happy, and when the general told him to withdraw the overseer, Yi would certainly agree. Huantai Tiger was in a hesitant mood, saying, I will be next year when the second elder returns. That's not right. All the security of Liuzhou is tied to the general. What a credit! Lu Kong looked at the tiger in the tiger's face and continued to say, "Besides, when Yu Zhao's second general, he doesn't have to be really afraid of him. He is Duguan, or a student of Tsin Yu of the Dozan Institute, who knows whether his loyalty to the monarch is true or false. Although the general does not measure the gentleman's belly with the heart of a villain, the battle is coming and he has to guard against it." Jiujing. The Taihu tiger came to an end. Yes, Yu Xiao is a student of Tsin Yu again. Instead of going back to be his captain, he stays at Zhongbua. The prince trusts him so much. In case he is a masterpiece sent by Badu, isn't the prince dangerous? You're right. Yen Taihu looked at the knife on the table. The second grandfather entrusted Liuzhou to me, and I had to make sure that the monarch and Aizu were free. This battle can only be defeated and undefeated. There is something strange. I must not tolerate him. Lu Kong lit a cigarette for Yentai Tiger and passed it, saying, "I stare at the general." Xiao Qia lays his arms on the deserted beach, listening to the slap of Chashif, silently counting the stars in front of him, Shun Lanzhao after counting again, and Shun Lanzhao again. Lu Guangbai added a few pieces of firewood to the bonfire, turned his head to the quiet left and asked, "Do you want to talk to the Amur's 6 fighters with the soldiers who returned to Yanbian?" "I don't have to talk to Amur," Xiao Qia said to Lu Guangbai. "The second man is invincible now, and he wants to talk to me." "It's not long," Lu Guangbai said, "a lot of madness." "It's going to be a long time," Xiao Qia sighed. "I'm tall enough." The sentry said that the eagle stationed near Geedle also retreated. Lu Guangbai picked up the taro in the ash. "Amur, this is to concentrate our forces in the depths of the desert against us." "Yeah," Xiao Qia smelled the scent of taro, and sat up sharply, not afraid of being hot, and picked out a good-looking one. "Amur attaches all the focus of the army to Hassan. Now Hassan is dead, and the rest of the tribe no one is willing to fight for him at war. It can be seen that the military ration is a difficult problem for everyone," said Lu Guangbai. "Without Hassan, the Hulu will have to plan for themselves. Even if they do not follow Amur, they can return to the oasis on the shore of Chidi Lake. I have not eaten yet." Then, Xiao Qia and Lu Guangbai were fighting too fast for the last taro, and they were hot to the point. "It's the same with or without the deer department," Xiao Qia gasped slightly. "The oasis of the deer department can't afford the 6 armies of Amur, otherwise what is he doing to farm in Geedle? When the transportation line of Zhongbua breaks, I want to make a quick decision." "So is the transfer," said Lu Guangbai, who was not hot and supported his knees with both hands. He felt his tongue numb. "It's too hot." Chen Yang came in with a sack and saw that there were no more taro in the fire, so he threw the water sacks to them. I didn't know what expression to use and said intricately, "My grandfather, there are a dozen cooler shelves. Here it is." Xiao Qia poured cold water and returned to normal. He said, "As soon as Hassan died, the serpent department was not as good as before. Amur wanted to regain his prestige. He had to fight to show the rest of the tribe. He wanted to be the great king of the desert. Others I also think that the snake department has been so prestigious in the desert for so many years, and now it has been hit hard. Amur has urgently transferred troops and has the intention of protecting himself." Lu Guang smiled plainly. "You are going to talk to the Yen tribe to talk to the rest of the tribe. You want to cut off his foreign aid when Amur concentrates his forces and join other clans to siege him. The Huiyen department has benefited from the mutual market these years." Xiao Qia screwed up the water bag. "It is no longer a small department." Lu Guangbai took his water pouch and watched the vast wilderness with Xiao Qia. "The chaos of Tao Shurha is incessant. This is the echo of all ages." "This battle is over," Lu Guangbai said. "I will return to Qidong." "Why?" Xiao Qia laughed. "Have used to the sand on the edge?" Lu Guang nodded his head, as if it were true. "Your sand from the north is mixed with mud and drink porridge." The sound fell, the two looked at each other side by side, and then laughed. Lu Guangbai drank saliva and said, "When I was young, I admired your father the most. Every time I saw you, I thought of you leaving the north and wanted to be a ride away from the North Rail. Unfortunately, my brother at home died. The old bones are still crawling in the yellow sand. No one except me will stay in Bian County." Xiao Qia's long legs stretched his arms and said, "Instead, I ran early. I really want to run. I do and give food every time I want to run. When Xianda entered the capital for 4 years, the emperor let me kneel at the door. I thought at the time that's it. If I go on like this, I will Shun Wei is second." Lu Guangbai sighed deeply. Who knows that he really ran away in the end? Xiao Qia thought of this. He looked at Lu Guangbai and said, "At that time, the old Hage was adjusting the grain for emergency, but the grain that Biendu gave to Bien County was moldy rice. I couldn't figure it out with Lanzhou. I thought it was Shuexiuzhua. Later it became more and more strange. I can't figure it out." Lu Guangbai put down the water bag. He forced to depart from the north, and for no other reason forced the opposite side. "If the scorpion can change food," Xiao Qia said, "you must have met them." "I haven't seen a few officials in the capital," said Lu Guangbai. "The has seen a bunch." After he had spoken, the two were silent for a while. Lu Guangbai suddenly stood up. The water sack fell to the ground, he said. "Junjun eunuch." Shueshui was crooked in the teacher's chair. Someone was on the side of the account. He just sat down and watched the process, even if he didn't do well. He turned to the glass ball in his hand, which was a new gadget with exquisite style, which was specially given to him by the merchants. "Looking for a way?" Shueshui said. "Why do you stand behind hiding and hiding? Come and explain to the official, where are you going to be on duty?" The headless man with a turban wrapped his eyes slowly and hurriedly approached Shueshui, covering his mouth and nose and whispering, "I want to ask the adult to give a message to the ancestor." When Shuexiu heard this voice, he said, "You are also a eunuch?" The man shivered and murmured, Shueshui stood up slightly, let everyone around back down, looked at him suspiciously, and said, "Don't cover it up. You have to let my official look what it looks like. If you look crooked, you have to renegotiate." The man lifted his headscarf and waited for the beard with a low eyebrow. He didn't hear Shueshui's voice, so he raised his head skillfully and said, "Adult, he doesn't recognize slaves?" "Lord, slaves are the welcome of the old ancestors. The slaves were born in the early days of the emperor. Just pick a spot and be in Qidong." Shueshui really didn't recognize him. He used to be a junior official. How could he deal with these eunuchs? Vague at the moment, have seen. Shueshui's eyes flickered, and he immediately remembered that the Jianjun sent to Qidong was first detained by Qi Juin, and was dismissed early after returning to the capital. He suddenly changed his face and said, "Don't you let the Ministry of Justice take it." "Oh," Ingshi hurriedly stomped her feet. "That's the matter of Qin Jishir's rotten millet. The emperor has changed people. The slavery's sin has already been turned over." Shueshui was horrified. At first, he was afraid of Ingshi deceiving himself, and when he passed it into the palace, he caused trouble to his ancestors. Second, he was afraid that Ingshi's crime was not cleaned up. "Are you stunned?" Slave came to find the ancestor, but it was the order of the old ancestors. Ingshi took out a waist card from his arms, and showed his hands to Shue. "Master, look, this is an inward brand." Shueshui watched the waist card carefully by candlelight, and there really was a welcome name behind him. He didn't return it, holding the sign, and asked, "It's all open to the Ministry of Criminal Affairs? It's better than going elsewhere in the palace. If something goes wrong, let alone the official, even the old ancestors can't keep you." Get through. Ingshi was afraid he wouldn't believe it. The ancestors can find someone who can be fake? There are fake slaves who can't stand in front of adult. Shueshui didn't want to offend the internal concubine. This welcome was really a blessed righteous son and grandson. He stopped people out of the palace, and it was not easy to explain to Fu Man. He hesitated for a moment and said, "You wait. A few days later, my father-in-law will come out to buy. If you want to go to our inner warehouse to choose seasonal vegetables, if it is convenient, you will follow." Ingshi was overwhelmed and nodded again and again. Shui Shui said in his heart, "This is the arrangement of the ancestors." "Master, rest assured," Ingshi stuffed gold into Shui's hands. "The slaves are clean, so that Zhuanzhen will not bother the adults or their ancestors." A few days later, light rain in Dunzhou. The rain hit the green leaves and drenched the flagstones on the road. Huantai Tiger waited for a while at the door, and Lu Kong parachuted for him. He was annoyed and said, "I said it was coming this morning, why not yet? Maybe it was delayed on the road." Lu Kong stretched his neck and saw a carriage coming out in the rain and said, "General, Lord Yu is here." The horse was reining and its mane was dangling. He stopped at the Huantai Tiger and shook his mane. Huantai Tiger raised his hand and patted the horse's neck and said to the groom, "Run all the way, take the horse to the stable for a while, and treat it well." As he was talking, when the curtain of the car was slightly lifted, Yu Xiao showed his face again, and arched his hands toward Huantai Tiger. "It's all acquaintances, don't do this humbly gift." Hu Tai glanced inside the car. Wang Xian didn't come. The prince returned to Cizhou, and Duanzhou had to provide food for the second elder. Someone had to watch, and he stayed in Duanzhou. Yu Xiao got out of the carriage again, and the soldiers on the side wanted to support him, and he picked up, "Come over and hit yourself, cover the Taihu Tiger," and the two walked together. Yu Xiao said again, "You are the general in Dunzhou. He is the money manager of Liuzhou, and the tiger, no one offends the money manager." The rain made a loud noise on the oil paper umbrella, and Hu Taihu said, "How dare I offend him? Later he came to my Dunzhou, and I sent soldiers 10 miles to meet him," and Bao Juner spoke softly to him. When Yu Xiao knew that he was still suffocating, he persuaded, "Tiger, don't you think that we look down on the generals? That's all the bad ethos of the capital. Now that Liuzhou is calm, every road must be disciplined. I talk a lot. Say you, the matter of organizing military rations, you care about chaos. You think about military rations, this is loyalty to Yi. Whoever you are, you can't bear to blame you, but since the government prince clearly pointed out to Min Shun, brother Go, Yu Xiao drenched with rain in his sleeves again. He changed his hand, turned around and continued, "That's a commissioned errand. You ask in the hall, how can he return in the hall? It's also a secret door, you can't put it on the table." Huantai, who heard the meaning, Yu Xiaozai was here to be a peacemaker, and wanted him and Wang Xianbing to release their suspicions. He didn't have to hold on to this matter. He felt that Wang Xian did not go out of his way, and something can't be said in Dunzhou. When he left, he was still in a good mood, turned around and went to the monarch to sue him. Brother Min Shun is an official. When you first arrive, some people will inevitably disagree, Yu Xiao said again and again. You are a second grandfather, and he will not dare to refute your face on the spot, and he will tell the truth to the governor. He prepares military food. You are successful and familiar with economic and government affairs. The prince will definitely put him in the military and political affairs. You will not look up in the future. After all, when you transfer troops, you must discuss with him military and food expenses. It should not be so stiff. Yu Xiao is reasonable again, but the tigers did not hear it. Isn't Yu Xiao just because of Wang Xian's injustice, and Wang Minshun's first visit is not easy, and should he suffer the frustration when he meets Taihu? He really remembered the matter of the food book, and he was so angry that Wang Xianlin didn't mention him in the first half of the word. When he was toiling and defending the army, no one in Dunzhou Yamen talked about public expenses. He's come back to wire. This is the Dunzhou Yamen who pushed him out by Wang Xian. Yu Xiao knew that Dunmen was not afraid to make a fuss with the Huantai tiger, so he coaxed him blindly. Huantai Tiger is the general of Dunzhou, but he has not even read the Dunzhou grain register. Isn't this the official of the Yemen who is engaging him? He had suffered a dumb loss, and couldn't speak hard in the presence of Shen Zichuan and Shaoqia, and he was ashamed of being embarrassed by the big mess. But at this very moment, this matter should not be delved into. Yu Shao then sent the umbrella to the hands of Huantai Tiger, sincerely saying, "Tiger, you are straight-headed, and you only know how to advance or retreat. Such actions will inevitably suffer. They embarrass you only because you have military power in your body. I would like to persuade you, if you do have the idea of being an official in the court, do stir them up in this water. You are so successful that the governor will not really make you wronged. You think the governor cannot see what's going on? Yi was so angry that the prince still put you back to Dunzhou intact. Isn't that to support you? The prince is beating them for you. You do be jealous of the governor, admit your mistakes conscientiously, and make up for the public expenses honestly. As long as you are willing to write and shake hands with Brother Minshin, I promise that the governor will reward you in half a month. Is Duguan so good? It's a good thing to say that all officials are deceiving. All officials who can establish a foothold in Chang, regardless of their size and origin, have experienced the roles of Yongpan and Xian Denayan Huapan Ganjing, and are most knowledgeable of current affairs. Yu Shao again came from a humble door, and during the family's administration, he was excellent in field work and dealing with local cow, ghost, and snake gods. Xin Yu has promoted so many students, but only Yu Shao can repeatedly take on heavy responsibilities. What he said to Huantaihu was all his heartfelt words. Huatai Tiger's lips fluttered, and that breath was in his throat. When Yu Shao looked at the gloomy face of the tiger again, he knew that he still couldn't swallow the breath, and when he was inspired, he said, "If you can wipe your face and ask Brother Minshin to make peace, will it just stop someone else's mouth? They laugh at you. It's Wu Xiaomeng. You do want them to do well. Show them your true character." Huantai Tiger is anxious and should not be irritable, but he has a simple mind and no bad eyes. Holding the umbrella tightly at the moment, he said rudely, "Second master taught me, I know it's wrong, the banquet should not be done properly, and the public expenses must be repaid." Lao Tzu was stunned in Duanzhou, apologizing to Wang Minshin. He raised his arm and scratched the scar. "I will write to Wang Xian tonight." The rain was messy and there were many puddles on the ground. The noise was so loud that Lu Kong couldn't hear the conversation between them. He was holding an umbrella and couldn't get too close. He could only follow along. Fortunately, this was not a long road. At the campsite, before the umbrella was stowed, the tiger asked him to prepare the pot. "It's cold and the road is not easy. You and I will set off for Zizhou again tomorrow." Hutai took off his robe and rolled his sleeves. "Eat a hot pot tonight, keep warm. Lu Kong, go and take the rabbits that I hid are packed, and I will drink with you, Jing." Lu Kong responded, and diligently took off his robe for Yu Shao and hung it on the hanger in his account. Yu Shao rubbed his hands again and looked around the account. He rushed to Taihu and said, "You live too simple, I thought." Lu Kong retreated to the door and lowered the curtain, blocking Yu Xiaozai's voice. "Rainy days are slippery and the road is bumpy." Shen Zichuan was originally playing chess with Yao Wenyu, and was half dizzy at halfway. Fei Xing raised the curtains and he leaned back against the window. "Jiu Jing is alert." Yao Wenyu looked at the rain. "His speech is humorous, and there is no stand yet. The prince sends him to the prison army, which is most suitable. Jiujing can be amused when he is free, but he never makes mistakes in the most important places," Shen Zichuan said with cold sweat, leaning on the soft pillow. "He is not as black and white as Zhou Gui, but he needs to be smoother." Yao Wenyu embraced the pawns. Shen Zichuan listened to the sound of rain near the window, and the chess pieces still held by his fingertips followed the rain and tapped on the edge of the table. After a while, he said, "There is no fish in the clear water. It is too muddy and upsetting. Batu will pay chrysanthemums in September, but due to the drought in Yongqing, the imperial court owed a part of Duanyue magpies. The palace all followed Li Jianting's will and did not set up a chrysanthemum feast. Fu Man had originally cultivated hundreds of pots of precious chrysanthemums in his village, but now he dare not give them away. Batu will pay chrysanthemums in September, but due to the drought in Yongqing, the imperial court owed a part of Duanyue magpies. The palace all followed Li Jianting's will and did not set up a chrysanthemum feast. Fu Man had originally cultivated hundreds of pots of precious chrysanthemums in his village, but now he dare not give them away. Inshur woke up 3 minutes later, gargle and change clothes under the eunuch's service. The should wait for the master personally, and he should not have any taste in himself. Their collars are fake collars, and they can be changed immediately with sweat stains. Socks and boots are hardwool fleece socks and boots, without sound when walking. Fu Man cleaned up properly, dressed neatly, put his waist card to the front and stepped out of the door. He saw the stars in the sky, and went to the duty room in front of Mingli Hall, and asked who was in the hall last night. The emperor slept well last night? The eunuchs are having breakfast with tea. They are afraid to eat casually at night. They are afraid to show respect at night, and they are afraid of leaving a taste in their mouth. Therefore, they dare to eat some snacks and pads before entering. He listened to Fu Man's inquiries and hurriedly stood up and replied, "If you go back to the ancestors, the emperor slept well last night, turned over 4 times, and did not call slaves." Fu Man counted the time, guessing that Li Jianting should wake up. He went to the eaves and waited to be summoned. He waited for a while and watched Feng Quan come out, but just nodded and smiled as saluting. If Feng Quan was unconscious, he saluted him according to the number of etiquette. The emperor wanted to call the old ancestors to serve him last night. Feng Quan said slowly and said to Fu Man, "Old ancestors, double happiness comes to the door." Fu Man couldn't figure out what medicine was sold in Feng Quan gourd, and he was suspicious. He didn't dare to answer it casually and said vaguely, "I borrow your good words." Having said that, before Feng Quan continued, he took the lead in raising his robe and entered Mingletang. The hanging curtains in the hall were just tied up, the windows opened wide, and the frost fell early in the morning, and Fu Man noticed the chill. He stepped over to the bronze mirror to see that Li Jianting had finished his makeup. Instead, he would definitely praise it at this moment, but he was cautious today, saying only, "Emperor, breakfast is ready." Li Jianting looked as usual, and the flower in the forehead was glaring. She helped Fu Jin and said, "It's just fine." Slave didn't dare to forget the emperor's orders, and specifically let Guanglu Temple choose to do it simply. Fu Man bowed and limped to help Li Jianting. "It is gold and silver rolls, jade and white tofu." Li Jianting was out of the palace. The memorials on the royal case were all newly approved last night. She looked at the specially chosen puppet again. "Let's talk to Yuan Fu." Li Jianting opened the small gold and silver scroll. "Please save the cabinet, and you don't have to hand it over, like this Yuten and Liuzhou. You write a lot of folds, and it's just so much flattery, a waste of time." Fu Man waited for Li Jianting to have a meal, and said with a smile, "This elder, the slave, all heard about it. It is said that his discounts are the same, and Hage was not old enough in his early years." Li Jianting didn't answer, ran out of breakfast, and rushed to the early morning. As early as when the North talked about leaving the Northeast, the Danqing Sentry reported that the Beiyuan campus had increased its troop. Before the military status of the Ministry of Military Affairs was reported, the Ministry of Civil Affairs quarreled with the Ministry of Households and asked the Ministry of Households to quickly distribute the arrears. The Ministry of Households had no choice but to be able to push things to Li Jianting without money and could only be malignated. At halfway, the spokesperson of Decayuan impeached the negligent control of local officials. The new state government of Huaizhou took up less than half a month and Huaizhou rioted. The deduction is to save the Yongqing, An official from the Ministry of Household Affairs said. The national crisis should take the lead. You should have made a concerted effort. You did not issue the monthly feast, nor did our department's monthly feast. Everyone is hungry. What about us? You have been checking the accounts. Danqing and Wuqing have been checked. Both Pan and Han have copied them. Feiqing and Feiqing has taken the lead. Now the remaining cities are filling the field tax, a ministry official countered. According to the budget at the beginning of the year at this moment, it is enough to send the moon. What about the money? Where is the money? Something must be said. The Queen Mother drove the crane and the Emperor ascended the throne. Ask the Ministry of Rights, where did the money go? The money has been spent on the blade. There is also the renovation of the Taimiao Temple, the reconstruction of the civilian district, the Ministry of Industry. You talk about Yuezhang, the ministry official hurriedly, what else do you do? We are not afraid of oblique shadows. All the checked accounts are reviewed by the Ministry of Criminal Affairs and Dali Temple, and then reported to the Emperor by the Cabinet. There is no concealment. Liang Yenshan saluted to Li Jianting. Yuan gave the ticket, the Emperor approved it, and every step was strictly in accordance with the law and in accordance with the rules. Strictly abide by the law? Lord Chongshin, you don't have to. Du Xiuan Yu sure raised his hand to salute. Emperor, Wei Chun is about to take part in the bribe of Shuexiu, the former household. The shout was silent, and the quarreling people turned their heads. Shuexiuzhua was standing among the ministers without moving his eyes. Li Jianting glanced at Shuexiuzhua and paused for a long time, saying, Isn't Shuexiu now inside the code? Return to the Emperor, exactly. This man had been confused in the household, repeatedly slandering the court, and he could not reuse it. Yushur raised his robe, knelt to the ground, and continued, until a few months ago, Shuexiu colluded with traitors and borrowed the emperor's amnesty, paid a large bribe to the palace's imperial concubine to secure his position. King Di, who was next to Li Jianting, waved lightly, and she sat upright. Shuexiu made a lot of money in this position and earned 3 Donglong Street courtyards. This man did not know his shame, but also worked with his internal concubine to make a fake account, and the stolen Nikang treasure was resold for a total price of 200,000. The whole haul immediately boiled, but Yongqing's financial aid was only 100,000, and the Spring City silk involved in the Shaoqia bribery case in Xiandanayan was only 82,000. Who knows that Shuexiu took office less than 3 months, and he actually lost 200,000. 2. Shua. The old cabinet minister was dizzy for a while. Li Jianting's face gradually sank, and Shuexiu resold 200,000 yuan of inner warehouse treasures, but let Fu Man report to himself 820,000 yuan, and the remaining 120,000 yuan they all swallowed. Wei Chen also wants to participate in the Dali Temple, Shaoqing Shuexiuzhua. Yushur turned his muzzle and pointed at Shuexiuzhua. Shuexiuzhua was arrogant and mighty, and he was a fake public servant. He was in a high position but did not think about introspection, but Xing Rong did not know the Sacred Heart. It was abominable, hateful, and spitting for a rat to go into the warehouse and treacherous with Shuexiu. You are wanton. Li Jianting drank suddenly. The hall fell to the ground with a wow, and the needle drop was audible. Li Jianting stood up, leaned sideways in front of the throne, and pointed to Yushur Dao. As a verbal official, you have the responsibility to supervise and impeach the 100 officials, and you should check and be pragmatic. You know that you are controlling the way of the court, but you use this to deny dissidents. It's wicked to see you. The official rank is not high, but the deterrence can run up and down. In the early days, Emperor Guangqing didn't dare to rebuke the officials. Only the officials rebuked him. In Tianqin's year, Li Jianheng was a bastard. In the bribery case, Fu Linya was seized to stabilize the situation. In addition, De Zhou had no emperor. Dare to offend the officials in the court. Sure enough, Yushur immediately said, Wei Chen has solid evidence, But the emperor wants to favor the criminal, is it right? Xue Xiuzhua is an emperor. Li Jianting said coldly, how can you allow you to frame a teacher like this? Kong Yen sank in his heart, and while kneeling, exchanged eyes with Sun Yu. Xue Xiui was greedy for corruption, and immediately ordered the Ministry of Punishment to investigate and deal with it. He must try to understand as soon as possible. As for Xue Xiuzhua, Li Jianting walked away. You are talking nonsense. Emperor, you sure said sadly, Xue's family will become Dongyu if he doesn't get rid of him. Xue Xiuzhua is clearly the next Hua Xiqian. Xue Xiuzhua buried himself in the ground, from beginning to end. He didn't speak. It was raining in the evening near Badu. Feng Quan waited outside Mingli Hall, and faintly heard the sound of Kong Yen entering. Although Xue Xiuzhua was the emperor's teacher, he was involved in the bribery of Xue Xiui and had to be suspended for investigation in accordance with the law, Kong said. The emperor's rebuke today is against the Supreme Court. It shouldn't be. Li Jianting was silent afterwards. No matter how eager Kong was, she did not answer. Kong Jing stood up and worshipped. When Li Jianting didn't want to answer, he stood up and worshipped again. Yun's mind is decided, said Li Jianting. Yuan Fu doesn't have to persuade him again. Feng Quan, help Yuan Fu go down. There was a continuous drizzle of rain, and Feng Quan supported Kong Yen and personally raised an umbrella for him. Kong Yen stepped out of Mingletang. The strong wind brought up a few leaves. He turned all kinds of advice into a sigh, pushed the Feng Quan lightly, and did not want an umbrella, and went into the rain alone. Feng Quan quickly chased his robe, held up his umbrella, and sent Konging out all the way. On the other side, Fu Man heard the wind and hurried to Mingli Hall. Before he entered the door, he knelt down first. As soon as he got down on his knees, he wiped his tears with his sleeve, trying to cry out across the curtain. Before his mouth opened, he smashed a teacup and fell in front of him, shattering. You are greedy for your fame, colluding with courtiers and stealing the treasures of Inakura. Li Jianting reprimanded. Come here, drag this deceitful concealer out. In the duty room, Fu Man heard Baoshan detailing the dispute in the early dynasty. He knelt down on the broken piece of porcelain and stood on the ground, holding his head in a hurry. The Emperor! The Emperor listened to the slave again, then Xue Xiui was transferred to the ministry. Recommend. What is the relationship with slaves and other lowly people? Emperor, he shouted bleakly, how can slaves be so wronged? Li Jianting waved his sleeves and seemed to be still angry. Fu Man followed his head with a bang and cried, slavery is not worthy, despite the fate of the emperor, but the masters in the court are all poetry students, how can they be so bad? Xue Xiui honored Fuman, and Fuman was already packed. He is usually cautious, and no good goods will be sent to the palace, all hidden in the house of Badu, and taken care of by his sons. Now that something is happening, the Ministry of Criminal Affairs must check him, and he will let people ventilate and report immediately in the duty room. Li Jianting listened to Fu Man crying miserably, as if he really moved his heart. Fuman seized the opportunity, and was preparing to counter-indict the Duqian People's Court by name, but saw Feng Quan rush back. Feng Quan closed the umbrella under the eaves, as if he hadn't seen the expression of happiness, and reported to Li Jianting, the Emperor, the slave sees a few little eunuchs holding flowers on the road. After asking, I knew it was sent to Mingletang. Fu Man saw the eunuchs familiar, all of them were holding expensive chrysanthemums, and watching Feng Quan stood up, suddenly felt bad. Li Jianting pulled out the curtain and frowned, and asked, who had ordered not to spend time and energy planting these chrysanthemums? Who contributed it? The duty room did not report it. Then knelt his head and answered, back to the Emperor, this is the order of the father-in-law. Fu Man burned within 5 years, refuting, on the side of the Emperor you dare to talk nonsense. Today I was on duty, when did I order you something like this? The outer dynasty still owed you. Li Jianting continued the order of Yongqing, and the palace still pursued thrift, and there were signs of extermination of extravagance. Today, Fu Man and the Nei Tsang have been tortured. It is the time when they are afraid of trouble. Here, I want to abandon Shui to be a dead ghost. I want to use his daily beans and food to make a fuss. Don't want sudden changes, even more Jedi. Stop the thief. Li Jianting's expression became more ugly, and he said to the eunuch, truthfully. The horrified. Last night, Father Gong sent someone to tell the slaves that the chrysanthemums in Zhuangzi were brought into the palace along with the Guanglu temple. The flowers were Jingui, so they had to be cared for. They will be sent to Minglatang when the emperor looks at him. The emperor relieved. Fu Man's hands and feet were cold, and he said sharply in an instant, I framed you with empty teeth and white teeth. Since I sent someone, what about the ticket? The brand? The raised his arms and wiped the rain, and was frightened by Fu Man's breaking sound. He said, Come familiar to people, yes, they are the ancestors' sons, how could slaves dare to get a brand? Holding the porcelain piece, Fu Man's palm was blurred, and when he heard that he had no brand, he suddenly said, It's really nonsense. I have been serving nobles in the palace for nearly 2 decades. Although stupid, I understand the rules and do everything. Take a sign to show people. Emperor, Emperor. He held up his waist card, knees forward, watching Li Jianting crying loudly, Even if you die today, you will die in awe. The emperor, the slaves also thought the matter was strange. Fengquan raised his robe and kneeled in front of Li Jianting. The father-in-law is in charge of the house, and is the emperor's confidant. He must not be framed by this, and must be found out. He looked at Fu Man. Why better call the dry son, who passed the message of the father-in-law to the emperor and let the emperor take a look. Fu Man looked at Nao Xiu's face, and Li Jianting didn't wait for Fu Man to answer, and then said to the guard, Go, get the old ancestor's son. She pronounced the words, old ancestors, so that Fu Man chilled her bones. Within a moment, the guard brought the person to the front. The rain washed the steps, and the dry sun lay down in the rain, trembling all over. Li Jianting couldn't see clearly and said, You raise your face. He sobbed in his throat, as if scared, shaking his head frantically against the ground. The guard on the edge grabbed his shoulders and raised his head. Li Jianting didn't recognize it, but the little in the rain said, It's him, the emperor, and the grandfather welcomes you. The eunuchs of the Tianqin supervisor welcome us, Fengquan whispered to Li Jianting. The King Donglai was detained in the capital, and he was already jailed for a long time. Fu Man looked at Yingxi in shock, and if he was awake when the guard approached, he shouted, The slave is wronged. The emperor. This person is definitely not. Yingxi scowled at the ground and shouted. He choked on the ground and cried, Old ancestors, save the sun. Li Jianting opened the skirt that Fu Man encountered, looked at him, and said, You are so capable, you can get it out of the who has been convicted by the Ministry of Justice. It is worthy of the old ancestors, who all rely on. Blessed with coldness all over the body, knowing that this is the dead end, he said. The emperor, begging the emperor to read the old feelings. You and you are only masters and slaves in the deep palace, said Li Jianting. Where's the old feeling? I lift you up, but you don't know how to be grateful. You made such a big mistake, and you won't lose anything. The guard dragged Fu Man, and Fu Man's round neck gripped his neck. He panicked, struggling, Emperor! Emperor! Fengquan winked at the guard, who immediately blocked Fu Man's mouth and dragged him out as fast as possible. No attack. Shen Zichuan looked back and looked at Fei Xing. Fei Xing bowed his head and said, It is said that the emperor angered Yu Shi on the chapel, and it was already full of storms. Master, she had previously rewarded Mountain, not just to fight against Shuexiuzhua? How did such a good opportunity become this time? Is the master and apprentice deep? Shen Zichuan glared at the mirror, and the jade beads in his right ear were obscure. He pondered for a moment and said, I still underestimated the Empress. Looking at the raindrops ticking under the eaves, Yao Wenyu suddenly waved his arm and plucked out a full set of chess pieces. The black and white pawns suddenly splashed into the rain and were soon covered by ripples. His throat was sweet and he coughed a few times and said, "Mu Xiu is in the forest, the wind will urge it. When piled up on the shore, the flow will be turbulent." 1. The words of the emperor in the upward direction are to use shuexiuzhua, and shuexiuzhua will be abolished. The author has something to say. 1. From Li Kang's Luck of Life. Shuexiui's legs were weak. He supported the door frame and slid down on the ground, watching his wife and sister's maids hurriedly gather up the softness, and murmured, "Can't go. Brother Jean hasn't come back yet." Shuexiui's legs were weak. He supported the door frame and slid down on the ground, watching his wife and sister's maids hurriedly gather up the softness, and murmured, "Can't go. Brother Jean hasn't come back yet." The sound of footsteps from outside the courtyard. The nurses stretched their necks to see the army. The soul was frightened. The gate of the courtyard was slammed open. Shuexiui waved his arm when the army came in and said, "I am wronged by the officials." Du Juanxin will pull out the sign and instrument from his arms, saying, "The ticket of the Ministry of Punishment, the Emperor's Zhu Pei." He looked around the courtyard. "The rest are all taken away." The army erected Shuexiui violently. He slid his feet on the ground and was gagged. Fu Man went to jail, and the concubine withdrew the group. Li Jianting replaced all the key members of the house knock that night. The guard knocked on the door, waiting for the other side to argue, and gagging directly, even faster than Li Jianting's poisoning case. There are footsteps everywhere in the palace, countless guards standing in the shadow of the foot of the wall, and the eunuchs and palace ladies who are still on duty are cautious in their actions, all shrinking their hands and dare not look around. Shuexiuzhua was not asleep. He stood by the window in his cloak, listening to the chaotic running noise outside the high wall. After the rain breaks, the clouds disappear, and the cold moonlight crosses over him, and he looks at the bamboo shadow in front of the window. Muir rubbed his nose rudely, urging Shuexiuzhua to rest. Shuexiuzhua looked back and said, "Can Jeaner sleep well?" Dummer nodded, pointing to the direction of Shuejin's room. "Huh" in his mouth was a reply. Shuexiuzhua said, "Go to sleep." Dum refused. He chopped it with his hand and was letting Shuexiuzhua eat. Shuexiuzhua didn't answer. He picked up the chess pieces on the chessboard and looked at them, as if he couldn't understand something. Seeing him immobile, Muir showed a helpless look, didn't leave, and sat down at the door. After a long time, Shuexiuzhua threw the pieces back into the basket. After the early morning of the next day, Shuexiuzhua was waiting outside Mingli Hall for Li Jianting's call. Today there are countless impeachments. Shuexiui went to jail, and it was true that corruption and bribery were true. The rumors closely followed the trend, and even the number of Guozijian students who had sent Shuexiuzhua a famous post was reduced. Shuexiuzhua's seizure of the Son of Man is really against the law, said the official kneeling before the royal case. Shuexiui was his elder brother anyway. The emperor has never robbed the elder son of his elder brother, and he has never. The emperor should lead by example. Doesn't he act like this to teach the world to despise rituals and law, and to care for their relative? Li Jianting closed the memorial and said, Shuexiui favors his wife and destroys his wife. He is greedy for money and extravagance. He thinks that Shuexiuzhua's move is precisely to abide by the etiquette law, and it is not wrong for his Shue family to consider. The official was almost 70, and he shook his head tremblingly and continued, the old minister thought otherwise, the brother was wrong. He could explain and admonish. This is the respect of brothers and friends. Li Jianting listened to the dogma of etiquette and law all morning and stood up. The so-called Rinxian must be ruled, and the Rinxian must be chaotic. 1. What is a sage? Able to discern nobleness and abide by the law, the emperor. The emperor, the good medicine is bitter, the loyalty is against the ear. Li Jianting couldn't step forward and sat back again. The sunny days after the rain were sweltering, and the flowers planted in front of the hall were a little bitter. The official rested for a while, drank a cup of tea, and did not wait for Li Jianting to speak, and then exhorted Li Jianting to sit from early to late. The official didn't know how many cups of tea he had drank and said to Li Jianting and Li, the emperor, the smarter and more acquainted, the more clear-headed and clear-headed. He smashed his mouth and relieved, I thought. I listened to Juna's speech today, and it is better to read a book for 10 years. Li Jianting got up to personally help her, and her forehead lined her with a bright face, and said with a cheerful face, in another day, I would like to ask Mr. Guo to talk to the students of Guozijian. This is the most famous saying. It's not early today, and seeing that your husband is tired, go back and rest. The official said "dare" as he walked, and when he went out, he also said, the bright one, Shuexiuzhua. Fengquan had a wink, bowed to support the officials, and smiled. The ground is slippery in front of the church, and the old man should be careful, and he will walk with you. The official is supported by Fengquan and goes further and further. The setting sun shone. She crossed the potted plants in front of the minglatang into orange-red, and also illuminated the golden urns beside Li Jianting. She turned to her side and gazed at Shuexiuzhua standing in the hall. Shuexiuzhua's back was like a knife. His shoulders carried the last brilliance. The official robe was hidden in the afterglow, and Li Jianting could not see his look. Sir, Li Jianting raised his hand and lifted the curtain. Please. There were no lights in Mingli Hall, and no one was waiting. Shuexiuzhua knelt before the royal case, but Li Jianting did not return to the throne. She stood on the side of the royal case and looked at the calligraphy on the wall. Shuexiuzhua makes mistakes and has nothing to do with Mr. Li Jianting said. If Mr. came to ask for sin, it is unnecessary. Shuexiuzhua was corrupt and accepted bribes, but the Ministry of Criminal Affairs wanted the Jushi businessmen involved in this case, but he took a chance. Shuexiuzhua was not on the ground like others. He knelt on his knees and followed Li Fuding in the house. This case has nothing to do with Wei Chen. Recently Mr. Impeachment has been as bullish as Mr. Li, and he has more than 10 counts of guilt, but Mr. Li listened to his words, and he was not hesitant. Li Jianting gazed at the painting. Presumably it was expected. Shuexiuzhua said, Poor is thinking change. The light in Mingli Hall disappeared, and both were hidden in the dark. The palace lights hanging outside the corner of the church are not lit, and the entire palace is like a deep sleep. The towering palace is surrounded by the thin light at the end of the sky, no birds and no sound. You once saved the 13 cities with, and you overthrew Huasiqian with Hailiangi. You never sleep to check the taxes of the 8-city field. No one in this world knows how difficult it is to eliminate the family disease. It refers to touching the calligraphy and painting, and the Emperor Guangqing Emperor's seal is covered on it. The priorities are urgent. Han Yen and the Queen Mother fell down one after another. No one in the family succeeded. They were already tired of self-defeating. Shuexiuzhua understood it better than anyone. You continued to play, asking for the dismissal of the old Lord Fei, and copying the door of Fei Shi. Li Jianting slid with his fingertips, dragging his fingerprints on the painting, to make the family particularly hate you, but also to give you a chance to fight with your enemy. Danqing Fei's, Wuqing Han's and Wuqing Hua's, Li Jianting was assisted by the cabinet and Shuexiuzhua before and after he ascended the throne. Now they are under the threat of China Bo to relax the atmosphere with the family. They must have someone to bear the enemy. Li Jianting looked back and said, Sir, this is to martyr himself, to help me to sit and stabilize. The palace lamp at the corner of the eaves lit, and the faint light passed through the bead curtain and shone fragmentedly on Shuexiuzhua's back. His back was thin, and his official robe was old, like a pine nailed to Badu, unwavering by the wind. He looked at the picture and said, Xiaosh is so willing. The so-called emperor on the upper side and those on the lower side of the court are power ministers. Most of them cling to their heavy handles and do not comply with the ceremonial law. If Li Jianting was indecisive and weak as Emperor Xianda and Tianqian, Shuexiuzhua could choose to be a minister, but Li Jianting was not. Maybe De Zhou needs a soft and gentle emperor at some time, but at this moment, here is a group of wolves. If Li Jianting cannot be determined, he can only be a puppet under the command of courtiers, then she is not worth sitting it's here. The rules have officials, governors and courtiers, but Taishue is not above the temple, but it can supplement the affairs of the world. If Taishue's reputation is tied to the minister, it is the wolf that controls the decision of the king, so Weichen must be isolated. Among the ministers, Shuexiuzhua's eyes were calm. His calmness was not like ordinary people's calmness, but more like a known way forward. Therefore, no matter whether he was hit by a stone and spurned, he would not be able to do it. Move. Fame seems to be faltering, but it is also the key to party gathering. Hailiangyi didn't form a party when he was alive. He didn't even see courtiers after returning to the house every day, but did he really have no party? The cold gates gathered and Taishue was oriented. Yao Wenyu was able to recruit the world's talents for Shinzichuan, and Hailiangyi's fame was also in it. Shuexiuzhua's post at the Ministry of Household Affairs was excellent in the evaluation of the matter. Previously, Xian Danayan had the credit for clearing up Jushi and revitalizing the 13 cities. Later, Xing Qingyan inspected the field tax and returned the field to the people. He has used this name, and is well aware of the power of the wave. Li Jianting turned back suddenly and said, "Isn't your husband afraid of death?" So far, no one has asked Shuexiuzhua about this. He looked at Li Jianting and replied, "The courtier died. Xiaosh should be willing." Shuexiuzhua was willing. He even gave up his life and reputation in this life. Li Jianting said silently, saying, "I respect Mr. and I am willing. If you don't have anything, you can't go against it. If you don't have it, you can't die too." Yao Wenyu's disease book, scribbled handwriting. The inside was covered with paper sheets, his hand holding the pen trembling slightly, finally covering his lips and coughing when he abandoned the pen. Timing. Qi Xiu wanted Qi to inherit Qi Zhuin's Donglai King. He was more cautious than Xiao Fangxiu, and now he can watch the situation patiently. Shinzichuan's Duanzhou only accepted the hearts of the 6 states in the First World War. If he wanted to completely abandon the 2 words of Shunwei, he would have to be righteous. Therefore, even if the Dunzhou garrison army at the Tiger in Beiyuan arrived at the Beiyuan campus, it could not be the first to send troops. Moreover, Qi Zhuin did not move, and the 300,000 Qidong garrison was the blade on the south side of Zhongbua. Timing. The monarch wants a chance to completely eradicate the hidden dangers. Yao Wenyu coughed quickly, no longer holding a pen, but covering his mouth with a parchment. As soon as Qiao Tianya arrived tonight, he got into the hospital and heard the cough in the room. "Haven't the medicine prepared for the gentleman?" Fei Xing asked the maid in the courtyard. "Mr. used only half a bowl," the maid replied softly. "Stay in the house and don't make any noise." Qiao Tianya pushed open the door and all the paper sheets fell off. Fei Xing leaned behind and picked it up, but he saw the densely packed words on it and couldn't help but say, "Sir, is this a book?" Qiao Tianya had already entered the room. Yao Wenyu's pale dyed red. He pushed away the 4-wheeled vehicle, hugged Yuan Zhua directly, and said to Fei Xing, "Call it now." When Yao Wenyu looked up, he didn't know why, and his nose was beginning to bleed. It was late at this time, and now that I had fallen asleep. Qiao Tianya didn't dare to wait. He hugged someone to run down to the yard. Yao Wenyu half closed his eyes, his face was sunk into his chest, and his lips murmured, "Fei Xing, message." Qiao Tianya ran with sweat, and he reached out to cover Yao Wenyu's other face, as if he wanted to hold Yuan Zhua in his chest. Fei Xing stepped up first and shouted, "Open the door! Let the little monk get up!" The janitor didn't dare to delay, and ran to shout after removing the latch. Since he was wearing a monk's robe when he came out, he was sleepy and said, "Little monk does not see a doctor at night. What happened to my husband?" It was almost dawn when Shun Zichuan arrived. He was wearing a robe and watching Yao Wenyu fall asleep in the room, and signaled everyone to go to the side hall. "It takes a lot of effort to make life easier," since he said, "the poison in the gentleman is called late return. As the name suggests, it's the exact opposite of the chase. This poison has been late and has passed away. Is it more than a year?" "It's been a year and a half," Fei Xing remembered, "from dancing." Now that he has put his pen down and folded his hands, he bowed in salute to Shun Zichuan and truthfully said, "When the young monk first met Mr. the blue has already appeared on his wrist. The prince, this poison is chasing the same disease, and the little monk cannot save it." Everyone in the side hall changed his look. When Yao Wenyu heard the rain, he dreamed of Bodhi Mountain, as if closing his eyes, it was endless rain. The clouds covered the green bamboo in the mountains. When he was near the wind, he had mud on his sleeves and felt that his body was wet, and he could not tell whether it was sweat or rain. One for spring and autumn, the sound of Zhu Tao behind, Hai Liangyi stood far away. Yuan Zhua is back. Yao Wenyu looked back. The breeze inspired his big sleeve. He called, "Teacher." Hai Liangyi stood with his hands on his back, and his short hair had been dyed white. He didn't wear an official robe, just like Yao Wenyu was walking into the school, and a sack was still hanging around his waist. He said, "When I heard the wind, I knew you were back." The sound of the waves in the bamboo forest was too loud, and Hai Liangyi's figure hid in it, leaving only Yao Wenyu standing alone. The mountain fog looks like a bird. Yao Wenyu overlooks the Longlu Fengxian of the capital. He once climbed into the distance and saw the twilight of the mountain view. Until then, he didn't know that the world was vast. "The teacher waits for me," Yao Wenyu said, "after the rain stops." The sound of the piano sounded, the scenes in front of Yao Wenyu were scattered, and he returned to the square bed. The half-covered window blocked the daylight. When he opened his eyes, he didn't feel awake, but instead fell into a dream. He closed his eyes several times and finally said, "Matsuyuki, it's time." Xiao Tianya pressed the strings and said, "You are upside down day and night and you are confused. Don't you usually call Xiao Tianya?" Song Yuesheng was cold at night, and Fengquan was full of listening to 3, Yao Wenyu said. "This name is too lonely. I used to have a friend called Xiao Fengquan." Xiao Tianya plucked the strings, the sounds were scattered, but they didn't make a song. "It's a pity to die." Yao Wenyu heard that the sound of the piano was messy, and then said, "You play the piano, does he also play it?" "I don't remember," Xiao Tianya said, "but I can play the piano for you, only I Xiao Tianya." Yao Wenyu looked at him and said, "I saw you at the beginning of the spring and the year, and the tune you have to teach has not yet been completed." Xiao Tianya stopped, looked at Yao Wenyu and said, "It's not too late at this moment." Shui explained that it was not clear that the houses of those traders were empty. Nian Du entered and exited with household registration vouchers, and Du Jun kept it for 3 days, but no one was found. The businessmen who squandered on Donglong Avenue seemed to disappear out of thin air. Kong Shi received Shui Xiujua's request in the office complex. He put down the teacup and thought for a moment, saying, "Let him go." Waiting for the official who wrote back, Tsinyu said to the opposite, "It is inappropriate for Shui Xiuzhua to participate in the case at this moment. It's about the internal dynasty and the 2 banks involved are big. After the criminal department drafts the charges, it will definitely be tried in 3 divisions," Kong said, picking up the teacup again. "Shui Xiuzhua is a young secretary of Dali Temple. Since he has not suspended his office, he has the right to inspect. Shui Shui is his elder brother and he should avoid it." Tsinyu held his knees. "In addition, there have been more and more discounts for impeaching him recently. It's not that I said, to find benefits, it should be rectified by the Institute." Kong Min took a few sips of tea. That day, Shuexiu was impeached for corruption and bribery, but Shuexiu will inevitably have personal complaints. What you mean is that, if you look at those words, it's all insignificant. He has outstanding achievements and is of the same family, Sun Yu said. I hate him for stepping on it. If the emperor is willing to scold him when dealing with Shuexiu, it would not be so angry. Kong Yen could not taste in his mouth. He set aside the teacups, silent for a moment, and said, "This thing shouldn't have been so straightforward." Shuexiu checked the field tax and returned to the people in Danqing, Wuqing, and Luqing. This year's drought in Yongqing, Shan encountered difficulties in borrowing food. He asked Grandpa to tell his grandmother in Lidu. That's it. The two did not touch the food allocated to the people in the 3 cities. The people remembered him and even offered to worship him at home. The emperor refused to continue his investigation of the tax on the land, and rewarded the mountain to ease the situation. Now, if Shuexiu is accused of Shuexiu as a jerk, the people in the 3 cities would not agree. Furthermore, Shuexiu and Shuexiu is known to everyone in the world. He has long been separated. You have asked the emperor to investigate Shuexiu's job. If the emperor did so, wouldn't it be that the birds were hiding and meanness? Then Shuexiu colluded with corruption and bribery. The emperor immediately ordered the Ministry of Punishment to conduct an examination. He did not mean to protect Shuexiu for Shuexiu. The investigation and the murder should not be too aggressive. Sun Yu listened to Kong Xie's words in order to protect Shuexiu, and said, "The officials are advancing, and they are also afraid of the emperor favoring Shui. If the emperor listens to Shuexiu in all things, he is going to mess with the monarchs and lords. Besides, the other day the emperor is quite fond of blessing. Blessing Fumin forgets why he made a mistake?" Kong Jing pointed to Sun Yu and said, "Yes, it is because the emperor's pets believe in Fumin that Fumin will make mistakes. This time, you can't see clearly. I ask you, who is Fumin? He had a good relationship with Xiaoqie at the beginning, but he was able to trick Xiaoqie into the palace for relying on Han Sun, and he could kill Han Sun for his future life. The imperial dynasty's prestige is very high. His descendants are everywhere. The most important thing is that he is still the power of 2 dynasties. He is standing beside Tianzi, holding the right to approve the redemption of cabinet tickets. Later, keeping these villains by the side, a little carelessness, hurting the body and hurting the country in the worst. The emperor will not kill him, I will kill him," Kong Jing said, standing up and taking 2 steps. Shinzichuan Qin Bing's Beiyuan campus. How long can Badu 40,000 recruits support? I have to immediately ask the commander to dispatch the king of the army. Last time the commander sent soldiers to the mouse department, the army commander was Shuexiu. The soldiers have to speak to Shuexiu. The jailer of the criminal department was familiar with Shuexiu and opened the door for him, saying, "Does the adult want to see Shuedianshou? As long as I have a ticket, I will open the door." Shuexiu followed the jailer's arm and looked back. Only in an instant, he retracted his eyes and said, "I'm here to meeting Shi." The jailer didn't bother to ask questions. After seeing the ticket, he led Shuexiu to walk inside, unlocked the cell door, and said, "Yangshi father-in-law still has a case, so he didn't shut up with others. Please, please." Shuexiu lowered his head and entered the narrow cell. Yingshi's prison uniform was dirty and had been tortured. She was lying inside with her hands and feet, hearing the movement, shaking, sitting up, holding her head to dodge and shouting, "I'm guilty, guilty! Don't fight!" Shuexiu looked around. Yingshi saw Shuexiu from the gap between his arms and immediately crawled down the bed, kneeling at his feet and begging, "Master, Lord is here to investigate the case? I'm guilty, I'm guilty!" He shook the chain, pointing to his face, "But I'm wrong this time." Shuexiu's official robe was wrinkled by Yingshi. He looked up at Yingshi and said, "Your sin is inconclusive. I ask you a few questions. If you can answer me truthfully, I will convict myself with the Ministry of Criminal Justice at my discretion. Ingshi nodded hurriedly and followed Shweshozhwa with his eyes, saying, Know all things, all words. I am all arranged by the ancestors. Who sent you to Chidong Janjun? First Emperor. Ingshi said, The first emperor sent me to Chidong Janjun, which was recommended by the old ancestors. The old ancestors said that our father and son would eat and wear without worry, and we wouldn't have to breathe in the future. Now, Shweshozhwa continued to ask, Did you replace the military rations in Bien County? No matter what you want, Shweshozhwa wants to ask about it. He releases his hands, shrinks his eyes, dodges his eyes, blinks his words. I'm just a prisoner. How dare to change the military ration? He looked at Shweshozhwa and hesitated. Climbing and biting, then. That Lu Guangbai defected, but I did not force him. Shweshozhwa leaned down and grabbed Ingshi's arm, and asked again, Did you replace the rations in Bienjuan? Ingshi was short of breath and could not avoid it. She could only wipe her nose in tears, remorse. This is really not my intention, sir. I only know that I can change the food cart, but who knows that it is moldy rice inside? If I had known that it was moldy rice, it would give me 10 guts, and I would not dare to change it. He said here, remembering this year's terror, he couldn't help but shed tears. The old ancestors have miserable me. The commander took me. I was the one who sinned for the blessing. He was ashamed, and naturally he would save me. Shweshozhwa has been investigating the Junliang County Junliang case, and there are no problems with the officials of the military department involved. He did not remember the eunuchs in the army until Ingshi entered the palace again. Scorpion. Shweshozhwa stared at Ingshi and asked, What do you want to do in the palace? Ingshi shook her head vigorously with a messy face and choked with a choked answer. Not me, not me. This time I entered the palace, I was really a blessing, Lord. He wrote to me in June, asking me to take care of him for the hospital. Zhonghuako is waiting for the bloggers to be happy in September. This time I really came to give flowers. You are hiding in Batu. Shweshozhwa raised his voice. Who on earth are you going to kill? Ingshi was dragged in pain, shouting, I don't know. I'm all wrong. Where is Shinzichuan? Shweshozhwa's expression grew darker. Shinzichuan is also a scorpion? Ingshi shook her head casually and struggled. I have nothing to do with the chaos. Conscience, I have nothing to do with the chaos. Shao Chia recommended Fumin to his superiors. Was he also taught by Shinzichuan? Ingshi shoved Shweshozhwa, who had a cold in his back. Everything he couldn't figure out seemed to work. There is also the post that reported Wei Huaigu. Shweshozhwa looked horrible. It was who changed the brand and changed from the criminal department to the household department. The purpose was to make Wei Huaigu surrender and cut off his tail to keep the scorpion free of bliss, which is a blessing. Full. Is an eunuch. No wonder there is no trace of North Korea. Fumin was down, panting, and a bucket of salt water splashed over his face. He was hurt and shouted in pain, but his hands and feet were tied, and he could only yell at his throat and curse, You dog hybrid. Fengquan tossed away the bucket and sneered, You are not a good dog. I am in trouble today, Fu Man said sharply. You did it. It's you who make yourself suffer. Fengquan sneered Fumin's face sarcastically. Wang Ba, a few years old, dared to call himself the ancestor, and I think you're tired and crooked. Fu Man was faceless by Fengquan. This slapping with moderate strength did not slap pain, but was insulting than slap. There was blood between Fu Man's teeth, and he took a sip and said, You wait for the emperor. Wait for the emperor to copy you. Fengquan approached and whispered, You poisoned the emperor, do you think nobody knows? You framed me to jail, so anxious for me to die, do you think the emperor can't understand? He laughed weirdly, as if he hated Fumin. Your family is dead, and you can copy your 9 races. Fu Man's teeth were all loose. He took a few sips and said, Put your mother's shit, bitch. It's not me. He panted and shouted, "Not me! It's not who you are." Feng Quan stepped back. "It's you who took Han Shi's following. Han Feng chases you back and asks you to go down to the Emperor's food and wait for her to die. The army could immediately kill the cabinet courtiers on the grounds of King Qin. So you poisoned the Emperor's food and almost killed the Emperor. I have my own measure." Fu Man's voice trembled with hatred. He looked at Feng Quan's expression and opened his eyes gradually. "It's you. Poison is yours." Fu Man was at the two ends of Li Jianting and the family. He didn't dare not listen to Han Yen, nor did he dare to kill Li Jianting, so he changed the disease to ordinary poison, only a little. It was not so dangerous. Feng Xuan's face was hidden in the dim, revealing the white teeth, said, "You are the old ancestor, I am the young ancestor." Fu Man hated tearing Feng Quan with his hands and hitting the shackles with a bang. He said sharply, "Ingshi is your dog." Well, Feng Quan regarded Fu Man as a slap, saying, "The one who raised him in one hand is the ancestor. He is grateful to you, Dade, and doesn't recognize me at all." "I'm wrong." Fu Man couldn't help crying sadly. "I am wrong, Emperor." Feng Quan didn't like the smell, covered his nose and persuaded, "Since you have finished explaining, I will honestly present the confession to the Emperor." He turned around and called in, saying, "Old ancestors are old, don't go any further. He has been sentenced to heavy punishment. The adults have not yet been convicted, and have to go according to the regulations. I think he always looks for death, for fear that he won't be beheaded and will kill himself with his tongue." The old factory of Dongchang is also old, and acted with Feng Xuan's face, and he smiled. "This matter, we are doing it. Although the father-in-law is assured, Bao Juner will let him live to behead. Bit his tongue and cut him out. Isn't it all right?" Feng Quan turned back and said, "There will be labor." Fu Man sees the approaching and says in horror, "Without the permission of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, you dare. The door closed tightly. That night, Shuexiuzhua was running the compound and waiting for Kong Yi to approve. To see Fu Man tonight, he had to get Yuan Fu's ticket first. At this time, the office hours had passed, but the cabinet had not rested due to the increase in troops at the Kitahara campus. Fu Man wanted to bite his tongue yesterday to commit suicide, and the cool official in the prison made his own claim and cut off his tongue. Kong Yen took time from the case and said to Shuexiuzhua, "You can't ask now. Fortunately, I finished writing down my confession before the sentence. If you want to see it, I will let the Ministry of Justice give you something." When Shuexiuzhua took the zipper, he frowned and then said, "How can such a big thing be an assertion? Who is the torturer who is tortured?" "It's a young and vigorous child," Kong Yen frowned. "It's too hard to start, and the Ministry of Criminal Affairs has already begun to take action." "So coincident?" Shuexiuzhua turned his head and said, "I'll see. Stop it beforehand." Sun Yu ran into the door sweating sweatily. The edge of it was soaked, holding a piece of paper, shoved it in front of Kong Yen, and said hurriedly, "Baran, look, this is not as it bad. From today's folk, who can prove that the bloodline is really unquestionable? It's all because of Shuexiuzhua's mouth." It spread quickly. Almost everyone took the piece of unknown paper all night. "Shuexiuzhua is not credible. You see his elder brother Shuexiui. What is it? The country rat that almost fainted Yuan Fu. Don't you all say that you look like Emperor Guangqing today?" The old man with a cane probed. The adults in the cabinet also nodded. "This tea-house is messy." Gu Qingqing touched the newly saved beard, and said, "I also said that the butcher girl in the front also looked like the first emperor. Grandpa Guangqing has been more than 10 years ago. Really recognize it? No, just 2 eyes and 1 mouth? I see you all look alike." The students gathered together, finished reading the paper, each had their own thoughts, and had several disputes, which actually struck up. "Shue's control of the court, you are the party feathers that help you, and are the sinners of the ancient times." The students spit, flying. "Every country and rat are out, and the emperor hasn't run Shui yet. Isn't that a fear? Shui, Shui. The other side was dragged by the collar, shaking in the crowd, rubbing the torn pieces of paper in his hands and shouting. Shui Gongjian inspected Tian Du and Hui Tian Yuman. Who can be here? Do you? This is a villain trap. You are the eternal sinners of Dezhou. The emperor does not do Shui Gong is. It's your mother's egg. Why are you so rude? The tables and chairs were chaotic, the students thrashed together, and the pens and papers were smashed all over the floor. The doors and windows were slamming, and Shan Chang came in hastily to maintain the situation. Before he shouted, the students were pushed out of the door by the collision. Call the army. Shan Chang raised his robe, anxiously sweating, his neck flushed, and he stomped his feet to urge. Call the army soon, it's about to kill someone. Shui Gong's history is a loyal minister. Shreds of paper fluttered across the sky. A student stepped on a table and chair, stood high and pointed around. You persecuted loyal ministers by Zhang Wuji's talk. Jiangshan society was defeated by your rats in his hand. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by the flying ink. Shui Shui colluded with the insider to steal and sell inside warehouses is indeed a problem. The enthusiastic students had no way to tell who was next to them. Shui Xiuzhua is also a big rat. The table slammed down, and the students who did not step on the floor fell to the ground. Before they could get up, they were stopped by the crowded students. Don't hurt people. A few scholars pulled sideways. Don't hurt people. What's wrong? Shan patted his legs, and Lao tears. Hold up. Qin Yin's snap sound continued. Yao Wenyu played very slowly. The red line on his wrist dangled on his cuff, and he turned his finger to redness. Xiao Tianya choked on the string and said, "It's missing." He couldn't wait for Yao Wenyu to ask, and he drew a few strings at Yao Wenyu's hand. But Yao Wenyu still couldn't remember, and Xiao Tianya took his hand to pluck the strings. Yao Wenyu looked up at him and asked, "Have you taught others like this before?" Xiao Tianya's palm was very hot. He laughed and was still unruly. He looked at Yao Wenyu and replied, "Teached a lot." "Then no one told you," Yao Wenyu said. "You hold it too tight." "Maybe someone said it," Xiao Tianya said, "but I don't remember it." "You forget it quickly." Yao Wenyu's back gradually warmed up. "This is a good habit." Xiao Tianya looked back at Yao Wenyu. In this brief look, he suddenly leaned over and kissed Yao Wenyu's lips across the small case. Yi Yuan fell from the courtyard and landed on Xiao Tianya's back. He raised his hand to fix Yao Wenyu's chin. The medicine taste is bitter, and Yao Wenyu is also bitter. This bitterness turned between the lips and tongue, into the chest cavity, and became awkward. Xiao Tianya felt pain, and Yao Wenyu felt pain. He stroked Yao Wenyu's cheek in a kiss, as if he never touched Yuanzhua, and wanted to make up for himself at this moment. "Do you have something to tell me?" Xiao Tianya stopped and bumped into Yao Wenyu's nose. "You lie." Yao Wenyu smiled pale. "I am your first student." Xiao Tianya also laughed. "Xiao Tianya." Yao Wenyu raised his finger and touched Xiao Tianya's eyes. "Life does not require great merits, and peace and prosperity are rich and happy. I wish you success and long life." Xiao Tianya's look remained unchanged, but his eyes were red. He said, "Why don't you wish me a good destiny, my children and grandchildren?" Yao Wenyu didn't want to say. "You also lie," Xiao Tianya said. "You will have this song long ago." "Yuanzhua will go to your appointment in March," Yao Wenyu said. "No regrets." The wind moved the sleeves of the two of them, so close they were, but they were so far away. The author has something to say. 12. From Ziji Tongjian. The ban under the imperial court could not stop the gossip of Badu, and the streets, the Chuguan tea house, and everyone were discussing the emperor's life. The gates were closed, but rumors still reached the 8 cities, and they were spreading towards Jueshi. The ban under the imperial court could not stop the gossip of Badu, and the streets, the Chuguan tea house, and everyone were discussing the emperor's life. The gates were closed, but rumors still reached the 8 cities, and they were spreading towards Jueshi. Keep the capital closed as soon as possible, Kong Ming said during the meeting of Mingli Hall. The news must not be spread. It is too difficult to learn too much, and the army must also manage it. Qingbai is an old minister and knows the scale. Xiao Qingbi knelt before the royal case, and his new official robe fit well. His hair was white and he looked nothing like a general. His voice was very dumb, saying, "Students' trouble is not the first time. It is not easy to grasp the severity. They are afraid that the soldiers will come to the front and add fuel to the fire." "That's okay," Sun Yu stood up. He was a verbal official and naturally understood the stakes. Everyone saves money, destroys bones. Li Jianting did not sleep last night. He sat behind the royal case and drank tea. After a few sips, he said, "I have no doubts, but this time the rumors are that who wrote the piece of paper, and the Ministry of Justice has no clue?" "Copying everywhere," Kong said. "I don't know who wrote it. The handwriting is nowhere to be found." Xue Xiuzhua looked at Sun Yu, "But Master Tsen has a closer look at this article. Sun Yu saw the paper burned within 5 minutes last night. How could I have time to read it carefully?" At this moment, after listening to Xue Xiuzhua's words, I received the article and read it again. He watched for a while, then suddenly stood up, took a few steps with the article, and said, "A few years ago, the article that made Shidu paper expensive was T-Stone Sai. I read this article and T-Stone Sai, like it's by one person." Kong Yen vaguely remembered such a person and hesitated. "Is that the big pen Gao Shenwei?" Sun Yu turned back. "It's Gao Zhongxiong." Gao Zhongxiong's eyes were low and he was Han Jin's staff in Badu. As a result, the 8 major camps were beaten by Shaoqian. At that time, Han Yen was going to run him. He died in Danqing. Who would have thought of finally relying on Shun Zichuan? The top priority is not only to curb rumors, but also to convince the commander to send troops as soon as possible, Kong said. Shun Zichuan has a 120,000 defensive force in China and Bo. We can't fight hard anyway. "I have sent my Qi to Qidong," Li Jianting said. "I want King Donglai to send troops across Tianfeiji and go straight to Dengzhou." With no assistance from China Bo, Shun Zichuan dispatched the Dunzhou garrison to Cizhou and left Jini to ride in Duanzhou. Fan and Deng states are inevitably empty. "Don't panic first," Chen Jin said. "The Chinese and Chinese defense forces are also new. Shun Zichuan can only take out the defense forces in the 2 states of Dun and Si. He did not dare to easily mobilize the Chazhou defense forces. Qingbi, 40,000. The Du Jun heard from you. We are actually comparable to Shun Zichuan. I was worried that Shun Zichuan had a second move." Li Jianting stood up to help Xiao Qingbi. "Now I can only trust Li to the governor Xiao. The old minister should break his bones in order to return to the Holy Grace." Xiao Qingbi stomped his legs. "It's not too late. The old minister went out of his way to Danqing tonight, but before he left, the old minister wanted something." Li Jianting looked at Xiao Qingbi's old face. For some reason, suddenly her heart was ups and downs. She helped Xiao Qingbi and was emotional. This war is dangerous. Regardless of the success or failure, as long as you are still alive, you will definitely be wrong for the governor. The old minister is old, and he can do all he can for the country. He is already a favor of the holy, and the others can do it, but he cannot. Xiao Qingbi looked dignified. The old minister requested to open the spring depot of Chunquan camp. Li Jianting stunned slightly. Xiao Qingbi said, "The Chunquan camp is equipped with copper flames, and the old minister wants to take them away." "I'm sure." Li Jianting turned around immediately, called Fengquan to get wine and poured a glass for Xiao Qingbi himself, saying, "I'm waiting in Lidu, wait for the governor to triumph." Gao Zhongxiong put aside his pen and said to Yao Wenyu, "In the light of Yuan Yuanzhua's opinion, how will he fight this battle? Put gossip first, then persuade the commander to send troops. Yao Wenyu turned the four-wheeler to the other side of the table and pushed the map away. Shaoqing guards Danqing, Shuexiuzhua will surely make a fuss with the history of Fu Jun. Fan and Deng states still have 40,000 defensive forces left, but they are all recruits and can only wait for Huo Lingyun to rush to support them. Zhou Gui was worried, and with some emotions. Shuexiuzhua returned to Tianyumen and gained popularity in Danqing very high. If the court moved out of Xunwei, we would not fight back. Kong Ling sidewalk. They benefited the 3 cities, we benefited the 6 states, and the prince's contribution to the 3 realms was a real achievement, and it is by no means comparable to the new emperor. The Chashi defense line was also created by our joint departure from the north and Qidong. He has great achievements in Pingding Bian County and eastward into the desert. In terms of performance, China Bo is unrivaled in the north. Shun Zichuan sat alone and thoughtfully. I have no idea what to think about it. The Tri-City People's Land will be fixed at first, Zhou Gui said in Lidu. But the people in exile in Zhongbua this year will only increase. What is the reason? The family has ruled the 8 cities for a long time. The so-called occupation of the people's land is not just referring to the 8 people. At that time, the Taifu introduced the Yellow Book system precisely to curb the embezzlement of farmland. The 3 cities of Dan, Wu, and Luan did sort out the field tax, but this field tax was also collected by Pan, Han, and Fei's 3 families. In other words, there are still many gangsters who depend on the family but are not from the family. The air deficit continued to be counted on the common people. Yao Wenyu looked at Shin Zichuan. Since the family is called Shin Yun, it cannot be eradicated easily. Yuan Zhuo is right. Shin Zichuan opened the tea lid and covered it again. It is not difficult to implement the Yellow Book. It is difficult to accumulate year by year. Internal repairs are required. Inspectors fill in reports. The election of officials in various places is also a top priority. In recent years, he has been indulging in factional gangs, and Han Men and his family have their own losses. When the new emperor takes office, it is the time when the court is empty and no one is in office. Kong Ling said, Niandu can't even send out the moon cricket now, but also support the military expenses of the 40,000 army. The longer the time, the more they are constrained. The people can't start a business. Things are up to now, Shin Zichuan said. It's a battle of words and inks, and it's up to you how to deal with it. The bamboo curtain lightly lifted. Fei Xing held the letter and said, Master, second elder has written. Kong Ling saw the sky was too late, so he brought Zhou Gui and Gao Zhongxiong up and said to Shin Zichuan, It's too late today, and the governor should also go to bed, we will retreat first. Shin Zichuan opened Xiao Qia's letter after they left one by one. As soon as the stationery was opened, a few paper-folded wolves fell out. My wife saw her face. Shin Zichuan touched this line with his fingers. The expedition was without risk. Tiechi had already reached Mo Sanchuan and could reach his hometown of Amur in November. I borrowed the back of Yanbu, and used the mutual benefit to win 3 mo's in order to expedite the efforts of the 3 to fight vultures together. There was plenty of food, and Taro was full, but Lu Guangbai was too noisy. If a battle can be won, you will be able to rush home and celebrate the new year with you. Miss you. Shin Zichuan saw below, Xiao Qia painted charcoal with Zhang Hai's Starry Night map. Shin Zichuan looked at the short lines for a long time. The candles lit the windows, the night in Xizhou was still cool, but the east of Chashi had already entered autumn. Mo Sanchuan is a barren deserted beach with rough wind and sand. I wonder if Xiao Qia will be thin when he returns. There are thousands of words in Shin Zichuan, all of which are in the phrase, I miss you. Xiao Qia's home letter was followed by a manuscript sealed with a handsome seal. Shin Zichuan opened it and found it was Lu Guangbai's letter. A few days later, the horse's hoof was silent, and the horse did not wake up in the cold night. The Lima people showed their waist cards, and the soldiers of the battalion yelled, Hurry up and spread the fire card. Qi Juin had a hunch when she was clothed. She lifted the curtains, and sold the blue sky to see the sign of the express delivery shop. She said, "Military news? Military news." The Zidipu official turned over and knelt down to salute, and said in a loud voice, "The Ministry of Defense specifically approved that Qi Juin, the king of Donglai, be dispatched from the Dengzhou prefecture to slay the Chinese Communist Party of Chaos." Qi Juin's lip line was slightly choppy, and she did not answer immediately. The express delivery official immediately stood up, raised the fire card, and said, "Special destiny, the Emperor ordered Donglai King to send troops. The 40,000 capital army is in Danqing," Qi Juin said. "Why Xiaoqingbi doesn't move? Tianfei is the main danger of Dezhou, and the more my soldiers spend, the more it will cost tens of thousands of troops. The cabinet has already approved the Ministry of Military Affairs, and Qidong army will arrive soon." The official was born with a face of Zhang Rong, originally from Xiaoqingbi's old ministry, and specially asked Qi Juin to send troops. He was not humble, and continued, "The ambitions of the anti-courtesy party are clearly revealed, and the governor's garrison in Danqing is actually guarding the capital. The thief of Shun's army is now in Qizhou, and his back is empty. As long as the King Donglai sends troops, he can be with the governor, squeeze and siege the party. Qi Juin should not." Officials stepped closer, wearing a Yusi yellow belt around his waist and a Yusi sword. Qi Wei stepped out immediately, blocking in front of Qi Juin, scolding, "See the king unloading a knife. My sword is a gift of heaven." The official said without any fear, and said, "The chaotic party has threatened the capital, and has driven it to the front of the imperial palace. Why doesn't the king of the army fight the king of the army?" He ripped off the yellow belt. Qi was ordered by the emperor to be a great court minister. "Qi Juin, why not?" Qi Wei was already angry, and said, "My king, you can speak out." Officials arrogantly said, "Jiangshan society is in danger. The King Donglai did not send troops, he died immediately. In that time, Wang Fei, Chen Feichen, you and I are nothing more than slaves. Chi. Take down des retreat." Qi Juin suddenly raised her hand, and the jacket on her shoulder fell to the ground, revealing the inside uniform and waist dove. She said, "Leave the brand, king knows." The official took the fire card in a tense atmosphere, presented his hands to Qi Juin's hands, saluted again, and said, "Xiaguan is waiting for the great victory of Donglai Wang in Danqing." Said to stop the horse, without even taking a sip of water, immediately spur the horse back. "This man is really rude." Qi Wei followed with 2 steps, and turned back to Qi Juin, "Why the marshals have to forgive me, but now he begged us to send troops. This is a good officer. You are in danger and you are not afraid of changes. You have to learn." Qi Juin turned to look at the fire card. "Then let's go." Qi Wei followed Qi Juin. The second elder expedition, hitting bow now, is just taking advantage of people. While fighting is still in danger? Qi Juin turned into the military account, put the fire card on the table, and looked at the map hanging on the wall. Shenzhichuan is short of generals now. Only Huo Lingyun can temporarily replace Dengzhou's commander. Ambassador, but the soldiers under him are not good soldiers. If we play Dengzhou, 20,000 soldiers are enough. Qi Wei said, "I'm afraid." The Hutaitai tiger has no skill, Qi Juin continued. Shenzhichuan has not been healed hard. As soon as I move, I will come soon. When Qi Wei was interrupted by Qi Juin, he forgot what he was going to say, but was shocked. "Shitzi Wang, you will return to the battlefield?" Xiao Qia put his apex here. Qi Juin glanced at Qi Wei. "If he doesn't have a second hand, he dares to leave?" There are only 30,000 iron riders left from the north. Qi Wei worried about Xiao Jiming instead. The prince is still healing. If there is a length of 3 or 2, then the princess can't drown Qidong? Qi Wei had thought of Lu Yichuan's fist punching and Qi Juin crying with closed eyes. Iron Horse Glacier Xiao Jiaming, Qi Juin said, but he ran on a snowy night. He crossed the river and attacked Biancha cavalry Xiao Jiaming. Not to mention that there are still 30,000 iron riders away from the north. There are only 5,000 iron riders left. He also dare to come. Qi Wei has no god, and he fights with the Biancha cavalry without any doubt, but with the north. He said, Master, if you really start, you will lose both. First, no matter if the soldier is killed or injured, the people in the two places must be apprehensive. Dingzhou's grain fields are well packed this year. Let us step over and starve to death next year. Aren't all officials able to endure them? Let them persuade Shun Zichuan with the benefit of their tongues. I think what Shun Zichuan means, as long as the army does not, he will not move. Then you need to understand one thing. Qi Juin turned around and said positively, if you don't fight this battle, you and I will be national slaves. In the future, you will be former courtiers. From now on, you will change your family name, either Kneeling Shun Zichuan or Kneeling Shaoqie. Qi Wei was dumb. Since ancient times, loyalty has been difficult. Qi Juin looked at the map again. That is now. There was a sudden sound of footsteps at the door. Qi Wei looked back. I heard that the official of the express delivery shop has arrived. Hua Xiangyi was coming in. She was unreservedly plain, and her face was clear. Ian, is it a military newspaper? Before Xiao Qingbi left the capital, Li Jianting asked Feng Quan to pack for him. Xiao Qingbi didn't actually have anything to pack, he only brought a knife. Feng Quan washed Xiao Qingbi's hair, and then pulled Xiao Qingbi in front of the bronze mirror. Xiao Qingbi's white hair was very rough. He said, Go to battle to kill the enemy. It won't stay long. Cut it out. Feng Quan asked the to bring a razor and cut short hair for Xiao Qingbi. The emperor let you see off. Xiao Qingbi's throat was dumb, and it wasn't bad enough to open his mouth, but his voice was completely ruined. It's God. Razor made a slight cutting sound, and Feng Quan answered blankly, Father is right. There is no time to go here. Xiao Qingbi looked at Feng Quan in the mirror. You and my father and son will no longer meet. Father is calm and invincible with his soldiers. Feng Quan cut his hair carefully. Besides, the fire in Spring Camp is owned by his father, which is enough for Shun Zichuan to eat a pot. He inherited Taifu, said Xiao Qingbi, is a hero. Although Taifu can plan and defeat the invisible, Bai Fa fell faintly on the ground. Feng Quan wiped his blade with his thumb, and Xiao Qingbi's side neck was close by. Xiao Qingbi's blind eye moved laboriously. Feng Quan put away the razor, quickly pulled his hair up, and fixed it for Xiao Qingbi. Xiao Qingbi sat quietly, and the setting sun penetrated the window, drawing a line between him and Feng Quan. Fiber dust floated. Xiao Qingbi said, In the next life, I will be your son. Feng Quan was silent for a while, and answered, Let me go. It took half a month for the drafting of the scriptures by the capitals. The scriptures in various places posted the scriptures. It was found that in addition to the defeat of Shen Weibing, there were also guilts such as self-reliance of the army by Shun Zichuan and party conspiracy. The court gave thanks to the Shen family, but the remaining evil of the Shen family took the mountain as the king, intending to rebel. The clerk of the yamen slammed the gong and shouted to the illiterate people. He is now gathering Lu Ko to approach Danqing. Rebel. From now on, the army will patrol the city and impose a curfew. After the end of the day, all households must not go out. The capital is well equipped and runs day and night in small and large markets. The most rumored teahouses and restaurants are all closed. As long as they gather in groups, they will be arrested for defamation. Immediately, people were heartbroken, and the most prosperous Donglong Street no longer had the sound of silk and bamboo. The emperor ascended to the throne, neither Jade nor Zhu approved. Gao Zhongxiong stepped on the stone, holding up the article. The sun was shining, his face was sweaty. Only by the words of Shuexiuzhua, it is difficult to believe. If she is really Qin Wangzhang Pulse, where is Zhu Shain? Prince Qin withered. If there is a niece, how can she allow her to live in the public? Since the ancestors came to power, De Zhou has gone through 21 kings, and there has been no such unclear emperor for hundreds of years. Are you kneeling today, King Li or King Shui? Gao Zhongxiong wiped his sweat with a deep tone. Yongyi will be in trouble, Xianda will be defeated, and Li is captured by the family. He has long been out of grace and cannot guarantee himself. The courtyard of the office was hurried, and the candlelight of Mingli Church did not go out overnight. The express delivery shop returns. Donglai King is going to send troops. The transfer of troops and horses is not a trivial matter. Chernzhen has been here for 4 days, eating and sleeping in the compound, but there is no military report. When exactly, when come, we don't know. The food is collected, and UCA ent wait. UCA ent drag it. Give her a fire card, and then give her Qi Qin, and give Qi Xiu your hair. Kong Yen sat in his position, getting anxious. If Deng Zhou can make a quick decision, the Beiyuan school must evacuate and return troops, and Xiao Qingbi will be able to pursue it. But a dozen pens from the court still gave Gao Zhongxiong the upper hand. Is Hanlin Taishu unmanned? Yuan Fu became angry, and the hall was silent for a while. The officials standing under the eaves all snorted. Li Jianting's life history is doubtful. At first it was said that the daughter of Qin Wang should also have jade, and no matter how bad it is, there should be Qin Wang's legacy or cinnabar seal. When Xue Xiuzhua confirmed Chu Jun's identity, he presented the handwriting of Emperor Tianqin Li Jianheng. The yellow satin folded cover covered the jade seal, but Li Jianheng was dead at that time, and the old cabinet officials did not know. Now that the China Bow has killed Li Jianting, it is by no means Li's bloodline. Although it is strictly forbidden to discuss private affairs in various places, various rumors have been gathered for a long time. Moreover, there are also the Empress Dowager and Xue Xiuzhua. This battle is hard to fight, Sun Yu said. Still urging Donglai King again. Xiao Qingbi bumped up the city wall. From here, you can't see Cizhou, but only the continuous camp of the Dunzhou garrison. Huantai Tiger obeyed Shen Zichuan's order, and as the two sides approached Danqing with increasingly fierce scolding. Yuantai Tiger was originally Xiao Qia's general. Later, Xiao Qia was transferred to Zhongbua and began to defend Dunzhou. Shen Zichuan's Duanzhou can survive, and he has the credit of the Taitai Tiger. The official who followed Xiao Qingbi's side was Zheng. It was the official who went to Qidong to hand over the fire card that day. He was the son of Xiao Qingbi's old ministry, named Su Yu. After Xiao copied the house, he also eliminated the ranks of the army. Xiao Qingbi moved his lame leg, approached the wall pile, and said, "What does this person have to do with Taitai Dragon? It's Yen Tailong's brother. Yu Tailong is calm." If he inherited the elder brother's temperament, Xiao Qingbi looked at the vast sky and the twilight. "I'm afraid I won't take it easily." Shen Zichuan's 6 states are playing the benevolence card, Su Yu said. At this moment, with the Li Shuren and Fu Jun Dedao as banners, naturally dare not let the Huantai Tiger attack the city, so as not to grant real population. But Xuanguan's idea of the Dunzhou garrison is to block the city gate, consume the Danqing granary, and force the governor to open the door. The state treasury is empty, the military supplies are in short supply, and the siege of the siege is indeed a good policy. Xiao Qingbi walked along the wall. How is the Huantai Tiger ruling the army? Su Yu looked out of the city, thought for a while, and replied, "It's too loose. Huantai Tiger eats food in the camp. Since he arrived at the Beiyuan campus, Yu Xiao has lived with him." At this moment it was dark, and Hu Taihu asked, "Is there anything abnormal in the night tour?" Lu Kong stood at the door of the account and replied, "Everything is fine." General, Xiao Qingbi heard the general's reputation, and was so scared that he didn't even dare to come out. "I heard that Xiao Qingbi is a bitch," said Yen Taihu. "I don't know if I dare to fight with us. They want to defend the city. Yu Xiao said again. Lu Kong said cautiously, and only said, "If the governor has an order, I will immediately report it to the general, and the general will rest." The camp was full of mosquitoes, and the tent was lowered. Yu Xiao soaked his feet in hot water and whispered to the Taihu tiger, "I see this man is smart and clever. Why didn't he see him during the last inspection?" "I haven't promoted him at that time," said Hu Taihu. "It's a hard-working man. His family are all farmers in Dengzhou. Xianda let the Bianxia cavalry slaughter for 4 years, and he mixed up with the bandits in Fanzhou for a while. Later, when I was cast into my army, it was considered a fresh start." Yu Xiao regained his heart, thinking about things while rubbing his feet. At night they slept and fell asleep, and the Hutaitai tiger screamed. When anyone knew it was ugly, they had a stomachache. Huantai tiger originally thought that the food was not clean. His face became white and sore, and it was not until the middle of the night that he felt wrong. Lu Kong outside the account eagerly said, "General, brothers are diarrhea." Huantai tiger covered her belly, opened shoes and opened the curtains, listening to the moaning everywhere in the camp, and the thatched house was full of people. He looked a little heavier, and said, "Broadcast a medic first, and then send someone to report the news to Tsizhou immediately." Yu Xiao slept half dead again, listening to the movements. He got up, walked out while wearing a cloak, and was surprised. "What's wrong?" "Someone poisoned." Lu Kong's voice didn't fall, and a vomit came from the side. The soldiers all started to vomit. "What are the similar symptoms?" Huantai tiger was shocked, and knew that the military had hidden the fine work. "Quick, pass medic." Huatai who said anxiously. Su Yu fell asleep, and heard the report of the whistle. Before he could wash, he called Xiao Qingbi. He led Xiao Qingbi to the city gate and said, "Governor, the garrison is in chaos." Xiao Qingbi watched the lights in the distance and heard the voice. Su Yu was overjoyed. The whistle returned, the garrison didn't know what to eat, the whole army hurt the stomach, vomited and diarrhea, and the tiger was so anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Xiao Qingbi was cautious and said, "The situation is true? If it is a tactic to attract soldiers, I am afraid there is still an ambush." The Taihu tiger also had a stomachache, and it was a fake in the camp. It didn't seem to be a fake. Besides, Zhongbo was helpless, and he would never use 20,000 defenders to play. Su Yu held a knife, a rare tide of emotions. "Governor, this victory is over, and I will be able to wash my grievances after the triumph." Xiao Qingbi's breathing sank slightly. He was holding the wall pile and hesitating. The soldiers underneath stepped forward and rushed to Xiao Qingbi to hold a fist. "Governor, hurry up and spread the fire. Cardonglia King has sent troops." Xiao Qingbi Shan squinted his eyes, laughed in the flames, turned back sharply and said, "God help me, pull horses." Huantai tiger also vomited and diarrhea, legs and stomach were shaking. The medic was not enough, and the erected shed was full of soldiers, and even Lu Kong vomited several times. "Is the news gone?" Huantai who asked with a pale expression. Yu Xiao patted her leg again and said, "I know Thia." Hugh said at this moment that it was difficult to form a small team that could stand. Huantai tiger extinguished half of the torches in the camp, disguising itself as usual. But his eyelids flickered, always thinking something was wrong tonight. Lu Kong told the Taihu tiger, "It's all the people who transport the rations, and there will be no problems on the road. We have been eating rice noodles for a month, and everything is fine, but something went wrong tonight." Huantai tiger gritted his teeth and said, "There must be a fine work of Qindu in the army." Although Yu Xiaozai tried hard to open up the topic, but now he is okay in the whole camp. Cold sweat oozed from his back, and he already thought about what the other party was going to do. His mind fluttered, his expression remained unchanged, and he only said, "Don't mess yourself up now, just in case." In case he hadn't finished speaking, he heard horseshoes rushing to the west of the camp. The soldiers looking upstairs knocked on the drums and sounded the alarm, and the words, "Enemy attack," instantly swept across the camp. Lu Kong said, "Ah," and panicked, "General!" Huantai Tiger suddenly stood up. His chest was undulating, then he pulled up the soldiers who were in better condition and shouted, "Line up!" The capitals use Qingqi as a forward, and they can both surprise and pierce. If the Dunzhou garrison is to seduce the enemy, they can retreat immediately. The Qing's Qingqi rushed to the west, and the drums on Wangwang were smashed. Huantai Tiger raised his arm and yelled, "Archer!" The Dunzhou defense forces often deal with the Biancha cavalry. In order to deal with the Biancha cavalry, the Taihu Tigers changed the bow used in the army from a large bow to a strong bow used by the North Rail cavalry. The effect of several battles was extraordinary, but at this moment there are very few soldiers who can open their bows. The bow and arrow failed to consume the Qingqi, and the opponent already knew the weakness of the Dunzhou garrison. The infantry in the rear rushed with shields, and the armor flashed in the moonlight. This was the best equipment of the 8 battalions. The camps were knocked apart and the garrison was too late to run. The Huantai Tiger pulled out the sword to meet, but before the infantry of the army, Qingqi rushed to the front. He smelled gunpowder, and when his heart was cold, he rolled on the spot. The copper fire burst instantly and Mars splashed. Huantai who ducked his head, but his arms hurt hotly. He rolled his arms and gasped. Those who are willing to surrender tonight, the Emperor's graciousness, the imperial court will not hold everyone responsible for the great crimes. Xiao Qingbi hit the horse and entered the camp. The 300,000 Qidong garrison has passed the heavenly concubine. Everyone, be sincere as soon as possible. Knowing that this battle is invincible, Hu Taihu spit his mouth and cursed. The dog thief is so treacherous. He actually used these methods. Knowing that this battle is invincible, Hu Taihu spit his mouth and cursed. The dog thief is so treacherous. He actually used these methods. Xiao Qingbi was not moved by the swearing and looked at the Taihu Tiger. He continued, "The soldiers are fighting with you, and they are committed to you. You have no chance at this moment, and then the stubborn resistance is to ignore the safety of the soldiers. Tiger, old and old are your old acquaintances. Please persuade you once again to discard the dark as soon as possible. Put your mother's shit." Hua Taihu stood up and said coldly, "I followed the prince to march on the sand cavalry, but when I hit my head I surrendered to you. Hey! I won't bend this tiger." He spoke in a straightforward manner, and Su Yu heard Wang Ji's stunned arrow upstairs. The whistle pierced through the night and was extremely harsh. Su Yu heard early on that the Boma Road was unobstructed and that there were many stations, and guessed that Taihu Tiger's move was sending news. Su Yu persuaded immediately. "Governor, it is not too late, make a quick decision. You want to see each other, but we treat each other with kindness." Xiao Qingbi held the handle. "Catch the thief and the king, kill the Taihu Tiger, and you can win without a fight tonight. The army of Yinluo City has swarmed in, and the garrison is unable to resist, and can only flee." When Yu Shao saw that the Taihu Tiger was unable to sing alone, he was surrounded by siege, and he heard a few howls from outside the camp. "Partridge? Where does Zhongbua come from?" It was said later and soon, the moment Xiao Qingbi pulled out a new knife, Yu Shao shook his head again and shouted, "Tiger, get hit!" Huantai Tiger originally didn't want to roll, but the moment he was about to step forward, the knee bend suddenly hurt, and his whole body was planted with a thump. He faced to the ground, and before he was lying on his feet, he heard the tent on the side collapsed and smashed all the troops in front of him. Catapult! The Huantai Tiger thought that it was the Biancha cavalry, but he thought for a moment, his face beamed, and he said, "Embargo." Su Yu watched the soldiers gushing out from the east side of the camp by the fire, and the noise was terrible. The fire outside the camp was suddenly full, and the embargo brought all the trebuchets in the Izaki armory. They waited a long time just to fight the capitals tonight. Instantly the situation reversed. Xiao Qingbi wanted to retreat, but the rear retreat had been cut off. Su Yu said to Xiao Qingbi, "Governor, I'll do the trick." The collapsed military tent knocked over the torch, and Mars suddenly rose high. The Qing's Qingqi had only a few hundred people, and when they hurried back, they ran into the embargo touched by their back. At the sight of the forbidden army, Huantai Tiger stood up as if she had met his mother, and said happily, "His mother Qiao Tianyao." When Xiao Qingbi heard the name, he turned back in the firelight, and a few loose white hairs fell from the slightly loose bun, blocking his blindness. His faintly bulging back was not arrogant, and it looked like an abrupt in the night. Xiao Bo Qiao Tianya's hand holding the knife slipped, and he put it on the hilt of the sword that he could not easily pull out. He paused for a moment, "Master." Immediately before the dust emerges, and it melts into the night. Qiao Tianya worshipped at Xiao Qingbi's door at the age of 4. The sword he left Lidu was also a gift from Xiao Qingbi. Xiao Qingbi didn't have a sword. He slowly pulled out the brand new knife and looked at Qiao Tianya huskily and said, "The inverse thief is a cricket." Huo Lingyun galloped in Hoshino. He crossed the reckless weeds and rushed to Dengzhou, raised his waist card under the city and yelled, "Open the door!" Dengzhou's hanging door slammed down. Huo Lingyun ran across the aisle, turned over and dismounted, and then hurried up the city wall. He grabbed the torch on the side, drove away the darkness in front of him, and shone forward in his pant. The mountains raised by Tianfiyu were silent in Chia, and Qidong's garrison in the emergency newspaper was missing. Huo Lingyun asked General Shouqing, "Is there anything in Langyan?" "Mariho will answer, everything is the same." Huo Lingyun's back ran wet on the road. He wiped the sweat from his face, returned the torch to the defender, and said, "Be vigilant. The dark cloud covers the moon, the stars fade away, and good things are fleeting." Mars splattered during the sword collision, and the moment Xiao Qingbi fell off the horse was a winner. His sword was broken, and his friendship with Qiao Tianya's apprenticeship was also broken. The camp was ignited by the toppled torches, and the footsteps of the capital were chaotic. They were not opponents of the embargo who was good at fighting. Xiao Qingbi is not Qiao Tianya's opponent. Qiao Tianya and Xiao Qingbi are only a few steps away. His sword is sheathed in the fire, and the side of his body is covered by chaotic overlapping shadows. Between them, he looks a bit like Xiao Qingbi, who just pulled a knife. "This battle will be defeated," Qiao Tianya said softly in the sound of cracking. "Master is not here to slay me." Xiao Qingbi covered her chest and was unable to continue breathing. His pale lips fluttered. "I'm so old. I'll never be brave again. I came to see you. Your father did something wrong." Xiao Qingbi tried to keep his eyes wide open, looking at the vague sky. "I did something wrong. This battle. I paid the debt for your father." Shun. Live up to Tai Fu. Words. Qiao Tianya looked at Xiao Qingbi. Xiao Qingbi refused to look at Qiao Tianya. His hoarse voice sounded like a broken drum. On the day of dying, he murmured, "Qiao Songyue Hauerlang." Qiao Tianya clenched the hilt of his sword and stood still in the sky, leaving the dust to fall on his shoulders. On the day he visited Xiao's house, Xiao Qingbi patted his hair and said, "Qiao Songyue Hauerlang." The Yantai tiger dragged his body, whistled at Qiao Tianya, and threw the copper fire urn just captured. Except for the dozens or so equipped by Qingqi, Huantai tiger looked strange, the rest are all bad. Qi Zhuyin stood in front of the beacon tower of Tianfiyu, overlooking the winding mountains. This night was like a rising tide, not only trapped her, but also Qidong. She once stood here countless times and watched the 5 counties. Seeing her loneliness in the back, Qi Wei could not help but call out, "Big Handsome." In this call, Qi Zhuyin thought of the conversation with Hua Xiangyi before leaving. Hua Xiangyi was sitting opposite, her white flowers were hiding in the crow color, as if floating on the clear water, not as conspicuous as others, but added charm. She boiled the tea and said, "I was so anxious that it seemed like success or failure. Qi Juin watched her make tea, and her daughter's slim hand was holding a sand pot. Strangely, as long as the flower fragrance is there, the disputes outside seem to disappear. She can always make Qi Juin think about the joy of starting rouge. I see you ready to go, and I want to have another cup of tea with you. Farewell tea? Qi Juin asked. Boiling water is poured on the tea leaves, and a thin stream pervades the white air. Hua Xiangyi said, retain tea. The atmosphere was slightly condensed. Qi Juin supported the side of his knee, meaning to get up. The commander sent troops to stop Shen Zichuan from going west, and let him stay in Zhongbua. Don't compete with Li. But I think the commander's move is nothing but covering the ears. It is not good for the people. Hua Xiangyi pushed the tea lightly. At the other end of the small case, looking at Qi Juin, I also departed from the original intention of the coach. Qi Juin stopped. The blue window screen reflected the leaves of bananas, blocking some sunlight, and letting Hua Xiangyi sit in the picture. She said to Qi Juin, the capital of Jindu is in short supply, and the Bakeng Sangjie is empty. You refuse to follow Shao Qies eastward because of the hard work. Soldiers are suffering. But how do you help Li's today, and how is it different from soldiers? The family's fan cage has been broken, and the capital is at the time when the mud and sand are being sucked, Qi Juin simply confessed. There is still a chance for the peak circuit to turn around in Zhou, but Shen Zichuan's soldiers will enter the capital, and this opportunity will be gone. Hua Xiangyi said, I know the accounts of the 8th city best. The opportunity that the commander said was not the opportunity of Dezhou or the people of the world, but the opportunity of the emperor. Qi Juin slightly stunned. Li's orthodox has been broken by Li Jianheng, and now sits up. I don't know who she is. When my aunt was alive, she often said that Li Jianting resembles Emperor Guangqing, but Xue Xiuzhua said that she is the daughter of King Qin. Zhongwen Xianwen, it is true that if this woman is really the blood of the Qin king, why does Xue Xiuzhua take out the Qin Wangbao card? Since he is so determined, why not make the world convinced? When Emperor Xiando was still in office, Hua Xiangyi was called the Three Sisters, and all the things used were purchased according to princess regulations. Li Jianheng had to call her sister, and Li Jianting should call her aunt. Now that the Queen Mother is dead, if there is anyone else in the world who can confirm Li Jianting's identity, it is the fragrance of flowers. Hua Xiangyi continued to say softly, the female emperor is not right, how can a marshal be loyal? Qi Juin held the teacup, and the tea surface rippled, saying, if she can find peace for the people in the world, I will help her, it is loyalty. That being the case, instead of helping Li Jianting, the coach is better to help Shen Zichuan. Hua Xiangyi finally showed his edge in the soft language, but changed his name again. Ayan, you have an affair with Shao Jiming and Lu Guangbai. There is an old friendship. You help Li Jianting. These two people must be opposed to your sword. This is one of them. Shen Zichuan and Shao Qie jointly control the northeast military and politics. You play Dengzhou. Shen Zichuan retreat is small. Shao Qie is defeated. The expedition is hard. Without Shen Zichuan, the 90,000 Iron Riders will undoubtedly be defeated. By that time, the Sand Cavalry will make a comeback, and the people in the east of the Three Realms will still be threatened by this. Your loyalty today is to make the people of the Three Realms looking forward to suffer again. It is the second one. Li Jianting conferred you the title of Dong Lai King, not grateful, but forced by the situation. As the saying goes, full water overflows, but Yuing lacks. Suppose you really calm down the Zhongbua, and you are stable when you are waiting. There is no mutual restraint from north, so she can force the situation to be your king today, and the situation can also force you to slay your alien king, which is the third. Yao Wenyu belongs to Her Majesty Shen Zichuan, and Tan Feng shocked the world's talents. Zichuan not only reused former minister Yu Xiaozai, but also promoted the old enemy of the enemy, Gao Zongxiong. He did not take the door and the past as his own opinion, and led his staff to promote the Yellow Book. It took only 1 year to clear up the gangsters and create the world. Liang Shu. He has been so magnanimous at the Zhongbua so far, and when he joins the capital, he will also be able to tolerate the capable people in the court, which is the fourth. Hua Xiangyi gently supported Fu Wan's white flower and said slowly, all of the above, what Li Jianting can do, Shen Zichuan can do, but what Shen Zichuan can do, Li Jianting may not. These 4 uncles are reasonable in public and private, just like a slap in the air, breaking up Qi Zhuin's loyalty. However, this is not enough. Waxianjiai's filigree fingers lined Dongzhu in her ears, her brows continued unabated, her expression a little lowered. She speaks slowly, not ill, and says, Ian Gulao once said, when Sihu Wu Shizhan, but you see, the wind has surged in the past 20 years, how many can die well? Han, I want to support my own child as emperor. People in the world will not let it go. That is not loyalty to Li, but Han's defiance and unworthiness. There are endless disputes inside and outside Zhou. It is no longer Li Jianting who can truly end all this. Shen Zexuangsing the people's way is the world's hope. She slowly raised her eyes and looked at Qi Zhuin, just like looking at the Dinghai God needle that determines the rise and fall of the world. Both admiration and distress. Today, the people will decide between your thoughts. Tea mist was scattered among the panes. Thoughtful Qi Zhuin asked Qi Wei. 100 years later, do anyone remember Qi Zhuin? Remember, Qi Wei suddenly choked and said, the commander has made tens of thousands of people all over the world. Since then, the people have settled down and the great cause is pending. Who would not remember Qi Zhuin? My name can't be entered into history, the card can't be accepted, and it's against the ancestral teachings of Qis. It's really a rebellion of Dezhou. Qi Zhuin looked at the mountains and rivers. Qi Wei held his knees and said, if the commander is 100 years old, if I am still, I will give the card to the commander. If I am not there, let my son, my grandson, and my family for generations to light the commander. Qi Zhuin looked back and laughed. So, I'm worth it. Danqing is close to the capital, and the courtiers in the capital are all hanging their hearts, bright, and the side hall is full of people. When the military newspaper arrived, everyone listened attentively. Li Jianting asked, how is the battle? Return to the emperor. The officer kneeling in front of the door sweated heavily, panting. The rebels' tricks in the 20,000 capital army, the governor fell into the siege. Where is Dong Lai King? Kong Yen stood up. The officer wiped his sweat and replied. The news that King Torei was sent out was forged. Qidong's 300,000 garrison was not moving at all. The teacup in Sun Yu's hand fell to the ground, and the hall suddenly became noisy, and the eunuchs and housewives who were present were panic-stricken. Shueshuzwa said, what about the rest of the army? Immediate callback. Chen Zhen responded quickly, took a step forward, and hurriedly said, transfer the remaining capital to Badu immediately. Slowly, Shueshuzwa suddenly said. He looked at the officer, and Shen Xing said, when the capital retreated, the fire card was issued to the 3 realms of Jueshi, Hezhou and Huaizhou. Send troops to help the capital. The court rewarded 2 million. For 2 million, there will be courage under heavy money. Shueshuzwa has been forced to a dead end, the Huaizhou riots have not stopped, and Hezhou has more than a bandit. His move is to hang the key of the Qian's money store at the gate of the capital of Shindushan. Sichuan did not ride away from the North Rail to help, not invincible. At this moment, who can turn things around, whoever can be the next noble grandfather of Dezhou? Qi Zhuin really became a rebel? Sun Yu couldn't believe it. Qi's centuries-old keep Qidong. This move is to make Qi's century-old prestige ruin. Qi Zhuin really became a rebel? Sun Yu couldn't believe it. Qi's centuries-old keep Qidong. This move is to make Qi's century-old prestige ruined. Dezhou's surname is Li. They can die for the monarch and die for the monarch, but they cannot accept kings other than the Li family. Hua Xiangyi said that people in the world do ent want Han as children because Han's loss of morality is an excuse. The courtiers who really stand on the court are all courtesy of Li's court. Without Li's, they are the elders of the former dynasty. The emperor is not good and can be changed, but he must be named Li, which is orthodox. Otherwise, why did Hai Liangyi hold death? Why is Xue Xiuzhua trying so hard? Wouldn't it be better if he voted for him and embraced the North? Hundreds of years of so-called loyalty are in this last name. The more you go out, the more rebellious you are. They screamed and raised their arms desperately. What they wanted was that Li's de Zhou was revived instead of kneeling down. Gao Zhongxiong became famous, but he read his articles and scolded him. Because he was a slave of 3 surnames, betrayal of the original owner was unfaithful. The minister stands by loyalty. He has no loyalty to the Lord. What kind of minister is he? But it's just a costumed beast. Yao Wenyu was famous all over the world, but the talents he obtained for Shun Zichuan were mostly mountain hermits, and few came from the capital. Too much to talk about him is to sigh that he has cast a pearl, and to scold him for abandoning the legacy of the pioneer. Hai Liangyi died to protect the orthodox, but he followed Shun Zichuan, who was born in a wrong way. This is a thief who has been cast aside. He has long been rejected by the Confucians at the core of the de Zhou dynasty, and he lost his name in the past. At this point, Kong Yen burst into tears and sighed, "I misread Qi Juin. Why did Xiao Qingbi lose so easily?" Chen Jinwu fell into the chair. He also took away the fire of spring camp. Shun Zichuan stepped up the stairs. The sky was still not bright, and the original camp was full of smoke, and he could already see the city of Dan. "It's getting colder," Fei Xing followed, and took the clothes for Shun Zichuan. "The master is keeping a cool eye." With thin frost stuck in the mud, Qiao Tianya and Yantai who crossed the knife and went up with the monarch. The Huantai tiger just finished pulling his belly and looked pale, bowed to Shun Zichuan kneeling, shouted "Fu Jun," and felt ashamed. "It works well for me," Shun Zichuan glanced. "When the second elder returns, I want to appreciate it." Huantai tiger blushed. He said, This is the governor's plan. I didn't think there was any fine work in the army." "It's not his credit, he doesn't want to," pointing Yu Xiaozai, who was on the side, continued to say, "All are alert and alert." "It's better to thank Ding Tao," Yu Xiao joked again. "You lie on your stomach but he bends your legs." According to the usual, Qiao Tianya will utter a joke, but today he looks gloomy and stands beside him without saying a word. "How did the prince guess that there were detailed works in the army?" Hu Taihu asked. "Did you not tell me?" Shun Zichuan asked, and he was in a good mood today. "You heard that Wang Xian had arrived at Duanzhou, and you set off for Duanzhou. If it was taught, you would have the courage to change it." Hu Taihu admires Xiao Qie the most, and he is most afraid of Xiao Qie. Although he is hesitant, he is convinced by the second master. If no one was blowing in his ears, Wang Xian would not sue on the basis of his straight character. "Just don't know this work," Yu Xiao said again. "Is it the work of Li Du or the work of Bianxia?" Fei Xing said, "Originally was not sure, but he did it last night, it was clearly the work of Ba Du." "No," Qiao Tianya said suddenly. "The detailed work hidden in the army was never sent by Qian." Everyone looked back at Qiao Tianya, and Qiao Tianya said, "If it was sent by Qian Du Jun would not know it." Love. Xiao Bo didn't know. Fu Jun, this is a strange thing. Second Lord is approaching Amur. If Amur arranges the scorpion here, he will not give the medicine to kill the stomach, the poison that will cause death, so the garrison will be defeated. All the military. When the state of Ibaraki is in danger, the second elder will retreat and return to the army, and the crisis in Amur can be lifted. Xiao Qie had already arrived in Mo Sanchuan, and by returning to the Yen department, he lobbied for the 3, forming an alliance with each other, and preparing to attack Amur together. Amur's pioneers Helu and General Hassan were killed. At this moment, he is a trapped beast. He wants to make a siege and kill the Dunzhou garrison. Huan Taihu was indifferent and said casually, "Who else can that be? It can't be our own." The speaker is unintentional, and the listener is attentive. Yu Xiaozai went back and forth 1,000 times and didn't dare to answer. It is impossible to say that there are no factions in China Bo. The earliest Shen Zichuan was in Xizhou, and the staff under Zhou Gui had conflicts for this. Up to now, there are only two kinds of officials serving on China Bo. One is the local official of China Bo. These people are promoted by Shen Zichuan. The other is the old ministers of the Zhou dynasty. These people are from Shen Zichuan. Although they are on an equal footing with the 6 state officials, they have different personal relationships, and the purpose of following the monarch is different. There is a boundary in the middle. Yu Xiaozai studied under Tsinyu, who is still a cabinet minister. He went to Zhongbua to persuade peace, but he did not leave. This was a selfish desire to follow the governor. Shen Zichuan treated him kindly and gave him a heavy duty of inspection. He walked in 6 states to inspect government affairs, which inevitably caused friction with others. However, this has not reached the point of mutual conflict, because he does not handle state affairs, he has no soldiers, and directly under Shen Zichuan can stop him at any time. What really broke the balance was Wang Xian, a criminal who devalued the capital, but was able to directly govern the economic priorities of the 6 states. He was in Chazhou, but Luo Miuk was dead. Shen Zichuan asked Hu Taihu, "Always talk about the details, did anyone catch them?" Last night, soldiers and horses were in a mess. Hu Taihu looked back at the team in the distance. "I haven't finished the counting at this moment. Fujian, the fire maggots seized this time are all bad." Shen Zichuan learned about this, frowned slightly, and asked, "Bad?" Qiao Tianyao leaned in front of Shen Zichuan and whispered, "The batch of fire salamanders of the king of Fanzhou is 135 in total. Of the 8 major camps of the Big Week, only Chunquan camp was equipped with firecrackers. At the time, Xiao Qia wanted to play with Li Jianheng through his relationship with Li Jianheng. It was restricted by the Ministry of Defense, and even the Ministry of Industry did not have its drawings, so the outflow was difficult, and Shen Zichuan could not get it in Jinyi. The number of copper fire salamanders is scarce. Except for those broken in the armament, there are less than 200 in total. Shen Zichuan Shen Xing said, "Have you checked the number?" Qiao Tianya bowed his head and said, "The 150 fire salamanders brought by Xiao Bo are the same fire salamanders that Huo Lingyun handed over. No wonder it's bad. The real flames have long been in the hands of Shen Zichuan." Shen Zichuan responded quickly. He said, "The Ministry of Defense collects the blueprints of the firearms, as well as the key to the Spring Camp's armament. If Chen Zhen replaces it, he will no longer give it to Xiao Qingbi, and Xiao Qingbi will not be able to send soldiers." He looking at Qiao Tianyao, "I thought a lot in the blink of an eye." Xiao Qingbi knew that these batches of fire had been replaced, and he insisted on sending troops to come and die because, opportunity. Shen Zichuan had a chance to join the capital. Tai Fu asked me to hide in Jiniwei and wait for the governor. Qiao Tianyao's eyes were dark. In the deed to the governor, neither the surname nor the place of origin was written. Qi Huilian only wrote the word Songyue. "That's besides me," Qiao Tianya said firmly. "Is there a Fengquan?" The raindrops snapped between Shen Zichuan's eyebrows, the wind suddenly swept away, and the smoke in the camp was extinguished. The torrential rain was like a note in an instant. Fei Xing shook off his clothes to block the rain for Shen Zichuan. "If one day you and I are lost in the middle, today's arrangement is his life-saving killing." Qi Hui even sat with his legs under his eaves, watched the rain dripping, put down the empty wine gourd, and grinned at Ji Gang, who was unaware of him. "You send him Yang Shanxue, I send him Junjun's sword." Raindrops were beating on the camp, and boiling tea was boiling on the stove. Shen Zichuan had changed his clothes, sat in a chair, and asked Ji Gang, "Does master recognize Feng Quan?" Raindrops were beating on the camp, and boiling tea was boiling on the stove. Shen Zichuan had changed his clothes, sat in a chair, and asked Ji Gang, "Does master recognize Feng Quan?" Recognized. Ji Gang held the tea bowl, and looked at Xiao Tianya at the side of his eyes. "But I don't know if he is Xiao Qingbi's son, let alone Xiao Qingbi sells buns at the gate of Zhaosin Temple. The earliest Taifu said he would do this. When things go wrong, I just say that Feng Quan is a hidden stake." Shen Zichuan said, "Since he is Xiao Qingbi's son, how can he become Mu Ru's brother?" Ji Gang took the tea and swallowed it half a moment later, and said, "You still remember, the night we went to the Chaosin Temple, the Taifu said that there were countless deaths and injuries among the members of the East Palace. There are still a few caught fish that can survive. Later I asked the Elder Fu refused to talk, until one day I and the Hu distributed food every month in the palace gossip. I heard that Chu King Li Jianheng likes beauty, in places to dig in and think about beauty." Ji Gang told Qi Huilian the story as a joke. A few months later, Li Jianheng's Zhuangzi in Jincheng sent Mu Ru to Pudu. I inquired with Genie Wei, and said that Mu Ru was raised in Zhuangzi from a young age, and he couldn't see him for 5 or 6 years. Feng Quan was able to follow her into the capital because his home was burned out. There was nowhere to go, but I had to run to my sister. Ji Gang put down the tea bowl and said positively, "I believe it to be true, and you have seen it in Lidu, then Mu Ru really treats him as a younger brother, who can see that it is false." When Mu Ru arrived in Lidu, before Li Jianheng had time to collect it, Xiao Fuzi took the opportunity to dedicate it to Pan Rugi. Mu Ru was very much loved by Pan Rugi, so Feng Quan was so jealous of Pan Rugi, but at that time he was not Pan Rugi's grandson, because Pan Rugi had a little blessing beside him. On the eve of the 8th year of the Dragon Boat Festival in Xianda, the Taifu designed to kill Xiaofuzi. "You know this. I thought the Taifu just wanted to get you out of the temple," Ji Gang said. "Who knows Xiao Qia halfway?" Shen Zichuan thought of this, and suddenly remembered that he had just left the Zhaosin Temple and was still raising elephants in Genie, when Xiao Qia came to stop him from pulling his fingers, suspecting that he had planted people beside Li Jianheng. Skyscraper wizards. Qi Huilian exaggerated Xiao Qia so much because he had a very sensitive sense of smell. Based on his understanding of Li Jianheng, he noticed that someone was teaching Li Jianheng to compete, but Xiao Qia did not expect that the people around Li Jianheng were not arranged by Shen Zichuan at all. Yes, he competed with Shen Zichuan and could only save the game. But Qi Hui didn't reveal any traces. Xiao Qia's keenness was really amazing. Feng Quan sent in, Ji Gang said. Tai Fu never mentioned it again. There was a sound of rain on the top of the tent, and there was a little silence inside. Yao Wenyu lay tiger slaves on his knees, and it was not cold. He broke the silence and said, "If it was him. If it's Xiao Fengquan, why should Xiao Qingbi bring a fire torch?" Shen Zichuan supported his head with his left hand, and his thoughts flowed smoothly in the warm account. Xiao Qingbi knew that the fires were being exchanged for the bandits in Fanzhou. He knew that these fires would not be necessary, but he brought it. Xiao Qingbi came to die to give Shen Zichuan a reason to attack Danqing. He has thousands of ways, but he does not need fire crickets to add snakes, unless the fire crickets are not used at all. Qiao Tianyao, who had been leaning back in his chair, sat upright all the time. He was silent and said, "Xiao Bo wants to tell the governor, who is a scorpion." The fire cricket was given to the Wing King by the Zhongbua scorpion, and the Zhongbua scorpion was obtained from the Lidu scorpion. Although Chenzhen was able to mobilize the fire salamander and master the drawings, it was strange that he had no knowledge of the loss of the spring fire at the spring camp. It is the who can see the 6 roads and hear the 8 directions. Shen Zichuan fell into a strange feeling. Some of his clear things began to become blurred, while the fuzzy things began to become clear. Lu Guangbai told me that it was the Jianjun eunuchs who welcomed the replacement of the border rations. Then Fu Man is a dead ghost, Yao Wenyu said. Shui Yanqing is a shield. This knife, Shen Zichuan frowned slightly, somewhat elusive. Where did you come from? Shui Xiuzhua squatted in front of Fu Man, looking at Fu Man's look. Fu Man had left a layer of skin in the torture. He lost his tongue and could only stare at Shui Xiuzhua with abrupt eyes, his lips moving. Dumb is holding a pen and paper at the back of Shui Xiuzhua, trying to get into Fu Man's hands. But Blessing is full of 10 fingers, it is already a lingering feudal. Shui Xiuzhua didn't agree that the scorpion was moving so fast, it was just like they abandoned Wei Huaigu at the beginning. He stood up and said, "You are the who entered the palace of Yong Enian and served Emperor Guangqing. Later, Pan Rugi died and you were recommended by Shao Qie in Guangzhou, and then you started to make an appearance. Then, you sent your son to welcome you are welcome to Qidong Jianjun, and he is instructed to change the Bianjuan rations. You want to defeat Bianjuan and open the east defense line for Amur." Fu Man murmured in his throat. He touched the chain with the remaining fingers, and lay on the floor staring at Shui Xiuzhua with his eyes. Military and political changes are bound to be closely linked. As early as after the defeat, Hai Liangyi and other courtiers noticed the strangeness inside Dezhou. Starting from Yong Enian, they and the family never ceased to die. This was a stalemate between the two forces, but after the defeat of the soldiers, things no longer continued as envisaged by either party. Hua Xiqian was the one who exposed the horse. He was too panicked when Hai Liangyi recovered his account, colluded with the Bianxia cavalry, and committed the six-state blood debt. At that time, Shui Xiuzhua clearly saw the transfer of food and silver. Shui Xiuzhua turned back and murmured to himself, "Who knew that Lu Guangbai did not die, but instead defected with the border guard?" Qi Juin quickly returned to defense. Qidong was still unbreakable. Your plan failed, so Amul moved away from Hassan and began to attack the north. This is the beginning and end of the Bianjuan Junliang case. Fu Man's nostrils exhaled, and his eyes were turned enthusiastically, excited. The Libei case was led by Wei Huaigu, colluded with officials from Jushi, and sold grain to China Bo to make huge profits. In the process, they replaced the Northern Army rations with mulled rice, and the incident came from Yang Cheng's post. The post was originally submitted to the Ministry of Sentences, but after arriving at the capital, it was presented to the Ministry of Households. Both Shui Xiuzhua and Shen Zichuan believed that this move was threatening Wei Huaigu. Because Shao Qie bit the case at that time, they must take the approach of breaking the wrist of a strong man and kicking Wei Huaigu away to ensure that other scorpions hidden in the capital were not affected. So who is this other besides Fu Man? Fu Man's blood slapped on the ground. He stroked hard, trying to tell Shui Xiuzhua. The blood was crossing the ground, and his breathing gradually increased, and suddenly he heard the prison door open. "Sir," Feng Quan stood outside the door. Yi Bao said that the voter had arrived, and Yuan Fu and the Emperor were waiting for the adults to discuss the matter in Mingli Hall. The light in the cell was dim, and the hall was brighter, which made Fengxuan's shadow of bowing and climbing into the cell, covering Fu Man's body. Blessing was like a snake bite, and tears flowed. He glared at Shui Xiuzhua's back, opened his lips, but couldn't make a sound. Feng Quan gave way to Shui Xiuzhua. After Shui Xiuzhua left, his eyes turned slightly to look at Fu Man. Fu Man was panting heavily, his chest was undulating, and the corner of his mouth was still dripping with clear liquid. Feng Quan looked around him, and when the prison door was closed, he kicked him with his feet. "What are you going to tell Shui Yanqing?" Feng Quan looked at the bloodstains on the ground and said, "You want to write my name." Fu Man wanted to escape the shadow of Feng Quan, but he couldn't move. "Don't worry." Feng Quan took Fu Man's wrist and wrote him on the ground with a stroke. "Hush, listen to me, even if you tell him, he won't believe it. When the time is right, I will tell him that smart people need such a lesson." Fu Man's entire arm was shaking. There were more and more blood marks on the ground. Feng Quan was writing paranoidly. He took Fumin and turned all the crosses that Fumin used to write the word wind into crooked kills. You wait, Feng Quan said softly, I will never wrong you. Huantai Tiger finished counting the garrison and did not see Lu Kong. He asked around and found that Lu Kong was really missing. Don't run away from this dog, said Hu Taihu, holding the roster. I've cultivated his heart for nothing. He waited for you both to lose, but he didn't want the governor to be as good as God, and he couldn't run away if he stayed. Yu Xiao said goodbye to the tiger and said quietly, You report to the governor for a while. Stop talking. Huan Taihu then reacted and was shocked and said, You mean Lu Kongnai is careful? He also fought in Duanzhou with me. Besides, Qiao Tianya said, What did he do to our stomach? Yu Xiao couldn't explain it any more, saying only, You reported it to the prince and the prince will understand. I am worried now that he has run away, and the thief behind him will run away. At the moment Tai Tai who was cold. He took a few steps and then backed up and said quietly, You tell me secretly, so that I can have a bottom. Gentlemen love to fight, if they don't say their names, I can't guess either. In addition to having a bad temper, I have made mistakes in Dunzhou and think I haven't offended anyone. There must be a reason for this thief to harm me. Yu Xiao then stretched out her finger and pointed to the south, her face in disgust. Oh, you have been affected. The official world is like a spider web, and every knot is closely related. Any rise and removal can cause shocks in the range. Yu Xiao can no longer say that he has no evidence and has the suspicion of crowding out his colleague. Chazhou, led by Luomu, is the gate of Huaizi Tea Commercial Road. The earliest majesty of Shunzichuan was unmanned. As the state capital, he had all the power, and no one could restrain him except Jin Ichi Duka. He only had to ask for a book to ask Shunzichuan, and he didn't need to ask other people's opinions. Over time, Shunzichuan would lose his eyes left in Chazhou. Therefore, when Wang Xian from the Ministry of Households appeared, Shunzichuan immediately put Wang Xian in Chazhou. Wang Xian has the power to govern the economy of Chazhou, and he will take over the supervision of grain road and Mintian taxation in Chazhou, which has actually divided Luomu's power. Luomu wanted to get rid of Wang Xian. He could not be impeached or troubled. It was only safe to use strength. Dunzhou Yemen has a suspicion with the Taihu Tiger. The Taihu Tiger impulse is easy to get into trouble and has no personal relationship with Luomu. Luomu arranged a Lu Kong to pass by, and placed it next to Hutai Tiger. This coincided with Wang Xian's plan to prepare a military ration. The Huantai Tiger is Shao Qi's ambitious again. Wang Xian can't afford to mess with it. He can only tell the matter to Shunzichuan. Shunzichuan has to investigate, but also to investigate Dunzhou Yemen and Huantai Tiger. Luomu's move can not only leave his own people in the Dunzhou army, but also can destroy the favor of Wang Xian in front of Shunzichuan. What is the relationship between Shao Qie and Shunzichuan? Wang Xian's insistence on making trouble with the Huantai Tiger is to embarrass the governor, but also to the second elder. Shunzichuan sent Yu Xiaozai to supervise the army, and Yu Xiaozai was still an officer. If Yu Xiaozai had broken things in the Dunzhou garrison and became a masterpiece of collusion with the capital, then Wang Xian, who was also an official, would be implicated. This is called Gashan bullfighting. All these things had already happened, and the bad was bad at Shaoqingbi. I am afraid that Luomu did not expect that the governor carefully selected by Judu was here to kill him. Lu Kong noticed that Yu Xiao was watching him again before the army arrived, and of course he had to run away while fighting. Hurry up and say to the prince, Yu Xiao carried the robe again, and went to the other end. I have to ask Fei Xing, Geniwei set up by Chazhou has not withdrawn. Fei Xing was eating, and after listening to Yu Xiaozai's questioning, he was wondering, holding the rice bowl. Withdraw, the governor will build a genie ride when he goes to Duanzhou. We are not manpowered, and you are supervised by the gatekeepers everywhere. My people have pulled back. Yu Shao immediately made a sound, her face changed, and said, Not good, old Ten, something happened. Xue Xiuzhua went to Minglatang in the rain, and when he entered, everyone looked different. The news is here. Sun Yu motioned Xue Xiuzhua to read the letter. The Luo Mu in Chazhou, with 20,000 troops, came to surrender. My suspicion is a trap under the cloth of Shunzichuan, Kong said. Taluomu's good state capital is good. Why take such a risk? The first is a court reward of millions, Qinjin said. The second is that he is loyal to the country and committed to the thief is only a last resort. What I see in Faxin is that he has long been devoted to it. However, Shunzichuan has jealous of him and made him dare to this day come to the rescue. Huaizhou's garrison is still on the road. Li Jianting stood next to the royal case. If Luo Mu is already on the road, calculate the time, and you can arrive in a few days. Danqing can't keep it and call the remaining capitals, Xue Xiuzhua said. Total people brought by Luo Mu, we still have 30,000 soldiers. Qi Juin wants treason. Yes, Yuan Fu wrote to Qi Xiu and asked Qi Xiu, do you also want to treason? He folded the letter. Luo Muzhong Road can intimidate Hezhou, and allow the Yan family in Hezhou to hand over the surplus grain and block Shunzichuan's grain road. Without tea in Hezhou, Shunzichuan has to break his arm. We have insufficient food and his food must bottom out. The 90,000 iron rides into the desert. If Shao Qie does not return, Shunzichuan will be difficult to enter in a day. Mo Sanchuan is located to the east of Jagdala, and is famous for its continuous desertion. The deserted beach of Gobi is dozens of miles long, and only Hutong embellishes it. At this moment it was dark in Badu, and it was still evening. Mo Sanchuan is located to the east of Jagdala, and is famous for its continuous desertion. The deserted beach of Gobi is dozens of miles long, and only Hutong embellishes it. At this moment it was dark in Badu, and it was still evening. Shao Qie put his arms together and watched the final sunset. The sky of Mo Sanchuan is too broad. If you lie on the sand for a long time, you will have the illusion of being embraced by the sky. The setting sun was like a flowing syrup, and the sticky light flooded the earth. Suddenly fell to Shao Qie's side and jumped to his chest. He held the grass core in his mouth and was stomped on his chest, spitting it out. Hey, Shao Qie said, hello, brother. He tilted his head and squinted at him with one eye. Shao Qie could only free his arm and felt it wildly. He made a whistle at Lang Tao Xuejin, who was drinking water by the stream, and signaled that Lang Tao Xuejin came to play with him. Lang Tao Xuelai stepped on his forefoot and turned his hips to continue drinking. Tietchi was stationed here for a few days, and Lu Guangbai took off his helmet and patted him with sand. Shao Xiaoshui. Lu Guangbai sweat wet his neck, looking westward along Shao Qie's eyes. You are leisurely. That's not true, I feel bitter, Shao Qie said, with his fierce fingers to the west. My inner sun is there, and I wash my face with tears every day, hoping for me to return home. Note it to him. Lu Guangbai threw the helmet to Chen Yang. Go back and tell your family man and see who is washing his face with tears. Shao Qie waited for Lu Guangbai to sit down and asked, what did the Mongolian camel department say? It's the same. Lu Guangbai braced his knees. Beer is so determined to match his daughter with you. If you don't want his daughter, he refuses to leave the North Rail Riding Alliance. An old camel bale. Shao Qie sat up, slipping the sand on his back a little, and he looked at Lu Guangbai. He is going to give me his daughter because he is afraid that I will cross the river to tear down the bridge and want a woman to trap me. If I were really a non-friendshipper, he would give his wife to me and I would kill him. Lu Guang nodded Shao Qie and said, you use this expression to meet him, of course he is afraid. Shao Qie raised his eyebrows and said, I don't ask for him. Mouth hard, Lu Guangbai said, The territory of the Mengluo ministry is blocked in the western desert of Mozanquan. We can't win Beer, and we will be surrounded by Amor when we hit it. Then you tell him, Shao Chia hugged his shoulders. My family has fierce tigers, and his wife is very strict. He even prepared his daughter's dowry, and waited to enter the door to honor the big lady. Lu Guangbai worried and laughed. Everyone loves Shao Suan. Beer's previous son-in-law was Hassan, but Hassan insisted on marrying the Dora of the Hulu department, so he had a suspicion with the Mongolian Luo department. When Hassan died and Shao Chia came to talk about the alliance, Beer stood on the sand dunes to see Shao Chia's height and good temperament. He was still the North Wolf of Hassan, and he moved to marry his daughter. The deer department returned to the shores of Chidi Lake. How come back? You killed Hassan, said Lu Guangbai. His wife Zema went east and brought back the bear fighters who were broken up by you. Please ask the tribe who returned to Chidi Lake to help Amor. Doran is in the desert. Hongying swore in front of the banner to kill you. Shao Chia remembered the red jasmine that had drifted away with the water before Hassan died. Also, Lu Guangbai smiled. Duran was pregnant before she went east. It was Hassan's posthumous belly. Shao Chia tied his arms in silence. The afterglow of the setting sun disappeared, and there was a brief silence in the sky. There was neither the sun nor the moon. The heavy blue covered the sky. The hawk pierced through the flag, and the long hair fluttering under the blue sky diverged under this blue sky. Doran supported the lower abdomen. Bayan covered Dolan with thick clothes and advised, "It's cold at night. Go back. My husband is to the west." Doran raised her head, watching the goshawk flying in the wind, and said gently, "When will my eagle come back?" Bayan couldn't bear to look at her like this, and wanted to wipe her tears. "The wolf from the north killed my brother and my husband." Duran's green eyes settled with hatred. "Bayan, he's here to kill my child." She covered her belly and stepped back. 2 steps said, "I want to protect my child. Russian Soviet Union and Japan will not let Shao Chia hurt you," Bayan said quietly. "Your father will not, and the desert will work together to protect you, because this is Hassan's child." "You're wrong, Bayan. Look at the desert with your wise eyes. There are already 3 iron riders following him." Durlan was almost retracted into her wide robe, her thin chin hiding in it. Melancholy tears settled in his eyes. "Bayur can give our enemies even our own daughter for peace. No one can protect me except Hassan." Bayan's dark face showed sadness. "I didn't complete Hassan's entrustment and was deceived by the bear department. I am Hassan's wise man, but he didn't get his due glory. Shao Chia came to the desert. Doran, we will take revenge." Bayan took off the dagger on his waist, held it in his palm, and handed it to Doran. "I swear. My wolf pup came to see the letter. The Tsijo bed has been idle for a while now." Shao Chia looked at those words by the bonfire. The sourness in his chest turned into another bitter sweetness that was missed. Lan Zhou closed the door and slept on his chest, Shao Suan. Without him, the best bed Lan Hao could not sleep well. Shao Chia lifted his other hand and went immediately, took a sip, poured the feeling on his chest, lest he act too much. He watched as he drank. "Sir stayed with me, and former Chen Xiaobi was killed. Batu is well equipped and in control, don't worry. The expedition is hard and you have to take care. Erlang, if a battle can be won, there will be no separation every year. Homecoming in the winter and spring in the account, I want you to sleep." Shao Chia put down his pouch, and when he saw it, Shun Zichuan hooked a fox with a lop-eared tail, and couldn't help laughing. Lu Guangbai smashed Shao Chia with a taro, and Shao Chia caught it. "It looks like November is coming." Lu Guangbai peeled the taro and ate. "What about the Mongolian and Luo ministry? How can you do it?" "The Mengluo ministry has a special position. The leader, Bayur, has a batch of camels. If he goes to Amur, the food dilemma of Amur will be relieved at this time. Neither the horses from the north nor the horses from Chidong are actually suitable for long distances in the desert. If Beer can take the Mengluo ministry to the North Rail riding, it will not only be beneficial to the transportation of rations during the war, but also to the mutual market in the future. Since he is afraid of turning my face and not recognizing anyone, Xiao Qie unwrapped the pocket that came with the letter. Inside was the coated beef jerky. He tossed the bag with the Lu character to Lu Guangbai. Then I will not turn my face. Recognize people. Lu Guangbai was polite. Xiao Qie didn't have to continue to be polite. He has 90,000 iron riders, 10,000 embargoes, and 20,000 Bianbian county garrisons. He did not come here to talk about peace. The sweetness of the Hui Yen department has been given, and if you take Zhou, he will use a stick. Tell Beer. Xiao Qie sent the beef jerky into his mouth and said, I'm rushing home for Chinese New Year. If he wants to sync with Amor, I'll send him a ride tonight. Chen Yang's leader ordered and stepped back to shout. As soon as the army retreated, Danqing was no longer stationed. When the Dunzhou garrison entered the city was silent, and the rumor of Zhong Bofu Shen Zichuan was countless. There were horrible and respectable people. The people gathered in the city, and there were many people who ran to the city that night. The Huantai tiger knows the need to soothe people's hearts. This time, it dares not to be sloppy and strictly guards its military rules. He suffered a loss in Lukong. This time, he took his own brother to ban the army, and in the city of Danqing, he did not disturb the people at night and did not surprise the people during the day. Yao Wenyu has been at the desk for more than a month. Today, he followed Shen Zichuan to walk near Danqing, looking at the mottled mark on the wall, and said, Danqing is shocked. Luo Mu has taken the garrison to Hezhou, and the next it is hard to fight. After hearing the news this morning, Qi Xiu issued his homework 3 times, urging the head coach who is still in Tianfei to return home. Qi Xiu was paralyzed on the bed and could not bring soldiers. Shen Zichuan was in the sun. Today is a rare sunny day. Men in the family are not as good as Qi Zhuyin. He really wants to oust Qi Zhuyin's commandership, nor can he give up Qi Zhuyin's commandership. Qi Dongyin's key point is on Qi Zhuyin, so he must be able to attack Qi Xiu. Qi Xiu is swinging among the families of the family, as long as the governor is willing to give him a promise. Yao, when you turn the four-wheeler, the ability of the dragon is far beyond the ability to drive. The article must be done. Xiao Qingbi was defeated in the army. Okay, Li Jianting is not right, neither is Shen Zichuan. Qi Xiu is experienced and knows the stakes best. I told him at the moment that he could not respond to the dragon's achievement. Shen Zichuan's straight-waist could not see the injury. Shen Zichuan was willing to Luo Mu. Shen Zichuan was willing. The grain in Chazhou was released by Shen Zichuan, and Kai Yu was removed by Shen Zichuan. Later, the revival of various industries was assisted by Shen Zichuan. Luo Mu ran so fast because he could not pry. He used to follow Kai Yu, but now he can take away rogues. But I want mountains. Shen Zichuan looked back. I didn't know Shuexiuzhua could not bear it. The capitals became more and more desperate. Seeing that it was about to enter November, the market was deserted a lot. The news of the invaders hitting Danqing spread all over the city. If there were not all the troops stationed in the city, I'm afraid it would be chaotic. Even so, people still float. Kong Yen changed his thicker robe and said to Tsinyu before entering the palace, "It will snow early this year." Tsinyu looked up at the sky, and he couldn't tell for a while. Kong Yen said that day or Zhou. With a sigh, he raised his arm and advised, "Let's go." I wrote to Qi Xiu, and he asked his son to return. Kong Yen said on the steps, said he was too sick to even get up in bed. It's really time for him to get worse. Tsinyu taunted with a robe. Kong Yen slowed his pace and said, Qi Xiu's treacherousness is not so bad as seeing the wind to make the rudder better than defending himself. Qi Zhuyin doesn't send troops, he knows very well at home. We have to wait until we write a letter before pretending to curse. He sighed. This is the corner where we are asking us to raise the price. Look at it, the emperor really did as he wished, Sinyu said. He dare not ask again. Still have to send someone who can speak the past. Kong Yen crossed the threshold. I used to see Chong Shinxing, but he didn't have enough qualifications, and couldn't hold back in front of Qi Xiu. It was still suitable to choose. When Sinyu heard the name of Shan, she thought of it and said, a letter from Wan Shao, that his wife is pregnant, should not go far now. There is no one in the court, he won't go. Kong Yen raised his finger and pointed at the palace wall. Shen Zichuan is here. I heard that Wan Zhao's mother was very affectionate. It really couldn't do it. Let's breathe with the old lady, no more, let Wan Shao take your wife. Shan's wife, Lun Yang, was pregnant, and she was a lover of Jiang Hulangzhong. She treasured it at home, but the court ordered that he had to obey. Originally far away, he refused to bring Lun Yang to suffer setbacks, but left Lun Yang at home, and did not know what kind of grievance his mother would give Lun Yang. In the end, after thinking about it, he still brought people. As soon as the mountain started here, the other side also set out. Ding Tao took Qi Qin to Qidong and met Qi Juin, who hurried back and was scolded. The prince said, I heard that the old handsome man and the old lady are hugging each other recently. Ding Tao saluted to Qi Juin. The prince has nothing to send, so I will bring my doctor to the old handsome man and the old lady to see. Qi Juin sees that since she is quiet and natural, she is not frightened, and she has a special charm. She said, Shen Zichuan is really no one, and even you are out for business. I don't know, I was the guard of Yi a few years ago, Ding Tao said, since he was in front of Qi Juin. This is a close disciple of Master Elan. Qi Juin was moved by the word one light. Seeing that since he was young, he said, the old man is resting today. I'll say hello to the backyard for a while. Naturally someone will pick you up. Ding Tao and Sincere salute together. The old lady is smart and familiar with the books, and she has a good mental calculation, Yao Wenyu said, covering her lips and coughing. It is best for her to discuss with Shanshan. Shen Zichuan was reading Gu Qingqing's letter, and he heard Fei Xing only. How many days has Luo Meng been gone? Fei Xing replied, it's almost half a month. He's riding a turtle, and it's time to reach the capital. Shen Zichuan closed the letter. Wuhe people want to keep the gate, then let them keep it. No one can tell whether a brave husband or a reckless husband is under the heavy gold. God is near, let's rest for a few days, pushing the dog too tightly and jumping over the wall. Shen Zichuan is not afraid of the 30,000 or 40,000 miscellaneous soldiers in Badu. He is not good enough, and Xiao Jiming is relying on his back. It is enough for 30,000 iron riders to frighten him. Xue Xiuzhua is powerful, but Xue Xiuzhua has no soldiers. He wants to force Qidong to send troops. Shen Zichuan will hold Qi Juin's knife. It doesn't matter if he doesn't need it. Let the 300,000 army stay in place and set it up. Don't even think about it. Qidong's garrison can cross Tianfeiyu, where he even placed a Hualingyun for stability. Tao Yen eats and drinks well in Xizhou, and now that he has it, people should move. Fu Jun folding fan tapped the edge of the table. He is a state capital in the end, like a family in Huaizhou. The Huaizhou riot was so powerful, he gave him thousands of Aizu prefecture garrison troops, let him go back to calm down the situation. If he did a good job, he will be rewarded in the future. Xue Xiuzhua wanted to intercept Hezhou of Shen Zichuan, and Shen Zichuan took his Huaizhou. Huaizhou is close to Luoxia Pass, and Luoxia Pass is close to Xue's hometown Spring City. This is an arc surrounded by Huaicha Ci Shang Road. Either Xue Xiuzhua or the Empress, everyone has already exposed their weaknesses in the competition. In the past, Shen Zichuan would have no worries, but after Xiao Qingbi's death, Fengquan was like a thorn stuck in the least visible place. It has penetrated deeply. The territory of the Mengluo ministry is close to Hu Tonglin. From a distance, they seem to live in a desert bonfire. Hu Tong is their symbol. The tributary of the Chaucer River is here. They occupy the only source of water in Mosanquin, and going east is the desert hinterland ruled by the scorching heat. The territory of the Mengluo ministry is close to Hu Tonglin. From a distance they seem to live in a desert bonfire. Hu Tong is their symbol. The tributary of the Chaucer River is here. They occupy the only source of water in Mosanquin, and going east is the desert hinterland ruled by the scorching heat. Beer entertained Xiao Qie here. He had a gray goatee and was bloated. He personally poured wine for Xiao Qie and said, "I heard the legend of the wolf. Your iron ride is as cruel as yen frost, and you set foot on the ground in Chaucer Tianking, crushing Aqi's scorpion elite. The open-air banquet is covered with moonlight, and the desert night is not black, but rich dark blue. Xiao Qie is sitting here. Unlike Biancha's savage man, he has a lunatic and daring from the north, which becomes more prominent after removing the armor. I received praise from the Mengluo ministry," Xiao Qie said. "I would like to reach an alliance with the Mengluo ministry, just like the Huiyan ministry, and become brothers that can rely on each other. That being the case, why don't we form an in-laws?" Beer looked at Xiao Qie and said with emotion, "The good young man born of Hongyan Mountain, I know you are hard bones from the north, I really appreciate you, your daughter really wants to marry you too. If you are worried that the wife at home does not agree, then I am willing to give 500 camels to this lady." The women of the 12 departments hold the tribal importance. In Beer's view, if Xiao Qie's wife is a sensible person, he should agree to this marriage and reduce trouble for his husband. Shunzichuan, who was far away from Danqing, sneezed softly. Ji Gang shouted with a pill from the outside, "Chuaner, take medicine on time. This day it will change, and if you don't pay attention you will cough." Xiao Qie pinched Beer's toasted wine. He was huge, and the small drinks on the road were all right away. There was no rival at home. At this point it was as drunk as he was when he didn't come back to talk to Beer. This made Beer feel the opportunity. He raised his arm and motioned Xiao Qie to look to the right. His little daughter was sitting there with a thin veil and her head down. "Beer is confident that there are no such girls in Dezhou," he said. "My Waya is very good, she can take care of the elder lady like her sister." Lu Guangbai cut the beef with a dagger and squinted Xiao Qie when he heard the words, saying, "Our house, the eldest lady has no brothers in the house. If there is a younger sister, I think it's fine." Xiao Qie looked along Beer's arm, and the girl lowered her head lower. Beer said, "Waya, come and toast the bar to the head wolf." Wu Ye stood up, with cumbersome decorations falling on her waist, and ding-dong ringing in the walking room. But Xiao Qie ran away. He thought of a learning Lanzhou while he was in Dunzhou, and a silver bell fell on the ankle of Lanzhou, which not only jingled, but also was damp and chaotic. Gasping, Wu Ye has arrived in front of Xiao Qie. She is carrying a fragrant fragrance, and her white neck is exposed when she leans over. Lan Zhou's neck is best seen in the rain, soaked in water and soaked in sweat. The arc is beautiful, and it rises and sags with the captured body. Xiao Qie wanted Shunzichuan to be very obvious. Wu Ye filled with wine and leaned towards Xiao Qie. She raised her eyelashes, showing disgust when looking at Xiao Qie. The gold chain around the waist cracked, and the girl's slender palm turned out a dagger, and took the action of toasting straight to Xiao Qie's throat. He changed his elbow and armpit. Chen Yang had not responded yet, and Gu Jin had not heard well. He stepped out and lost his voice. "Second Lord!" The golden bottle slammed on the table, and the drinks splashed. Xiao Qie didn't even touch Waya. He leaned on his arm to hold the dagger. The next time the low table fell, Waya rolled out. Her dagger was released and landed in Xiao Qie's palm. Before Beer had recovered, Xiao Qie stood up and nailed the dagger to Beer's desktop. Beer nearly pierced his fingers, panic-stricken, and slumped to the ground. Xiao Qie wiped the drink on his arm restraint. His eyes were sober, and he said coldly, "I'm here to make friends sincerely, but the ministry of Mengluo is a rat of honey and belly. The generals in the midst of the meeting jumped up. The iron riders on the inner and outer 3 levels suddenly showed their swords, and the crimson Hutonglin was full of snow. The atmosphere changed suddenly, and the sword was tense. No! Beer didn't expect Waya to rush, and he said quickly, "This is by no means my intention, and I ask the head wolf not to be angry." He got up, stomped towards Waya, and hated, "I have raised you for more than 10 years, but you have made such a big mistake." Waya's veil fell off, and she stood on her side and yelled at Beer, saying, "You betrayed Russia and gave me to Hassan's enemies. You don't deserve to be my father." Beer was furious, waiting for Waya to finish, slapped Waya to the ground, and said in a Lansha saying, "Hold her." He turned away and begged Xiaoqia, "She after being bewitched by Amor, she has lost her mind. It is not my daughter. I am willing to kill her for the head wolf. I also ask the head wolf not to anger the Mengluo ministry." Xiaoqia remained calm. From the Baitiki, he surrounded the Mengluo ministry, and Beer's elite were all on the periphery. They were really stubborn. This person couldn't stop the fully armed Iranki from charging. Beer hadn't talked about the conditional stance for a long time. He could only pull out the swords of the left and right guards and held up to Waya. The Tsanyua hangs high, and Emo Sanchuan's assassin is hovering lonely. Hutong's abrupt branches and leaves were obliquely inserted into the moon, and the wind moved away from Bailang Banner. Beer held up his knife and was slow to stop. His goatee trembled for a moment. In the sobbing sound of Waya, he dropped his knife and turned to kneel in front of Xiaoqia. Xiaoqia tied his arms tightly, and Chen Yang behind him came up to help him. He looked down at Beer, holding the wolf howling sword on his waist. "I only have this daughter," Beer said with tears. "I want to assign her to the powerful Northern Wolf King, because we are being robbed by other clans here all year round. Amor is old. Who can keep us thorough? Retract your 500 camels." Xiaoqia turned away, reserved for the mutual use of the Mongolian ministry. Xiaoqia took a few steps and looked at Waya again. The night breeze blew Xiaoqia's small braid on his shoulder. He raised his hand and pulled out a dagger and threw it to Wuya. "Tonight the whole family of Mengluo Buddhism, you gave it to me." Wuya's complexion was pale, and all the scent of her body was gone. She covered her face and wept. Beer Volt shouted, "The Mongolian and Lub ministry is willing to follow the Wolf King to desert." Xiaoqia whistled and fell to his shoulder and arm. He looked forward, and Emo Sanchuan's entrance was open, and the moonlight-paved path led to his destination. Behind him, Li Bailang Banner replaced the Hongying Banner in the desert. "How do you guess Waya is going to stab?" Lu Guangbai asked when Xiaoqia left. "You said Bail wanted to marry her to Hassan." Xiaoqia turned on his horse and paused for a while pulling his horse. "I guess that's what Waya meant. Beer wanted her to marry me so much. It was she who could not see the boy in the desert." "I'm still suspicious that you're drunk." Lu Guangbai followed his own horse. "My brother's heart is hanging up. I'm afraid you'll be confused for a moment. You said that when I went back, I was outspoken to the monarch, or pretended not to know. It's not going to be confused. Who else can compare with Xin Lanzhao in this world?" Xiaoqia turned his horse's head. At this moment, the wind let out the heat, and the wine's strength was suppressed. He looked at Lu Guangbai and said solemnly, "Wine and incense are useless. I am awake." Lu Guangbai saw that he was serious and well thought out, and believed that it was true. How could Xiaoqia be so immoral that Xin Lanzhao was full of his mind? Xiaoqia turned the topic and said, "Now the Mongolian Luoluo department stays here, and Emo Sanchuan will only be able to supply the Amur food to the east. The Doran brought back the fighters with the remaining Bear department for Amur. It shows that Amur's elite is running out. Huhelu, Achi, Zhuoli, and Hassan, Amur's pioneers, assaults, guards, and generals were all killed. 6 of his hands were upset after Xiaoqia moved in. Now the Mengluo ministry is willing to make an alliance to save their lives, and Amur's gold account is in the desert hinterland. Shao Qia wanted to win the battle. After Hassan died, Bianxia retired. According to the practice of Dezhou, he would not chase the Chashi defense line again. But for Shao Qia, others may be able to stay, but Amur is not the only one. As the man in the desert who almost became the 12 monarchs, Amur is a hero who can defeat Shao Fengshu. He is more dangerous than Hassan because he also has political means. He didn't just want to win the war, it was something he entrusted to others, and he had worked hard for 20 years to create a dynasty collapse. As long as he is given a chance to breathe and let him live, he has a new plan. The means will only be more sophisticated and hard to find. This man must die or Shao Qia can't sleep. Amur lingered on the throne, his gold account did not close the curtain, and the moon shone through his gap and shone at his feet. He sat here alone, looking at the rolling sand dunes under the moon. Many years ago, Shin said aloud, I once led a soldier to go deep and met Shao Fengshu under the Hongyan mountain. At that time he was an unknown soldier. I regarded him as a lifelong opponent and I won him a lot, and lost to him many times. The old wise man praying for Hassan sat in the corner of the golden tent, dropped his dead branch in the blanket in front of his knees, and said slowly with a trembling voice, You defeated him. Amur closed his eyes in the afterglow of the moonlight. His face didn't even look old, majestic as if he had just sat in this position. He said, It was my son who killed him. His son killed your son. The wise man gasped and fell on the blanket, slowed a moment and pushed away the dead branches. But you still have grandchildren. Doraemon can give birth to a healthy and strong child. This battle we did not lose. Amur held the throne's handle as if it was a beast trapped here. He turned his eyes, finally opened his eyes, and looked at the dunes that were unchanged. He said, When I sent troops to Luoxiaguan, you told me the same way. We walked out of the desert, looking for a land that can survive, but these years, fighting there has been more and more dead people. Dezhou is like an already decaying tree, but God's care has not favored us slowly. From the north, he lost Shao Fengshu and soon got a new wolf king. I heard him, he walked towards my gold account with a drum of drums. He was much younger and stronger than Shao Fengshu. You are the last dawn of God to the desert. The wise man lifted those dead branches and said firmly, I will watch you leave this wolf. Amur left the throne and he stood up, following the traces of the moon, saying, It's time to make the scorpion move. The official officer in the cap and hat tied Feng Dequan and the hat properly, took off the paper flowers on the bamboo, and Feng Quan wiped his hands with the paper flowers, listening to the other person talking. The officers and men in the cloaks were sharp, half hidden in the darkness, and said, Zhongbo must be defeated in front of Badumen. Only by killing Shen Zichuan can the dynasty continue to breathe, and the sun in the east can rise as usual. Shen Zichuan has been involved in many dangers in Dunhuang and Duanzhou, Feng Quan said. You have countless opportunities to kill him, but you haven't. He is far more powerful than he thought. The official in the cap and hat cleaned the scorpion for Feng Quan. He knelt on the ground, raised his eyes, and stared at Feng Quan. You already knew. Feng Quan leaned over and said, It's you who are useless. The candle was burning, and there was a moment of silence in the duty room. As early as 2 years ago, I said not to act without permission, but you still transmitted the disease to the capital and gave Shen Zichuan a chance to be promoted. Feng Xuan's voice was somber. Amur thought he knew the whole situation, but in fact he had everything cannot see. The official in the coat and hat suddenly stood up. He raised his hand and patted it on Feng Xuan's leg, holding a slender ear spoon in his palm. That sharp, abrupt thing abuts on Feng Xuan's leg, which shows that it can also be fatal in one hit. Calm down, the official in the coat and hat has a brownish pupil. That epidemic also gave Mu Ru an opportunity. Shui Xiuzhua trusts you so much, that's when you can show your loyalty. You are already standing now in the center, the Emperor of Dezhou is close to you. After this battle, you will be free. Fengquan looked at the robe official with two indifferent eyes, and he did not believe the lie of the robe official. From the day he left Pudu, he was put in a box and was doomed to escape in his entire life. Your stupid father is dead. You could have stopped him, but you didn't do that. The officer in the cloak put away his earspan. I didn't tell anyone about this. Do you understand? Feng Xuan's pale face was a bit morbid in Deng Ying. He said, he is not a scorpion, and no one can control him. He has long been crazy, willing to die for others. I just sent him. You asked him to take the fire. Since he wants to die, Feng Xuan's eyelids flickered, his expression remained unchanged, and he pulled away the official's hand, saying, the fakes were not good for him. You're right, Xiao Qingbi is a lunatic. He stays at Zhao Xin Temple day and night, burns incense at home and worships Buddha for forgiveness. It is all his wish to let him die. You are a good son. Get up and say, you should take your medicine. There was a lot of rain in November, and the city walls were covered with defensive equipment on all sides. The army did not mingle with the Chazhou miscellaneous soldiers brought by Luo Mu. There was a lot of rain in November, and the city walls were covered with defensive equipment on all sides. The army did not mingle with the Chazhou miscellaneous soldiers brought by Luo Mu. Luo Mu's return to Badu is no longer a matter of gloomy eyes. He is now relying on Badu. Chen Zhen came to welcome him when he entered the city. He changed his new official robe and stood with Chen Zhen on the wall, looking at the direction of Danqing. The remaining 7 cities' defense forces are relocating to Lidu. These days, a total of 50,000 people can be brought to you. Chen Zhen held the wall pile, her breath was cold. The arms of the capital, the library is also for you. Can stay for days. Although Luo Mu is a civilian, he went to Chazhou to rectify armaments and fight bandit. He is no stranger to military affairs. Holding an umbrella, he said, Shen Zichuan is not a war fighter. He has to defend Duanzhou unreasonably and has to defend it. Now he has only 20,000 Dunzhou garrison troops, and it is difficult to ascend the sky to break through. Pudu closed the east gate, and the people fleeing from Danqing gathered at the gate. Looking down at the gap in their speeches, the foot of the city is full of refugees. I have to ask Master Shang Shu to report to the Emperor. Luo Mu pointed to the refugees. Shen Zichuan will buy people. If these refugees cannot enter the city for resettlement and wait for the snow, he will certainly find a way to win over. I'm afraid it will not benefit the court. When Kai Yu lost to Shen Zichuan in Chazhou, he lost the word ren. Rescuing people is the rebirth of their parents. Shen Zichuan can wash even Shen Weibing's defeat. Why don't they follow suit? At the moment, there are rumors in Shinxichuan and Jiyong City. If you can't pull back a game before winter, you will have to suffer before you fight. In your opinion, Chen Zhen looked at Luo Mu. What should I do? All of them are overcrowded. There are people sleeping in Guangzhou on Donglong Street. If you meet the exiles, you will break the rules of Yedu and the granaries. Can't afford it. Receive the refugees for their own use, Luo Mu said. I think most of them are young and strong. It is better to enlist in the army to serve the country. As long as China and Bo are defeated, the court will not lose more rewards. Today as food, what is it? 1 province is enough. Luo Mu dares to say this because he also borrowed food when he was in Hezhou. Master Shang Shu, look at it. Luo Mu raised his hand and pointed it to Chen Zhen. Zizhou is one of the key points of Shen Zichuan, where he set up a large granary at Huizi Tea commercial line, which can supply northeast grain horse roads. To the south can support the natural disaster in Chazhou. If we can take down Ibaraki Prefecture, it will be nothing but harm. Shen Zichuan's use of Danqing City has caused panic among the western cities. He must also take a sigh of relief at this moment. We are different. We can dispatch soldiers as soon as we want to send them out. It is only a short time to hit him. Chen Zhen looked at Luo Mu and said, "This time is hard to find." "It's not difficult. Shen Zichuan is Xin Wei's son. He entered the capital to peep at the throne. If it is, Shen Wei, the ancient sinner, will have to enter the temple fireworks." Luo Mu looked back at Chen Zhen and smiled. "Who can deal with this? Lobbying?" Li Jianting looked back. "This is the time of the war. Send the students out. Once there is a mistake, I can't afford it." "Emperor," Luo Mufu said in the room, "Shen Zichuan Qingfu is very deep, and he will surely siege and succumb to the hearts of the people. I will wait and see in the room. I am afraid that the situation will be transient, and it is hard to guarantee nothing." Jiang Wanshao lobbying Qidong must also watch the wind direction of the capital, so he thought that it was necessary to fight at the moment. Luo Mu didn't speak frankly. Li Jianting's life became more and more difficult to convince the public over time, and then waited until Gao Zhongxiong's energy was raised again, and the dancing people's heart appeased by Shen Zichuan would be difficult to recover. "Emperor, we have lost the first opportunity in the dancing battle," Chen Zhen also advised. "If you can get back around without a single soldier, the morale of Baqing is also good for this moment." "The archenemy should be fighting with the enemy now," Kong said after thinking. "If it can promote the cohesion of the people in the southwest, this winter will no longer be difficult." Li Jianting said, "The capital is rumored that Shen Zichuan is a narrow-minded man, but it is a rumor. It is difficult to see that he is not anxious and impatient in Danqing. It is difficult for the monarchs to force his troops to rely on his tongue." "This round isn't for Shen Zichuan," Luo Mu said, looking up. Instead, he went to Yao Wenyu. Yao Wenyu is a counselor to Shen Zichuan. Not only did he order the world to be able to Shen Zichuan, but he also played a pivotal role in the implementation of the 6 books of the Yellow Book. The most rare thing was that he persuaded Shen Zichuan to accept the old capital minister. Gao Zhongxiong and others were able to protect themselves from the dust, and Yao Wenyu was able to see the beads with wisdom. Without Yao Wenyu, Shen Zichuan's affiliates would not be able to achieve this scale. Kong Yi and Sin Yu both received the favor of Hailiangi. At the moment, he heard Luo Mu's mention of Yao Wenyu, not only crossing his body. Sin Yu's pity was uncontrollable for a moment, and he said, I heard Yuanj was body embracing after he heard of Zhongbua. If Mr. Tsin is right," Luo Mu said, "if we are a group of people to persuade the city to descend, if Yao Wenyu does not dare to come, Dr. Zhong will drop his anger, and Shen Zichuan only deserves to be a coward. If Yao Wenyu really dares to come, revisiting the place will kill its pride." Sin Yuhor rose up, pointed at Luo Mu, and blurted out, "You are so born, so good." Yao Wenyu became ill and dragged his legs. Luo Mu wanted him to answer the question below the city. He wanted him to face the old age of the city. He even wanted him to show the lingering appearance of stubbornness. Look, 2 years ago. He's still a world-renowned Saitama. As long as Yao Wenyu is bruised, Luo Mu bowed down deeply, Shen Zichuan will be hit hard. He didn't finish. Before the Wanjun formation, the students were defenseless. If Yao Wenyu was defeated by the masses, it would definitely cause the defense forces to be outraged. By then, as long as the Dunzhou defense forces hurt the students, Shen Zichuan's sage name would be over. Li Jianting looked at Luo Mu. This man had set aside this poisonous bureau in order to win, and he was already regarded as indifferent. Fengquan quietly glanced at Shuexiuzhua, who had been hidden at the end. Within a short while, she heard Luo Mu said, "Master Shui is prestigious among the students, and he went out with Yao Wenyu. He thought that the adults in this bureau would not let him." Shuexiuzhua rose up silently and said, "Yao Wenyu can not only help Shen Zichuan with his broken leg and stump, but he is no longer a noble man who talked about it in the past. You set up this bureau so that everyone in the world will watch a disability of the teacher, he said. Li Jianting, I shouldn't. Fengquan pouted a smile by pouring tea. Li Jianting gazed at Shuexiuzhua. In that moment of silence, his eyes were strange. She said calmly, That's natural, and I can't bear the hardship of Mr. Jiang. Xiao Jiang has no news yet, let the cabinet choose the students this time. Raindrops hit the eaves, and the rustling voice gave birth to other things. Where did you come from? That night Li Jianting asked Fengquan so. Fengquan knelt in the unfathomable shadow and slowly replied. The slave was originally a Jincheng official family, and the criminal Xiao Qingbi was the minister's concubine. At that time, the slave's mother's family was affected by it, exiled to Zhongbua, and the slave was exactly born in Zhongbua. Later, the adult Yanqing searched the old ministers, rescued the slaves from the water and the fire, and brought the slaves back to the capital. He looked up and said in a weak and helpless tone, Slaves and brothers have the same father and son. The grievances were committed in the palace, and the Lord Yanqing personally pointed out that he served 2 emperors and 1 in the palace. It is most prudent to go to the emperor. Xianda, Tianqin, and the Queen Mother all died of power struggles. Among them, Tianqin Emperor Li Jianheng was the most strange. Mu Ruxing's assassination was not a secret in Xuefu. Shuexiuzhua still refused to replace Fengquan. He still had to serve Li Jianting with him. You gave him all my trivial matters. Li Jianting leaned over. Shui Yanqing stared at me. Are you afraid I can't be an emperor? Fengquan dare not answer. Li Jianting stared at him for a while and said, Mu Ru's assassination of Li Jianheng, was it Han Han's order or Shuexiuzhua's order? Fengquan wanted to avoid Li Jianting's eyes, but Li Jianting violently pinched Fengquan's chin and said, From the moment I entered the palace, he was watching me. Li Jianting laughed mockingly. No wonder he dares to be an orphan. The emperor's life is in his hands. Shuexiuzhua was willing. He was reluctant even to himself, and naturally to others. Xiao Qingbi wants to turn over the old case, Li Jianting said coldly. Only he can. Qi Xiu lay across the bed, looking unbearable. His hair was much whiter, and he could no longer see that Qima was red-sleeved. Liquid was dripping from his lips, and Qi Juin wiped it off with a papa. Jiang, Qi Xiu said, panting, Jiang Wanshao is coming. When you arrive, talk to him. Let's go to the army and go to Badu. Qi Juin pulled his sleeves, exposed his arms, washed the tiles in the copper basin beside the bed, and said, Look again. Qi Xiu's chest was undulating. He rolled his eyes and said, Provide your driving is determined, you are Xing Yanian. The 2 states and the 3 states are reversed. Qi Juin washed the papa seriously. How long can Emperor Xing Yong sit? With her 10,000 army, even the gates of Lidu cannot go out. Qi bamboo sound. Qi Xiu suddenly raised his voice. Unfilial daughter. Qi Juin twisted the papa without making a noise. Qi Xiu cried with tears in her eyes, her lips trembled and choked. You bad me, bad Qi, you will not even be able to enter the ancestral grave in the future. The sun setting on the window was drying Qi Juin's back, and she concentrated on drying the parcels as if she didn't hear them. If it sinks, Shun Zichuan loses. Qi Xiu shed tears with hate. Are you alone? Can you reach Qi's door? Everyone in the world hates you. You forged me, my message, you. Qi Juin flattened the papa, tilted his head in the shadow of the pane, and looked at the layers of flowers and trees. She was silent for a moment and said, If Shun Zichuan is defeated, you will report to Dudu that I faked a message and coerced my brother's ghostwriting. Kong Baran is a smart man. He would rather kill me. He will keep you old, not dead. Qi Xiu's message to Li Du was false. That was what Qi Juin wrote to his brother. But is Qi Xiu really helpless? He was acquiescent and wanted to give Qi's a back road. If Shun Zichuan is defeated, Qi Xiu would rather give up Qi Juin in exchange for the whole family's life. From the moment Qi Juin decided not to send troops, she was no longer Qi's daughter. Qi Xiu's freedom is all about Qi's. If Qi Juin can no longer glory for Qi's, then she is no different from her wasteful brothers. Qi Juin didn't wait long, so she dried her towel before exiting the door. There are several brothers waiting under the eaves, dare not look up at her. She took over the dove from Qi Wei and turned a blind eye to them. Qi Wei followed Qi Juin out of the yard and whispered, "Master Jiang is here." Qi Juin asked, "Is the lady ready?" Qi Wei opened his mouth, but did not speak. Qi Juin turned his head along with his gaze, and saw the red curtain rising, and Hua Xiangyi was lowering the sedan with her skirt. She didn't know where to stumble. She crossed the red lotus, and lent her arm to Hua Xiangyi. Waxianjiai's white flowers are fragrant, and she puts on a palm, only to notice that it is Qi Juin. Qi Juin wanted to say something and said casually, "Well." She was a bit tired recently, looking at Hua Xiangyi. "The flowers are pretty." The red pimple on the side covered her lips and coughed slightly. Waxianjiai powder was slightly red on her cheek. She loosened her fingers and wanted to move her hands. If she didn't know how to change her mind, she took Qi Juin and said, "The tea pavilion is ready." Wan Shao got there and settled down. There is a screen in the middle frame, and Mrs. Wan Shao can take a break here, just to give it a look. "You are a wife, naturally you will arrange it for you." Qi Juin said, "The mountain is Zhang Likou in Jueshi. Don't lose it when you talk to him. In any case, the power of the horse is in my hands unless you kill me. Or even if his tongue is like a spring, he won't be able to save him." Hua Xiangyi's embroidered shoes showed a sharp point. She smoothed her skirt and smiled at Qi Juin. "I have a way." Shen Zichuan grabbed Danqing's surplus grain with his hand, and then looked at the granary furnishings, saying, "The granary will be in disrepair over the years. If it is going to winter today, it will be rainy for days." Fei Xing gathered the oil umbrella and replied, "Men and gentlemen mean the same thing, but at the moment it is not good. If you rashly move the food and cause suspicion among the people in the city, then our efforts in these days will be wasted." The Dunzhou garrison stationed in less than half a month, but eating and sleeping was more restrained than outside the city. Fortunately, Shen Zichuan had plenty of food and did not starve the soldiers' stomachs. Although there were personal complaints underneath, nothing happened. The people of Danqing ran a lot to the west, which was blocking the front road of Shenzichuan. There is not much grain left. Yao Wenyu's four-wheeler was soaked in water, leaving traces during the operation. It's very cold in winter and Danqing has no food to help, so instead of transferring from Xizhou, the monarch should put it in place. Grain. Danqing grain is leftover from pans. It is difficult to use grain carts to transfer food for free. Putting on-site grain can not only calm the fear of the people in Danqing, but also save a batch of winter food. The grain reserves of China and Bo are limited. If they can only besiege and not attack, the two sides can only have better patience than anyone else. Jiang Wanshao went to Qidong, and Luo Mu used this as an excuse to persuade the Yen family to consider again. The Yen family was really moved by him. A few days ago, the grain was transported to Pudu, and the Fengshan campus has been changed to a grain storage area. The waterway in the south can reach Hezhou. Master, Li Du are here to fight a protracted battle with us. Speaking of protracted war, I'm still waiting for the river /Qingshan. Shen Zichuan let go of his palm. Qidong's garrison is the life-saving straw of the capital. Both the cabinet and Shui Yanqing know that 50,000 soldiers can't stop it. We, Tun Liang, are desperate. Yao Wenyu was about to speak, first covering his lips and coughing. "The granary is ventilated," said Shen Zichuan. "Fei Xing, give my coat to Yuan Zhua. The master can't stand the cold wind." Fei Xing heard and signaled the guard at the door to hand in his clothes. Xiao Tianyao expected that Mr. Qi should forget to bring his coat. When he arrived this morning, he specially sent someone to bring him over. "I'll wait for Mr. to ask." Yao Wenyu wore a jacket and the coughing did not decrease. Now no one mentioned the doctor's affairs in front of him. Although the medicine was being used on time, Yuan Zhuo was visible to the naked eye. Jiang Wanshao arrives at Qidong. Yao Wenyu said in half. There was movement outside the warehouse. Huantai Tiger entered with a knife, saluted to Shun Zichuan and said rudely, Fu Jun, she have all come to the messenger, and they see and bear the city as living beings, so let us talk to us. Then more than a dozen students sent out the city gate. There is an altar waiting to the west of Danqing. Fujian, at this moment I am strong and weak. What more to talk about? Let Shin Weidi write a transcript, we will break into the capital and save trouble. Shin Zichuan wiped his palms and asked, Who is coming? Xinshuani comes first, and the rest are all students. Shin Zichuan only needs to think about it to know the danger. Jiang Wanshao has arrived at Qidong. The elder lady must talk to him for a long time. At this time, she should not be unavoidable. Qidong is unavoidable. Besides, the long encirclement is not the best policy. Yao Wenyu took his own hand and turned his head to Shin Zichuan. Said, The time is up, Fujian, I'll go back when I go. Qidong Yenyang Tea Pavilion Smoke. Huaxiang Yi sits opposite to the tea case, cleansing tea. Qi Juin motioned to sit on the mountain and said, You come from afar, this bureau is a feast for the wind. Don't be nervous, just sit. All the way along the mountain, I just changed my clothes in the side hall, but I wasn't so restrained, I sat down and smiled. Jiang Hida He Ning can drink a cup of tea from Miss San. He called Hua Xiangyi Miss 3. This is the old name, that is, instead of treating Hua Xiangyi as Mrs. Qidong, she regarded it as the old master of Wuqing. In a word, lightness is different, he doesn't want to talk to Hua Xiangyi. Hua Xiangyi helped tea and said softly, The boat is exhausting on the road, my wife is pregnant, it is really not appropriate to keep the post. I sent someone out of the yard early, and if Wan Shao doesn't want to abandon, then stay at home. Her home is Chifu, and she is in charge of matters in the inner court. No matter what she calls her, she is the main mother of Chifu. Zhang's drinking tea in Qingshan, the two were the first confrontation. Danqing rain was heavy, and bamboo taus were undulating. Xinyu was so full of heart that he heard the sound of flute into the bamboo waves on the high platform. He stood up with a light and watched an oil umbrella in the rain come here with the gentle stream. There was a boundary between the two armies, and Yao Wenyu did not continue. The white donkey under the umbrella walked leisurely, and Yao Wenyu's blue shirt was hanging on both sides of the donkey's belly. The sack around his waist was still the same, and the rain and mist were lingering, and he looked exactly the same as that year. I was in a hurry to leave that day, and I couldn't say goodbye to him. Yao Wenyu bowed down on the donkey's back and saluted. I heard Mr. Wang's invitation today, and Yuan Zhuo came. Xinyu saw Yao Wenyu saluting at the donkey, and knew that the rumors were true. His legs were really broken. For a while, with mixed feelings, standing in the ears and buzzing, only sighed sadly. What the are you? What a pain. What a pain. Yao Wenyu couldn't answer, and he didn't come to answer this, what a pain, today. He knew what the intention of this move was. Everyone in the world looked at him, and envy became mercy. Everyone would prefer to pity him condescendingly, as if he had lost his legs and lost his courage to stand before others. Living is far harder than dying. Yao Wenyu had an insight into the future life as early as the day he lay down. This kind of look was not the first time, nor was it the last time. As long as he is still in the world, he will always face such mercy. This is the pain he can't share with anyone. The oil umbrella draped into the curtain, hiding the blue robe in between, Yao Wenyu was as if sitting in the clouds. He fell down and remained clean and dust-free. It is the most rare place in life to have a realm, Shen Zichuan said in the tower, and said to Qiao Tianya around him. It is not to be happy, not to be sad. If anyone can reach this level, he is not far away. When I first met him, I thought he was this kind of person, but I later discovered that he was not such a person at all. It is ruthless to get the Tao and ruthless to yourself. Yao Wenyu can't do it. He has Wanxiang in his heart, and he has him in his heart. He is a red duster who seems to be far away from the world. He has spent the past 2 decades riding a donkey, which is lively and not wrong. Qiao Tianya looked at the turquoise blue, like the green willow and green bamboo looking at the sky. He put down the flute, picked up the wine, took a sip, and replied drunk, "I know him." The rain continued underground. Yao Wenyu's voice is clear and brilliant. Lang said, "Sir, don't worry about me for the time being. I think that all of us are like sleepy beasts, and we are doing our best to fight the death of our monarch to the end. This is not a good idea. Shun Zichuan, if you have the heart, you should have treated yourself sincerely, rather than standing on your own. Yuchun Bingdan City, intimidating the capital, caused the people in the world to panic. Sin Yu also came to persuade today, cannot help but take a step at this moment," separately said. Today Yuan Zhuorukan persuaded him to surrender, and based on his kindness in the 6 states of Central Bo, I would also like to use his own head to guarantee him. At present, the situation is clear, and the general situation has been decided. Why do you deceive yourself? Yao Wenyu said. It's all night and night. The so-called siege method is a last resort. If the emperor is willing to surrender to the tens of thousands of people in the city, I am also willing to use her own head to guarantee her. You and I have the old knowledge. Why use this to praise me for these haikao? There are only 20,000 soldiers available to China. Bo Shinzichuan has been tired of keeping the Azura granary. Now the 2 states of Tea and River are surrendering one after another. Believe in the people. Chidu now has 7 cities to help, Chidong as a shield, and 300,000 defensive arms are genuine. Shinzichuan wants to conquer the Li family, and I am afraid no one can serve it. Your invasion of Danqing has caused the exiles to rise. Sin Yu pointed to Badu. All the people in front of Badu were refugees. They could hear babies crying at night, and widows were selling women during the day. If you were truly teachers of justice, how could you turn a blind eye to this? Yao Wenyu didn't answer. The student beside Sin Yu salutes Yao Wenyu and clears his throat. Not only that, Shun Zichuan has rebelled for no reason, and it has led to disaster. Even if he can break the city with a strong soldier, it is difficult to convince the public with a strong soldier. He is the perfect candidate for the emperor. There are countless dead and wounds between the 2 armies. Why not turn the gods into jade? As long as you can surrender with sincerity, the emperor will not be too big with the heart of the sage. They spoke so nicely, but what was the consequence of dropping the armor and letting it go, not to mention Sin Yu, even Kong Yen could not guarantee it. Yao Wenyu was about to speak, and there was wind in the rain, which forced him to temporarily cover his mouth and lower his cough. Sin Yu couldn't bear it, but the students around him thought that they had the upper hand. Seeing Yuanzhu's weakness, he couldn't help but go further and talk loudly. I know that Yuanzhu has a unique reputation, and I know it better. You came from the Yao family and studied in Laoge, but lament that you lost your studies in order to serve the Shin family, and abandoned your ancestors. Yao Yuanzhu, the old man can still be 1,000 miles away, but you can only commit to the thief. I am sorry for your talents, and it's a pity that the old man trusts the non-human. Today, I saw that your stubble was not the heroine of that year, and I want to persuade you to get lost. Raindrops fell on the railing and Shun Zichuan's sleeve robe was wet. He tied the folding fan between his sleeves to avoid rain. Looking at the green bamboo from the watchtower, Yao Wenyu has been partially hidden. When Shun Zichuan was still in the capital, he once told Shaoqia that if he was allowed to choose, he would rather choose Shuexiuzhua than Yao Wenyu. Because Yao Wenyu was so lonely, he couldn't do anything in the dirt. He was born so well that it hurt so hard. The morale of the students was so high that they crowded into the high stage and all wanted to teach Yao Wenyu. Yao Wenyu's coughing stopped, his look remained unchanged, and it seemed he would have met this situation. His Majesty Shen Zichuan is not unmanned, and Kong Ling was also a master of arguing when he was still in college. However, Shen Zichuan still agreed to let Yao Wenyu come. Luo Mu wants to kill Yuan Zhua in this bureau. Shen Zichuan tilted his head slightly, and the jade beads in his ears reflected the cold light. To underestimate Yao Wenyu is to underestimate Shen Zichuan. His Majesty Shen Zichuan has both moral and talent, but Yao Wenyu has always been the chief. 2 years ago, Yao Wenyu was embarrassed to leave the capital. It was 2 years ago that he was assisted by the Chinese blogger Shen Zichuan. The stage was slightly noisy, and the students' voices were crowded in the heavy rain and buried in the bamboo waves. In the cool breeze, Yao Wenyu removed the lip covering his lip. You are persuading me to get lost and return, but I want to persuade you to turn back to shore. Yao Wenyu's voice was still moist, as if the coughs were just a break in the rain. I asked the sir. The teacher was exhaustingly thinking about death, and why? Xin Yu replied, Shak Xiao Xiao, to be respectful and humble. Yao Wenyu emerged sharply when the wind stormed, saying, The big fallacy is not the case. The teacher is thinking carefully about people's livelihood, steadily seeking peace and respecting the public opinion. Everything is people-oriented at all times. Now you are inferior and ignorant of the people. The temple is private and private. Since Xuani, Kong Baran, Shui Yanqing, and so on, how can they worship my teacher? Rarely did he reveal such awe, and his words resembled a knife cut, causing Xin Yu to step back and said dumbly, I'll wait. Yao Wenyu's look remained unchanged, and he continued, I ask you again, the so-called Yao Shen, Gui Min Tian, and Mini, and Jingzhuang. What have you done in these 4 points? Xin Yu's momentum has weakened, saying, Danqing, Tanqing, Wuqing, Tanqing have all recovered the tax, and the 4 cities belong to the people. The tax reduction and exemption is the time to rest. In order to fill the Chengqing tax, He Lianhu wanted the squires of his country to scrape the land. Tian returned, but Nagobi filled the fields. The exiles in the 4 cities are still endless, and Aizu Prefecture is already overcrowded. What you call medicine Shenyang, Geminshan, Anmin Karma is nothing more than emphasis. The food that you take for your help is the blessing of our monarch. Where did Xin Yu think that Yao Wenyu's speeches would be harsh, but Ching Tian did have something to do, but he had to temporarily stop the investigation due to external problems. Today, he has become a weapon for Yao Wenyu. The student next to Xin Yu responded very quickly and said, It's nonsense. You betrayed the king and degraded the teacher's door, but you are a remnant of a wheeler. What have you done? What can you do? The donkey under Yao Wenyu's seat moved forward slightly, and he said, I am a counselor, how can I walk by? The students immediately laughed and laughed. You just didn't do anything about it. You didn't do anything at all. Shui Gong criticized the family, helped the Li family, and he was loved in Dan and Lu cities. You asked them how they met Go Lao, Yao Wenyu. I think you are the old man who is shameless. Yao Wenyu's oil umbrella dangled slightly, and he also laughed, but this smile left no trace. It passed after passing without half satisfaction. He said, Should he pursue his administration in his position, shouldn't the princes and the princes take care of themselves for the people? Shouldn't Shui Yanqing run the capital to do what he wants? He is a courtier, and I am a counselor. The eyes were dim, and the twinkling starlight was extinguished, leaving only a heavy lacquer night. My master is in chaos and chaos in the chaos of the world. He first teases and robs the bandits, and then goes through the 6 states. He goes through the trade between north and south, and spares no effort to help. Tiechi stepped on the outside. Within 2 years, he lost land, settled in all directions, settled the people's business, created acres of good land in Sanzhou, and lost land in the 3 realms. He pushed the Yellow Book, implemented the household registration, and opened the way to the world to meet the talents of the world. backward, even dare to defend the gate of Duanzhou as a sword. The rain crackled against the umbrella like a rushing war drum, deafening. With the help of the Lord, I am the heavenly emperor, and I am free to gather together. I can be nameless, moral, and praiseless, but my lord, Yao Wenyu is as steady as a mountain, and his words are clear. It must be brilliant. Counselor. The counselors and courtiers are the people who assist the good master. Yao Wenyu dared to demean himself for pushing Shen Zichuan, because he was a counselor for Shen Zichuan, and he was seeking for the reputation of Shen Zichuan, not for himself. In his words, he was asking the people all over the city, what did Li Jianting do? The inaction of the Lord is incompetent. Sun Yuqiang held up and said, even if you have a clever tongue, you can't cover Shen Zichuan's wrong birth. His father, Shen Weibing, defeated Liuzhou. If you let you into the city, people all over the world will worship Shen Wei, the shameless dog thief. Yao Wenyu said, so, did Li Jianting come from orthodox? You are presumptuous. The student watched Yao Wenyu calmly, prevailed, and blushed. Is it the emperor that you are? Yao Wenyu suddenly raised his voice in the rain and asked again, who can prove in public that Li Jianting is orthodox? Are you? Shui Yanqing? You are her principal and worship long live, but it's hard to argue with the true or false. Shui Gong holds the pen of the emperor. The student has been confused. The emperor had Xiangrui when he was born. He can't be wrong, he can't be wrong. Since you can't prove it, Yao Wenyu coughed, I can. Sun Yu suddenly felt cold, watching Yao Wenyu's blue shirt shaking, and felt that this was not Yuan Zhua, this was the enemy of Zhongbalai. When Shui Yanqing greeted the prince and returned to the palace, he presented to the cabinet Zhu Xian and Emperor Qin's private seal. Yao Wenyu gently wiped his white lips with his fingers. But these two objects are incompatible, and Qin Wang's private seal is not covered at all. Zhu Zhushang. If only Li Jianting can prove that Qin Wang is the daughter-in-law of the Qin dynasty, then the noble paintings in my Yao's study are all evidence of the emperor. When Shui Yanqing greeted the prince and returned to the palace, he presented to the cabinet Zhu Xian and Emperor Qin's private seal. Yao Wenyu gently wiped his white lips with his fingers. But these two objects are incompatible, and Qin Wang's private seal is not covered at all. Zhu Zhushang. If only Li Jianting can prove that Qin Wang is the daughter-in-law of the Qin dynasty, then the noble paintings in my Yao's study are all evidence of the emperor. Even though Sun Yu's hands and feet became cold, he couldn't be weak anymore. Today's conversation in the city attracted a lot of attention, and a wrong answer was a disaster for Li Du. He was certain that he said, when the emperor entered the palace, the cabinet was publicly inspected. At that time, the Queen Mother bowed her head, confirming that the emperor was the blood of Li's blood. The wind and rain were noisy, and it smashed on the oil-paper umbrella like a bursting bean. Yao Wenyu said, after the emperor went, the Li family withered. What you call a court test is based on the one-sided words of Shui Yanqing. The Queen Mother lives alone in the deep palace, and has the right to hold back, and the cowardly coercion outside. How can you say truth? Sun Yu had a big shock in his chest. He stepped back and said, hey, how can you say that I am a minister? On the day of the public inspection, the civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty were present. Whoever dared to intimidate the Queen Mother, I first attacked him. Okay, Mr. Loyalty, I admire it. Yao Wenyu drew a letter from his sleeve and told Sun Yu, I happen to have a secret letter from Miss Feng San, which details in detail Han Han's use of Tonqing's account to coerce her Queen Mother. In this case, the letters of the Empress Dowager and Miss 3 are also attached, all bearing the Empress Dowager private seal. As soon as this letter came out, there was an uproar in the rain. Sun Yuha had expected that Yao Wenyu had really proved that the chill straightened the backbone today is not Zhongbu's fierce danger at all, but he is fierce. He leaned on the side of the table and said, Miss 3 has been away from the capital for a long time and will no longer serve the Queen Mother. Her words. Miss 3 is Mrs. Cheetong, Yao Wenyu pressed tightly. If her words are not credible, why hasn't Cheetong's 300,000 garrison troops dispatched yet? There was a thunderous thunder in the rain. Yao Wenyu loosened his finger and let the secret letter fall into the puddle. He said, Qi would rather lose hundreds of years of prestige than he would be willing to serve as the king of the army, because it is now sitting on the throne, not Li King at all. Shui Yanqing refers to the deer as a horse, not only to bully the king, but also to use the daughter of Chu Guan as the emperor's eunuch. Chu Guan girl, you deceive the public. The student pointed at Yao Wenyu and said sternly, the emperor is the daughter of a peasant household in the capital and has a long-standing name in the neighborhood. Dizzy, Yao Wenyu said, without temperature, Li Jianting has never called her adoptive parents after she ascended to the throne. If she is really kind and filial piety, she will not turn a blind eye to her adoptive parent. In this sentence, Hugh said that Sin Yu was that the students around him all fell to the ground suddenly, and the Dudu army whispered in affright. The dark clouds have forced the palace of Badu, and the eaves of Bagua were split between lightning and thunder. The letter was quickly passed around the southwest, and the genie guards hiding in Badu walked the street. Gu Qingqing occupied the tea-house, and watched the raindrops pound on the window paper violently. Li Jianting looked up, listened to the thunder, and knew the drums that had been rattled. She asked the empty Mingletang, Is King Torei out? Fengquan lit a joss stick and replied, It's almost coming. There was a sound of rubbing on the screen. Since sitting on the opposite side of the small case, I had a pulse for Lun Yang across the screen. Everyone of Qi's family is a loyal and heroic man. The handsome man has made great achievements and won the Holy Grace. Jiangshan Qingshan said, Now the mountains and rivers are in critical condition, and the internal troubles are all around. At that time, I advised the commander not to jeopardize righteousness for personal gain, to honor the king in all respects, and Qi's future glory is in sight. You are an energy minister, and you are more familiar with civil affairs than I am. Qi Juin drank tea. Since it is time to endanger the mountains and rivers, these clichés need not be said. There was heat in the tea kiosk. Jiangshan Qingshan smiled bitterly for a moment and said, Persuading the fame is a cliché. I came here just to say a few words with the boss. He put down the teacup and looked Qi Juin. Master, if today is an incompetent generation, then I will not come. But nowadays, the revival of Dezhou is just around the corner. As long as the internal problems are eliminated, the people's prosperity will not be a delusion. He paused for a while. The first emperor was not in charge of the government, and the court assigned several years of fighting. That year, the drought in Jushi, I was unable to prepare food for relief. I was in desperation. I had to borrow food arbitrarily. Please ask the cabinet network to open one side. At that time, Hua Xiqian was going to kill me, and Yan Qing was kneeling in front of the old door of the old house, asking the old man to save my life. Over the years, he has been running around in the position given by the Ministry of Affairs, finding a way for the local officials, and struggling to form what is now called the Hard Faction, so that the big week after Tianqian years can survive. Master, we dare not take credit, but these people, in order to give way to Dezhou, even the lives of one's family can bet on it. Jiang Wanshao did not lie, and the source of the broken government in Yongyi's later years was in the capital, but the place was still strong. Zhu Shikan now bear the pressure from many parties in Dezhou. This is not something that can be done overnight. This is the foundation stone laid by these people in the past 10 years. After the Xiande years, Yan Qing urged the court to allocate manpower to the central Bo to clean up the mess. The old man was forced by Hua Xiqian's sharpness. He did not dare to move in order to protect the central government. Finally, he waited for the 8 years of Xiande's fall. Only then did I deliberately transfer me to serve as the chief envoy of Zhongbua, but it was too late and the opportunity was wrong. Not only did bandits run rampant, but also family powers were intertwined, Jiang Wanshao said when he was emotional. We have no soldiers and no rights. How do we start? The cabinet just reviewed the transfer for half a year. The tea fragrance is misty. He calmed down a bit and then said, I originally gave up. It was Yanqing's support of the emperor to chase Dan Qingtian tax. Marshal, if the emperor is an ancestor like the emperor, Shun Zichuan wants to go back, he will go back. But now there is a clear dawn. He looked at Qi Juin and said eagerly, the first year of Xingqiu has just begun. The commander wants to send troops to help the north. This is the current foreign enemy. We should do it and give it to the army. It was not at the time of Xian Denian that the commanders and generals were required to kneel and beg for help. The Bianjuan mildew case forced Lu Guangbai back. The cabinet has so far not obeyed the official words and really dismissed the title of Lu Jiajue. To give the court and Lu Guangbai another chance, everyone has revisited. There is no family interference this time, only civil and military officials have treated each other frankly, and Zhongxing Xing is at this moment. Jiang Wanxiao's heartfelt remarks today are things that others do not understand or even reluctant to understand. They are all gears running by Dezhou, and they can be relied on by Dai Daixien when they are mottled and rusty. This person is not alone. He may be Qi Huilian in the early days, Hai Liangyi in later days, and even Shuexiuzhua now. They are different from the family, even if the ideas collide, even the ideas are contradictory, but they have all the strength in civil, without exception, the last vitality of this decaying old tree. Shun Zichuan promoted the Yellow Book in the 6 states of China Bo. We have implemented household registration as early as in Jueshi. Since I ruled the 13 cities, the gates of various places have been checked every year. The land is not lost, the land is not wasteland, and the port trade is prosperous and prosperous. Intervene, this year's Yongyi port cannot be closed. Jiang Wanshao said, the reason why the tax on the 8 cities was suspended was because Shun Zichuan was too tight. He claimed to be the prince at the Zhongbua, and he was called a lord by the 3 kingdoms. The dog jumped off the wall and stopped the investigation as a last resort. Lu Nyang in the screen suddenly whispered, Zhang's voice stopped abruptly, and he got up slightly. Hung Ham walked out of the screen and said something to Hua Xiangyi. Hua Xiangyi looked at Jiang Qinshan and said, Mrs. is weak, running along the road, and the baby's elephant is unstable. I'm afraid to rest here for a few days. Lu Nyang broke his body in Xiandanyan. Jiangshan Qinshan knew that Hua Xiangyi was true. He was immersed in lobbying while eloquently speaking, and he was all tied to Lu Nyang. He dumbed his voice for a while and stood still. Neither is sitting. Now that he whispered, Atta to Buddha, your wife must take some medicine. Shan could not help asking, what medicine? She is weak, and the doctors she sees are very cautious. I heard that you have been married for several years, and Lingtang and his wife have to stand by the rules every day. It used to be, Hua Xiangyi blamed slightly. Why is your wife pregnant and still stand by the rules? What are the rules? The most difficult thing for Jiang Wanshao to talk about was family affairs. His mother was widowhood in his early years, and he just raised him into a grand official. The old lady is not subject to bribes by Jin Yu, nor is she a member of the eunuch's family. She is dedicated to being a cleansing official, which means that she has a strict family rule, especially when she is against Lu Nyang. Qi Juin didn't want to speak at first, and she had a lot of troubles in her own house, but who knew that the feet under the table were touched lightly? She understood with the action of drinking tea, put down the cup, and said, I don't think you should be busy with government affairs at first. I have no news yet, so settle my wife first. Jiang Wanshao was aware of this and said cautiously, the troop dispatch. I think about it for 2 more days, Qi Juin said positively. After 2 days I will give you an answer. Fei Shi ran his head in the rain. Everywhere he heard it there was talk. The rebels, the emperor, and forgery. The centuries-old crickets were in danger in this heavy rain. He ran his wet shoes and was bumped in the rain. In the past, Xiao Haoyi was dressed in a simple dress. After Helianhu was paralyzed, his fox friends and dog friends would no longer be associated with him. He couldn't afford to raise people in the family, and he could only send his wife and servants. Fei Shi still wanted to confuse, but when he saw his sister Zhao Yue and stayed up late to do embroidery work with children, he knew that the family was completely out of money. Now he lives by writing letters for others. Fei Shi picked up the letter and cursed. Blind dog hit Grandpa. Grandpa had run rampant. He wiped the rain on his face, and felt that the person who fell on the ground was familiar, so he stomped his feet. Hey! The man raised his head sullenly, unkempt, could not see clearly, only smirked at Fei Shi. Little Haoyi, young Haoyi. Fei Shi wrote the letter and said, "Oh, it's a visionary. Grandpa, I'm Xiao Haoyi." The lunatic was dirty, with only 1 foot wearing shoes. He shook his head and said, "Little Haoyi, look for my brother. My mother isn't your big brother." Fei Shi pulled his clothes back, disgusting him, and drove out. Go! The lunatic grinned and really left. He bounced in the torrential rain and shouted at everyone, "Brother, my brother is a big officer. A big officer with a knife. Unlucky." Fei Shi mumbled and walked for 2 steps, feeling the sound familiar. He took a few more steps, saw the ruined Han Palace across the rain curtain, and suddenly stayed in place. "Excuse the capital. Quickly flash away." Military boots splashed with rain and ran on the streets of Badu. The city's alert was at an extreme. All the defensive equipment in the armament had emptied to the wall. The news that Shun Zichuan was about to enter was far wider than the life of the Empress. Fei Shi was knocked away by the army. He spontaneously turned his head, and turned his head like clay sculpture. Han Jin. Yao Wenyu quarreled and retreated. He turned his donkey, the paper umbrella slightly tilted, and the green robe pendulum on the side was wet by the rain. Xinyu was still shocked, holding the table edge, raising his hand to call Yuan Zhuo again. The zombie soldiers in the back silently set up the bow and arrow, and the raised arrow was against the fingers and stretched the string full. Raindrops were stringed along the oil paper umbrella. Yao Wenyu's breathing was slightly chaotic. The student was ashamed and took a few steps, saying, "Shen Zichuan seeks the world to serve Shen Wei's tablet. This is unkind, and I will not kneel even if I die." The pouring rain buried Yao Wenyu's coughing sound. When he looked back, the tight lip line was slightly raised. The oil paper umbrella slipped to the ground. His hair was soaked, but he said categorically, "From the beginning to the end, we only talk about Shen Weibing's defeat. The Prince of Pingding decided to live in mountains and rivers, never marry a wife, and have no children. Moreover, it is necessary to turn over the old case of Yongyi as Zhaoxue, a loyal minister. You do'n't need to kneel until the society is stable, the people resume business, and when the world's granaries are abundant, the governor." The arrow suddenly left the string buzzed in the rain, flying beads, the sharp edge blinked in front of Yao Wenyu. It was said that sooner or later, the fast sword between the green bamboos plunged suddenly, and under the sound of a bang, Qiao Tianya had already landed. Shen Zichuan looked away from the tower and looked at the direction of the capital. The wind moved his jacket, and in the rainstorm, there was a mixture of starry ice and snow. "The 2 armies will not talk to each other," said the governor. "This is a deceit for me in Zhongbua." Qiao Tianya slowly stood upright, standing in front of Yao Wenyu, blocked his eyes with wet strands, pushed his scabbard with his thumb and said, "Draw a knife." The armor of the embargo was covered with rain, and the blades of light flickered with time in the bamboo forest. The incense burned out. The author has something to say. Thank you for watching. 2K Novel Reading Network. When Sinew saw the arrow going out, he knew it was not good, and when he saw the band army pulling a knife, he even vomited and bled in anxiety. He covered his mouth embarrassedly and said, "Who is doing it?" When Sinew saw the arrow going out, he knew it was not good, and when he saw the band army pulling a knife, he even vomited and bled in anxiety. He covered his mouth embarrassedly and said, "Who is doing it?" When he came, he ordered Luo Mu to strictly keep the soldiers from moving. This arrow went out, no matter if Yao Wenyu died or not, I was all over. The Huantai tiger sprinted forward, rushing forward, and shouted, "Without words, go to your mother's town to talk." The embargo ran neatly in the rain, and the ground was splashing with mud. They brushed their trowels and smashed into the miscellaneous soldiers as the front row turned and chopped. The dagger-light sword shadow shrouded the heavy rain, and the tables and chairs on the high platform were knocked down. The students helped Sinew back in panic. "Stop." Sinew still had an illusion, and said hurriedly when he wiped his blood, "Prince, listen to me." The embargo had already crossed the line, and no one listened to Sinew again. He was in the rain, his official robe hung on his body, endured the rain and snow, and finally choked up silently, and said in the direction of Badu, "I am ashamed of the Emperor what?" The bronze bell of Bada crashed, and Li Jianting knew it was not a thunder. She leaned on the pillar and slowly walked into the rain. She looked at Shuexiuzhua under the steps, as if she had just met him. "You have silver and silver." Li Jianting raised his arm in the direction of Jueshi, "and the people support it. Go to Jueshi, find a new emperor, and fight with Shen Zichuan again." Shuexiuzhua also looked at Li Jianting. After a short while, he raised his hand, took off his black hat, and said, "I am Li's courtier." Li Jianting smiled, and she laughed louder and louder. When she laughed to the rain, she was a little naive. She stepped closer and asked, "Teacher, have I learned it?" She was stuck in the gap all her life, and after ripping her fingernails, she finally became a container. She comes from a mud ditch, but it carries the Tianhe River. She is hardworking, and even a genius, but she is also unable to return to heaven. It could have been better, because the teacher's qualifications were mediocre. Shuexiuzhua looked at the black hat in his hand. "I am a sloping blade." He had known for a long time that he was not clever. He could not remember his strategy. He could only memorize it, boil it all night, and wasted time drinking water. He was bruised by Emperor Guangqing in his most impulsive years, recognizing that the seemingly prosperous Dezhou was actually barren. Shuexiuzhua did not think he would go this way, but he witnessed the sudden flash of Qi Hualian's flash, and the light of that moment made him hope. He followed Qi Hualian, stubbornly thinking that Dezhou could be saved, but the reality was always so disappointing. He worshipped and respected Hai Liangyi, but he gradually separated from Hai Liangyi. They all wanted to save the big weak, and none of them succeeded. "You brought me to this position, but no one here is willing to make sense." The Queen instructed Han Yu, and Han Yu hinted that Fu Man, they all wanted to kill me. Li Jianting raised his arm, rubbing the flower in the forehead red. "Can the Emperor fight back?" "I don't kill them, it's death." She turned around. "We stayed in the cage carefully. Even if we were ambitious, we didn't have that power, and we didn't have that time." Li Jianting is very white. This is an illusion raised in Shue's house. Under this layer of clothes, she is covered with bruises. When she stood here, it was Li Jianting. No one would ask Ling Ting's whereabouts, as if Ling Ting was damned. Actually, no one needs a law to kill people in this world. "A man's strong body crushed my bones, and I fell to the ground," Li Jianting said, and said to Shuexiuzhua, "People passing by felt dirty, and no one would hold them accountable. It seems that I am willing to lie there, and once I die, I should be regarded as abandoned, and I can no longer stand in front of people." The sound of the bronze bell's impact continued to prolong, and the rain water spread over the two men's robes, and the sky was so overcast that the palace could not be seen clearly. Li Jianting sarcastically said, Is that my fault? Teacher, I followed the teachings of the book, and did not even kill those dregs. The day you took me away from Xiang Yunfang, I thought I would take revenge, but you taught me kindness, morality. I need patience to stay in this rotten royal palace. For a few years, it has not been deserted. I chase after everyone, and in the end we still have nothing. Her chest was undulating, there were too many things to be reconciled, and in that extreme patience, she finally broke out. Li Jianting pointed to these eyes and said, I don't live on these eyes. I'm not like anyone. I'm Li Jianting. She suddenly took off her golden hairpin in her hair, threw it into the rain, and said scornfully, Go damn good and respectful, I'm an emperor, I'm the last emperor of Li's. The thunder exploded in the sky, making everyone's face white in the rain. Li Jianting took off his soaked coat and even ripped off the tedious bun, and said in a cold voice, I and Dazhou coexisted and died. I have 8 gates, all of which are now blocked. The extension of the machine on the wall clicked, the original 8 camps were empty, the walls were densely packed with bows and arrows, and the Chinese defense team attacked the east gate. The old lady sits in Qidong, Jiang Wanshao can't come back, Yao Wenyu gasped slightly. He propped on the edge of the bed and said to Shun Zichuan, The road is open. I'm here, waiting for the governor to triumph. Shun Zichuan picked off his own Yangshan snow and set aside it for Yao Wenyu, saying, I entrust this knife to you. When you return, you will return me. Yao Wenyu smiled awkwardly and said, Why is it difficult for me? Air is still in Aizu. Shun Zichuan's eyes were dim. You are still, sir. Yao Wenyu can only say, Yuanzhua does his best. Fei Xing took off the coat for Shun Zichuan. Shun Zichuan stepped back 2 steps, looked at Yao Wenyu for a while, and turned around without a word. Fei Xing picked up Yao Wenyu's post when he was packing his account, and found that his post was wet with blood. The wet snow was thick outside the tent, and the wind came. Shun Zichuan stepped to the next level, and the band troops on both sides remained intent. He tightened his arms while walking, and when he passed by the Huantai tiger, he just listened to the Huantai tiger yelling on his neck and said, Tonight's killing in Jedu, the world will take advantage of this situation. The governor will be the first soldier, and I will take liver and daring. The garrison slammed into the chest neatly with the band army, and the sound of thunder rang. I will look at each other with liver and gallbladder. Luo Mu heard the roar. He ran to the city wall in the pouring rain, dragged the generals who fled back to the city and asked, Who put the arrow? Participant returned from injury in the raging wave of the proper soldiers. At this moment, he dragged his left arm and replied, It's too rainy, Governor, who can't see who it is. Luo Mu had instructed the miscellaneous army to operate, but that must be after the garrison first moved. Even if it was Luo Mu, Yao Wenyu did not even dare to use the life experience of the Empress to make a fuss. This arrow shot through the defense of Badu, and it shows that God is too far away. Fighting behind closed doors, Luo Mu let go of his hand and pushed the vice-general again, and said sternly in the heavy rain, If you can't keep the capital, you and I will all die. The streets were empty, and the people pressed against the windows and doors, shaking in the courtyard. Guangzhou is draining sewage, and the paintings on Kaling River are all fluctuating with the wave. This is the first time in hundreds of years that you has noticed the sense of persecution. Shin soldiers are near the city, Tai Shui said, and the students cried, Dezhou is hopeless. When Luo Mu rushed to war, he saw a few pedestrians from a distance. He put down the banner of Baola, and went forward to worship. He said aloud, Clerk, if you have negative grace, you will serve the country with death tonight, and you will not taint with the anti-thief. Kong Yen staggered forward, holding Li Jianting's arm and condensing to the surroundings, and said, The Emperor is here, and I am also here. If you can win tonight, all the men present will be Dezhou's humorous stockists. If you can't win, when the city broke, my first concubine jumped out of the country. Luo Mu was perspired by Kong's bleak tone, and he looked up to see the solemnity of the cabinet ministers. Obviously, he was not trying to appease, but he was dead. How did Luo Mu expect that they would do this for Dezhou, and they felt ashamed for a while, but they were lucky. Shen Zichuan has only 25,000 soldiers. This battle can be fought. The Emperor and your adults. Before Luo Mu's words fell, the trebuchet moved, and the boulder slammed into the city gate. The century-old Mengdu stone-carved statue immediately burst and was crushed to pieces. Shuexiuzhua waved his arm to stop Li Jianting and said, Shen Zichuan siege, escort. Qiao Tianya held his dagger, moved his elbow, and crawled in the dark and wet official ditch. After the original Guangzhou case, Pan Mao had sent the engineering drawings of Baodu Guangzhou to Shaoqia, and Shaoqia left this drawing at Meizhai. When Shen Zichuan betrayed Zhonghua, Qiao Tianya and Fei Xing used this picture to escape from the siege of Pudu. They had long remembered the crisscrossing official ditch of Pudu. Qiao Tianya's chin was buried in the stinky sewage. He slightly raised his head, and at the end he bumped the wooden board diagonally with his shoulder. The shackles on the wooden board moved away, and Gu Shaoqing, who was shaved, looked at Qiao Tianya, smiled, and stretched out his hand to bring people out. I haven't seen it in more than a year, Gu Qingqing said. Is the governor okay? Qiao Tianya took off the dagger and said briefly, Nothing. We have been staring at the internal movements of Li Du in the past few days, Gu Qingqing said, no longer embarrassed. He took out the drawings, and there were areas with colored circles on it. Qiao Tianya looked at the densely covered circles, his scalp tingling for a while. These people couldn't take root. They just wandered around the sampan and stood by at any time. Most of them were 3 teachers and 9 teachers. Gu Qingqing covered the crossed-out area. The princes guessed very well. They have a boss to direct the operation. Qiao Tianya stared at the position of head. The scorpion is going to drag the governor on behalf of Amur. Gu Qingqing circled with his fingers. Before they move, we have to start first, leaving no one. Gu Qingqing's fingers stopped at the palace. Qiao Tianya did not put away the dagger. He said dumbly, Old business, old rules, the death order of the master, but no survivor under the embroidered spring sword. You and I act separately. He nailed the dagger to the palace. I go here. The defense of the Zhengdong Gate was less than half an hour, and the south side gate near the Fengshan campus was hit by a bypassing garrison. I do know that the main force that guards the east gate, Shen Zichuan learned from Hassan this fast attack. Not only fast, but also fierce. The capital of the south side gate was against the city gate. Before it had time to scream, it was blocked by a knife. Pass, shouted Du Jun. The door on the south side is broken. The city gate was suddenly hit by a slant, knocking all the troops inside directly to the ground. The embargoes waiting outside held up the gap, opened their legs like monkeys, and just rolled in. The archers inside the gate prepared, but the barracks responded faster. They retracted their heads and hid behind the gate. Before the army was relieved, they heard the sour creak sound from the door panel of the city gate. The heavy-fitting and well-built heavy city gate was actually shouldered by the Forbidden Army and climbed to the top to be demolished. Good! A Forbidden Army knocked on the door panel and shouted at the brothers underneath. This door, the is also the second grandfather who took us to repair it for the Labor Department. The thief is so good, he can carry an arrow, kill these little silly dogs. The morale of the army was soaring because of the presence of the Empress, and Shen Zichuan forced his head to obliterate it. As soon as the south side door was broken, the embargo was like a fish. Kong Yen was protecting Li Jianting in the crowd. Li Jianting's hair was messy and covered with mud. He was screamed in the city walls by a continuous trebuchet. Her gaze passed through the mud, and among the wailing and urgent calls of countless people, she saw the rumored Zongbo Fujun. 2 years ago, Shen Zichuan escaped from Zhengdong Gate, and the closed gate left Qi Huilian, who shouted. Today, he is not only with his staff, but also with thousands of troops. Li Jianting gritted his teeth and said, "Rebel?" Shen Zichuan looked at her indifferently, and told her in a direct enough way the young emperor could not play the true heroes alone. From here he stepped on the door of Li Du. Fog locked the capital. Li Jianting's body was soon covered by the rain. She was a remnant cloud in this towering temple cluster, spreading too fast, not even an opponent. The gates of Zhengdongmen continued to shake in the squeak sound, and Luo Mu, who re-embarked on the wall, tried his best to mobilize the soldiers in the city. Fog locked the capital. Li Jianting's body was soon covered by the rain. She was a remnant cloud in this towering temple cluster, spreading too fast, not even an opponent. The gates of Zhengdongmen continued to shake in the squeak sound, and Luo Mu, who re-embarked on the wall, tried his best to mobilize the soldiers in the city. Archers prepare. Luo Mu's order has not yet been issued, and Hu Taitai screamed in the rain when he interrupted. Hit the door. In words, Zhongbua's single-ended artillery has been bombarded, and the capitals who have been in the capital for a long time can't fight it. On the contrary, the mixed soldiers brought by Luo Mu have more power. Luo Mu is good at defending in Chazhou. The most afraid of them is the bandit. Now the tiger is a bandit in his eyes. Oh! Luo Mu spit out the dirt in his mouth, and watched the city's defense force attack coldly. The capital wall of the capital is not falling for 100 years. With a few single-shot cannons, it will still be as solid as possible until next year. He supported the wall stack, shouted to the bottom of the tiger, Yentai tiger, you and I work together. If you want to preserve your face today, you might as well go to court with me. You will not win this battle. Huantai Huji hated Luo Mu for framing himself. He was angry with his stomach and listened to him saying that he could not help but burn in anger and kicked the of the collision, saying, "Shut your mother's mouth." He was so stunned, the soldiers immediately rose up, followed the Hu Tai Hu and pushed the car into the gate again, making the gate make a loud noise. Unexpectedly, Luo Mu sneered for a moment, waved and drank, "Let's go." The stone prepared by the Zaibei had fallen from the high wall of Luzhong, and it fell into the garrison like a shower of hail. It could not stand even wearing a helmet. The person who was hit by the stone was physically disabled, and the worst was dying. The soldiers near the collision hid their heads to dodge. The car was hit, and the whole body suddenly tilted. Because of the weight, it could not be stopped by only a few people. They could only watch the collision crash into the mud. Huantai Tiger wiped the mud on his face, knowing that he was doing it again. Luo Mu just excite him. Tiger! Fei Shengzima detoured, grabbed the Zhongbua army flag with one arm, and yelled at Taihu from a distance and said, "I pass the words of the prince you fight this battle." He waved the flag sharply, pointing to the capital. "No matter the success or failure, you are a good man at Zhongbua. Good man." The tiger's blood rushed up, filled his chest, and shook his palms slightly. He was instructed by Shao Qia himself, but made many mistakes under the seat of Shen Zichuan, but Shen Zichuan still gave him a chance. He suddenly raised his hand and patted his cheek. This slap was so severe that it seemed particularly loud in the heavy rain. Yentai Tiger's cheeks were flushed red, his eyes covered with scars were slightly opened, and the momentum remained, but he calmed down a little. He replied loudly, "This battle is undefeated, and I am not worthy of being a court official and second grandfather of Taihu Tiger. Even today, even if I am broken, I will open the door for my master." The gong-yi in the royal palace competed for objects, and the sound of killings at the gate spread to Badu, and they all wanted to escape before the city broke. Minglatang's lamp was only lit, and Fengquan took off the eunuch's robe and sat beside the tea-case. His thin figure looks like a young man among the overlapping white veils. The sound of rain splattered like the sound of a piano, and the sky was dark like a night. Fengquan held the faint lamp, raised his head between the flying veils, exposed half of his face, and saw a pair of black boots stopped in front of the veil, and the rain dripped along the opponent's scabbard, on the mirror-like ground narrow ripples. Who do you think you will see? Feng Quan said softly. Does Xiao Feng Quan? Xiao Tianya clutched the scabbard and dangled wet strands, unable to see through the layers of white gauze. His heavy sleeves dangled to the side, as if trapped in the hand holding a sword. Feng Quan touched the lamp, and half of his face laughed slowly, even with an overflowing smile in that eye. He said gently, "You're late." Xiao Tianya raised his eyes. Feng Quan stood up, and they were too far apart, as if they never knew each other. The friendship of the Total Horns has gone through a long journey, and Song Yue, who has returned to his place, still holds the harp, but he gradually finds that none of the people who left have returned. You left Li Du with your sword and became the swordsman, you said. Xiao Songyue, I hated you in those years. Feng Quan slightly raised his head and pointed to his ear. I only take this. The unsightly piercings hide the dirt. I only take this. Feng Xuan's voice lowered. His expression became more gloomy. What do you look at me like? He looked so young, his pale face retained the youthful melancholy, and even his limbs didn't look like they were open. My father gave you the sword, and my grandmother sent me to Zhongbua, where I met Lei Changming. Feng Quan squeezed the words from his teeth. I want to die. I almost got rid of it, but Lei startled picked me up from the ditch, just like the dogs he raised, let me live in Gedera for 5 years, 5 years. I am smarter than those hybrids, Amor fancy me, he wants I was a 4-legged snake, leading him to the scorpion of the big week, but I just want to come back. Amor led him back. Go back to your hometown. Amor handed Feng Quan a dagger in front of the golden account. See your father and friends, if they are as before, you will be free. Feng Quan took it seriously, he returned to Dezhou, and reunited with Xiao Qingbi as he wished. Feng Quan looked at Xiao Tianya's shadow, as if telling someone else's story. I saw my father and he was very happy. He stroked the top of my head, and then kneeled in front of me and wept. He took you, Xiao Tianya said mutely. Sent to the palace. That was just a step in the plan. His father spent his second life in atonement, and praying for Buddha was useless, and Donggong was still his nightmare. Taifu didn't die. This was their only hope for the old ministers of Donggong. Father kept incognito outside the gate of Zhao Xin Temple waiting for Qi Huilian's activation. In order to avoid suspicion, he asked me to take those medicines. Feng Quan pointed to his chest. The vicissitudes in his eyes and the young face contradicted. He mobilized the expression on his face, which seemed strange at this moment. Who would doubt me? Even if I was called Feng Quan, no one believed that I was Xiao Feng Quan. Xue Xiuzhua was so cautious, but he did not doubt Feng Xuan's identity. Li Jianting was so vigilant, but he still listened to Feng Xuan's lies. It was not that they were not smart enough, but that Feng Xuan's appearance had not matched his age. Xiao Qingbi's son is 36 years old this year, but Feng Quan doesn't seem to have yet to win the championship. This error keeps him from being suspicious at all. Feng Xuan's eyes were dark. He was tired of crying and laughing. This face was not real. He said, What's the use of Qi Huilian? The old lunatic has been trapped in Zhaoxin Temple for 20 years. Like a dog who begging for food, he still remembers the success or failure of Dezhou. Qi Huilian didn't know that Amur was still in the pool of water. After Shen Zichuan left Zhaoxin Temple and entered Tianqin's court, Qi Huilian remembered the defeat of Zhongbua soldiers, and he faintly noticed the irresistible strange power. But Qi Huilian didn't think this was such a huge and intricate situation, let alone that Feng Quan would be the scorpion sent by Amur. You admire Qi Huilian. Feng Quan's face was covered by white gauze. You are so pitiful. What is the difference between Qi Huilian and Xue Xiuzhua? These people who claim to be righteous and martyred treat people as pawns. My father was willing to treat me trapped in this body. Feng Quan looked tiredly at the top of Mingletang. Make me not a ghost, a man or a woman. Donggong's damage caused catfish and Xiao Bo's debt was paid off when he copied the house. Xiao Tianya's eyes fixed on the shadow of Bai Sha. You don't owe anyone. Feng Quan opened his arms and dragged his wide sleeves on the coffee table. He giggled, his envy and sarcasm. Qiao Songyue, how good it is to be a swordsman. Why do you think my father did this? Faithful? The tiny candlelight was about to go out. The thing that prompted the fall of the East Palace was Jin Yiwei's counterfeit instruments. Who can make the handwriting of the prince and the East Palace staff so similar? It is the East Palace staff themselves. Feng Quan smiled. Qiao Konghai dared to fight because he stood after doing so. The Empress Queen was overthrown by emulating the handwriting of the East Palace. Qiao Tianya suddenly clenched the hilt of the sword. Feng Quan took a step closer and turned over the coffee table with a sleeve gown. He said, "My father asked Hua Si to raise his noble hand to protect your family, but Hua Si Qian refused, and his father could only ask Shen Wei." Qiao Tianya breathed slightly. He said, "Zhongbua?" "Yes." Feng Quan yanked the white veil in front of him and said cruelly, "The defeat of the Chinese soldiers was due to the leak of the military figure of the Ministry of Defense, which was given to Shen Wei by my father and Shen Wei to Amur. Meet up." Qiao Tianya's complexion blew loudly outside the hall. The machete slaughtered the Liuzhou city. Feng Quan approached with wide sleeves, his eyes frantic. Shen Zichuan's entire family died in that defeat. This is thanks to you and me. Qiao Tianya held the bony joint of the hilt and made a light sound. Feng Quan looked at his expression, like a wolverine looking at his failure. Qiao Songyue dyed all the dust, but this was not enough. He was still enviable and wandering was free. Feng Quan further, the face was divided into black and white in the thunder and thunder. His hatred was backlogged in the chest and burned beyond recognition. He said, "I went back to my father, but he turned me into a debt repayment monster." He grabbed Qiao Tianya's lapel, bent his body slightly, and raised his head coldly. "I am every time I was asking myself one day, who I am a scorpion, an old minister, or a dog of countless people." His face became haggard. Xiao Qingbi confessed for his and killed me with his own hands. Look at me, Qiao Songyue. Do you know who I am? Qi Hualien is too cruel. He doesn't believe me, but he wants to put me here. I disguised as Mu Ru's brother, taking the place of Xiao Fuzi, and learning to be a teenager pretentious. He gritted his teeth. These self-righteous big men, Qi Hui's death was wonderful? I tried everything to remove Wei Huaigu for him. It's you. Qiao Tianya raised his hand, but did not touch Feng Quan. I replaced the post that Yang Qing sent to the criminal department. It's me. Feng Quan shook his hands. It was excited. Qi Hualien was so smart that he didn't even think he would die here, but he sent it himself. If there was no Shen Zichuan, the world would be left to me Sandbach. Yang Qing accused Wei Huaigu of reselling military rations. The post was supposed to be sent to the Ministry of Punishment, but the brand was replaced by the brand of the Ministry of Households in the middle. This made Wei Huaigu's suspicion that he had been exposed. In order to ensure that others were unharmed, he chose to surrender, which indirectly prompted Xue Xiuzhua to take action. Tianqin's disease case. Qiao Tianya twitched his fingers. You did it. At the beginning, the official ditch of Donglong Street was blocked, the Huahua building collapsed, and the epidemic broke out. Qiao Tianya had said during the discussion with Xiao Qie that the disease did not start from Donglong Street but from the palace. If Li Jianheng dies on that day, Feng Quan's snake spit out his core, I will win this game. The scorpion, the old genus, the inward-looking eyeliner, Feng Quan is the one who has the upper hand from beginning to end. His multiple identities have led him to have intelligence on all factions. He was like a poisonous spider dormant in the center of the cobweb, always trying to figure out and observe everyone's every move. There was no emotion in Qiao Tianya's red eyes, and his throat rolled, and he did not let go of his sword in the tugging of Feng Quan. He looked at Feng Quan and said, But you still let Xiao Bo go on an expedition. The rainstorm blocked the footsteps outside the temple. At this moment, Feng Xuan's eyes were numb. He flushed his eyes, raised his chin slightly, and said disdainfully to Xiao Tianya, "Because I don't want to play any more." His twisted, weird shadow lay on the floor, and followed him crawling in this deep house. He gradually failed to distinguish who he really was in the alternation of day and night. He worked for everyone but betrayed everyone. He is not a winner at all. He is an ant in a mess, an ant who is out of control. Xiao Tianya said, "I'm in Zhongbua and I've been waiting for you for a long time. No one has turned back these years." Fengquan burst into tears as he rolled his eyes, shaking his head and saying, "Songyue." He seemed to return to the day when he had been separated. His eyes were complicated, both as envy and as abomination. "Everyone, it's all dead." Xiao Tianya felt a great pain in his heart. His sword-shaking hand couldn't stop shaking, and in the sound of heavy rain, he seemed to be awake, detached from the endless dream, and finally understood. Everyone is dead. The forbidden army has entered the city. The south side door opened wide, and the army ran hard, spreading the news in all directions. Reinforcement. No reinforcements. The miscellaneous army pushed the army that blocked the road and looked at Zhengdongmen in the rain. An anti-thief surrounded Badu. Huizhou's reinforcements. Chunjin put on her robe. After Tao Yin left, the court sent someone. The order issued didn't respond. Liang Minshan wiped the rain on his face and looked outside the city. "I'm afraid he won't come. Shimen still has horses and horses." Shuexiuzhua suddenly turned around, stepped across the heavy rain, and tightly held Li Jianting's arm. "The Emperor, I can't hold it any more. Jueshi still has room to turn around." Li Jianting's body trembled amidst the sound of chaos in the chaos. She held Shuexiuzhua with a resolute look and said, "He and the teacher guard the country." Shuexiuzhua looked at Li Jianting and said, "The Lord disgraces the minister, the courtier is still there, and there is no reason for the Emperor to keep the door. I can't forsake the teacher and run away." Li Jianting's voice was dumb. She was in the rain, her long eyelashes were covered with rain, as if she was crying. "Even if the city breaks, I should coexist with the kings and die." Shuexiuzhua was wet, and in just 1 year, he had changed too much. He took the stubborn position from Hailiangyi, and has already done his best in the face of the imperial court. The decline of the prudent faction began with him, and ended with him. He would accompany De Zhou to complete the final journey. There is no regret for the Emperor to have said this. Shuexiuzhua lifted his body, slowly finishing his clothes in the heavy rain, and said, "Chen and the Emperor, teachers and students. Let the teacher go on behalf of the Emperor." Li Jianting choked. The Zhengdong gate slammed in the end, only to hear the loud noise from the city gate. The unbearable door opened a narrow lane, and the knife of the garrison had already come in. The inside army and the army together pushed the door panel together, and the tigers led the crowd to push the city gate inward. Shuexiuzhua turned, waved his sleeves, and said, "Escort the Emperor out of town." Li Jianting refused to leave. "The guards have swarmed up." She looked at Shuexiuzhua in the rain, and the courtiers turned their backs on her. No one turned back. She shouted, "Teacher!" Shuexiuzhua stepped up the steps of the city. In the bombardment of the trebuchet, he looked calm. He said outside the city, "Shen Zichuan is here?" Raindrops slammed on the armor, and the wind, stepping frosty clothes, stood out in it. Behind Shen Zichuan was the hunting flag. He leaned over Shuexiuzhua, as if observing the real opponent. Shuexiuzhua's front was soaked with rain, and the beast pattern on the tunic was blurred. He didn't wipe the rain from his face, and his stubbornness has not diminished so far. He raised his hand to reveal the waistband he was holding. "When I help you become Jin Yiwei's acquaintances," Shuexiuzhua's eyes calmed. "I suspect you are a scorpion. I misread it. You are far more terrible than scorpions. You go back to Sudu, cross the door, take the name of Shen Wei is the sinner of all ages." Raindrops flowed along the sides of Shen Zichuan. His expression was overcast. His eyes were extraordinarily indifferent. He finally said, "From me to this door, it is the sinner. I am alive, and I am dead, you are not sure. I can withstand swearing by thousands of people today, and I will be able to afford insults in the future." The strong wind blew Shen Zichuan's hair, his lip line moved slowly, and a cold smile appeared in the heavy rain. "Give me back my husband, my counselor, and my brother." The city gate slammed to the ground, and Hutaitai rushed into the aisle. The wall stack was smashed with debris and splattered, and the 2 doors in the capital were broken. The embargoes and the garrison troops echoed south and east, killing them with the army and various army in various streets and lanes. Shuexiozhua cut his cheek with broken pieces of stone, and the blood flow was endless. He clenched his waistband tightly, and could only watch the stone monument, which symbolized Dazhou's dignity, collapse. "You come to collect this debt, I am willing to pay for it," Shuexiozhua said suddenly in the chaos that broke out. "It was me who killed Qi Hualian, and it was me who killed Yao Wenyu. Stop it." Horses crossed Liangtian, the soldiers spread, "Shen Zichuan, my head is for you." Huantai Tiger cut through the miscellaneous army in front of him, and noticed a familiar taste when he raised the knife. He wiped off the blood on his face, turned over the body of a miscellaneous army with his feet, and the ghost leaned over and took off the opponent's clothes. Shen Zichuan didn't reply, and saw the strong crossbow on the wall burst into the arrow rain. The wind stepping on the frosty clothes stepped on the hoof uneasily, the sound of the rain urged. Fei Xing's ears suddenly moved, and then his appearance changed, almost rolling down from the horse's back, kicking up with the shield of the defending army, screaming, "Beware of me!" There was no cover in front of Shen Zichuan, and Fei Xing's eyes seemed to fall behind. Suddenly, Shen Zichuan opened the folding fan in the rain, and he blocked it. But the bamboo body was too brittle, and it cracked in a snap. "However, this one is enough." Fei Xing couldn't pull the knife. He held the sharp arrow empty-handed, and landed steadily in an instant. "Did you know?" Fengquan raised his index finger and nodded in front of him. "The smartest people are also the most stupid people. I think they are too hard to fight each other, so here we build a platform for them." Fengquan blinded Qi Hualian, deceived Shuexiozhua, and played with Amur, so that these brilliant players could overturn the boat in the gutter. His treacherousness stumbled into the invisible and became a sharp blade without traces. He is not under the control of anyone. It's up to me to throw the dice. Fengquan opened his arms and chuckled in the empty Minglatang. Whoever can step into the gate of the palace alive today is the winner of this game. Fuck him. Yantai Tiger has already seen the tattoo on the body. He looked up and looked at the dense army in front of him. His scalp was numb and he spit. "These army are all scorpions." Xiaoqia woke up. Xiaoqia woke up. He pillowed his arms numbly, opened his eyes and stared at the tent for a while, feeling that he had dreamed of the heavy rain in Badu. Lu Guangbai came in and wiped the wet sweat between his neck with a kerchief at the door. He said, "The eagle inspected found the hunting falcon in the east, and Gujin found the traces of the horse team. The team." He put the kerchief back to the copper basin and washed it. "Amor is unwilling to be surrendered. This is to fight backwaters." Xiaoqia turned up, leaning his legs and holding an arm, said, "As winter approaches, the deer department cannot put sheep. This is their last food. Amor is not willing to come out. He is raising energy and seeing through the thoughts you want to guard the rabbit." Lu Guangbai put the handkerchief together. "He is delaying time. In order to supply Hassan, the deer department has made every effort to supply Hassan. Now the food supplied to Amur is the ration of the whole family. To survive this severe winter, they must slaughter their cattle and sheep. Amor is a crossbow, what is he waiting for?" The curtain at the entrance of the tent rolled up. Xiaoqia stood up, bent slightly, and got out of the tent. He looked at the mighty dunes, flew off the flagpole, and landed on Xiaoqia's raised right arm. "Amor is a good general," Xiaoqia said, "but he is even a better politician. Amor is good at containment. He opened up the north-south battlefield and formed black and white scorpions for better containment. He is old and can no longer brave the battlefield like Hassan, but this does not mean that he is helpless against Shao Qie. Now that he has gone, there is only one way for Shao Qie to retreat, and that is to defeat Shao Zai's backing, Shen Zichuan. Shao Qie's eyes were sharp, and he looked back at Lu Guangbai and said, "He's waiting for the news from the capital." The ring tiger sounded like a horse stabbing, and before the dodge, it was cut off by a pop-out machete. The Ufa spread out in a crash, a short length, almost bald in the middle. Dog Day, Hu Taihu grabbed his short hair, combining inside and outside. The real traitorous hybrid is here. The raindrops sprang up with the blades splashing, and numerous sergeants struck across the blade, and stood against each other's armor in the passage, struggling forward. Very few miscellaneous soldiers carry scimitars. This weapon is too eye-catching, and more of them choose to have burrs beside the sword. The city gate has been broken. Shen Zichuan snapped up and folded the folding fan. Tell Shenwei that Bianxia people are hidden in Lidu. We have to enter if we don't enter. Fei Xing didn't dare to delay, threw away the sharp arrows, pointed the way to his subordinates while turning over, and shouted. Chunfu Junling Xin Yu and his students had returned to Bata City before seeing someone sprinting in front of him, rushing into the camp, and shouting towards the military account. Baodu has edge sand cavalry inside, all lives are in a blink of an eye. Gao Zhongxiong obey. Gao Zhongxiong suddenly pushed away the messy paper, held the pen, dipped the ink in the torrential rain, and calmed his mind. Tian's Hujin, Yao Wenyu coughed against the window, propped his body in a light pant, and said to Gao Zhongxiong, "This move of the capital is tantamount to self-confidence. The name of the Shun Weigua thief can play the crown today to make him virtuous. I want you to tell people around the world that the inner troubles are in the capital." The scorpion came so wonderfully, just like Shao Qingbi who rushed to force before, and gave Shen Zichuan enough reasons. The garrison can't kill if it enters the city. It is very difficult to settle tens of thousands of miscellaneous troops, but once these miscellaneous troops become scorpions, they are foreign enemies. At present, the country's door has been broken, and the master of morality has come here. This is destiny. Yao Wenyu covered his mouth, choked a few times in the cough, and finally supported the edge of the bed, barely laughing. Chess entered the game. We couldn't help ourselves, too good, Feng Chuan's kunjin knife, we took it steady. He raised his wet eyes, looked at the heavy rain, and said hoarsely, Shui Yanqing is defeated. Shui Xiuzhua won a game in the storm, killed Qi Huilian, expelled Yao Wenyu, and forced Hai Liangyi to death, but he was also subject to the chess pieces. Lu Guangbai rebelled, Shao Qie returned to the group, Shen Zichuan Dingbua. The so-called countless strategy it is an illusion. He was forced to the extreme by himself. He tried his best to find the scorpion, but unexpectedly the scorpion was beside him. Qi Huilian overturned the ship in the gutter. Feng Quan did not understand that the wise man would never repeat the same mistake. The prince was defeated by the traitor, and Qi Huilian would not let Shen Zichuan defeat the inner ghost again. With so many members of the East Palace, why did Qi Huilian choose Shao and Xiao? Because I'm so guilty. Shao Qingbi is the not, than others who have been doing their best for the East Palace from beginning to end. He belongs to the Ministry of Defense and has never done bad things, just because the relationship is too heavy to disturb public and private affairs. He tried hard to save Xiao's family, but Xiao Konghai was still dead. He betrayed the former owner of the East Palace, but did not save anyone, and his son was lost. This is just the beginning. At the moment of the defeat of the Chinese military soldier, Shao Qingbi became a prisoner, and became a prisoner with the words, conscience. This blood debt surpassed all of Shao Qingbi's personal feelings. To this end, he was able to poke his eyes, poison his throat, and send out his son. He knelt before the statue and wept bitterly, but Qi Huilian didn't use him. This is where Qi Hualien is the most ruthless and clearest. Tai Fu hasn't used Xiao Qingbi alive, he died, and every day, the useless Xiao Qingbi suffers a bit. Xiao Qingbi was spurred by this pain and guilt, and he was also spurred by Feng Quan. Feng Quan was still breathing in the gap. No matter who his chess piece was, Qi Hualien dared to gamble his shackles on the word father. Xiao Qingbi is the lock of Feng Quan, regardless of life or death. The moment Feng Quan said goodbye to Xiao Qingbi, the razors all reached Xiao Qingbi's neck, but he didn't move. Xue Xiuzhua treats people as chess pieces, and Qi Hualien treats chess pieces as people. He taught Shen Zichuan to check and balance at Zhao Xin Temple, and all his weaknesses were in the word of love. Shen Zichuan opened his eyes and saw the end of Jingdong Gate. Rain and snow are like curtains, and the old scene is blurred. Qi Hualien's figure still seemed to be standing there. He held his arms up, pulled the chain, and refused to look back at Shen Zichuan in the last shout. Lanzhou, do not be afraid. Shen Zichuan closed his eyes and opened it again. Feng Ta Shuangyi rushed forward, and his sleeve robes swung open in the thrashing of frost, driving the wind on both sides. He is like the cold front that is about to return to the sheath in the dark clouds, and it is necessary to penetrate the world at this moment. The enlightened is righteous. The thunderstorm seemed to explode against the scalp. Luo Mu had lost control of the miscellaneous army. He hurried back in the chaos and shouted to the courtiers, "The army has changed!" Xue Xiuzhua was blinded by the rain and snow. Xue Xiuzhua was not stable. He stood on the city wall with a number of courtiers and watched Shen Zichuan's horse lead. The embargoes at the south gate met the capitals. They knew the direction of the roads in Badu better than the capitals, and there was no rival in this lane. Blood splattered on the wall, and the wine flag stall rolled to the ground following the killing. Shen Zichuan drove his horse into the passage, as he thought, and opened the door of Badu from the front. Fei Xing on the side held up the Zhongbua flag, and the garrison troops braved the arrows and rain across the border. The city is broken. A scream screamed loudly in front of Taishua Gate, and then thousands of students cried in unison in Feiyu's ice mule. Kong Jing staggered forward, crying while holding the wall pile, "100-year-old national grandpa!" Bronze bells on the top of the Bodhi mountain crashed, the long bells swayed the wind and waves, and the birds flying between the clouds overlapped. The gate fell suddenly, and numerous obituaries flew in the air. Xue Xiuzhua's cheeks were damp and cold. He looked up at the cloudy clouds, and the burden that had been imposed on his shoulders all along collapsed with the collapse of the gate. He raised his hand to wipe off the rain on his cheek, and heard cries all around. "It's over." Xue Xiuzhua's eyes were like a dead lake. He silently threw away his waistband. The waistband engraved with Li Jinhui fell to the ground, was broken by the passing horseshoe, and fell into the mud. Huantai Tiger stood with his machete and pushed his opponent back. His steps were messy. He slashed sharply with a knife, cutting his opponent's fingers with a machete. Huantai Tiger slammed each other, waved a knife to break the blood for Shen Zichuan, and hissed exhaustedly, "Kill the enemy!" Qiao Tianya's blade reached the fingertips. The rain outside the hall was still falling, but the wind stopped. White gauze dangled on the ground, and the little puddles under his feet reflected a little bit sharply. Feng Quan raised his finger and pushed down the last lamp. With a faint flaming light on his cuff, he said, "You make Shen Zichuan's knife and kill me." Qiao Tianya's hair fell down, blocking his eyes. Feng Quan didn't know whether she was crying or laughing, hiding her shoulders in the darkness, patting her palm gently. Water droplets ticked along the bridge of the nose of Qiao Tianya. His sword almost came out of the sheath, and when the light of snow was bright, it made a bang sound of iron collision, knocking out the iron needle that flew. The man in the coat and hat stood behind the white veil, and raised his arm and tore off the hat from his head. There was only the giggle of Feng Quan in Mingli Hall, and the captains and men appeared silently, like ghosts, and faced Qiao Tianya across the white veil. The drops of water made a slight snap. Xiao Tianya's body is like a furious leopard. All his unwillingness turned into the sword, cut the white gauze, and stabbed the official officer in the cloak to retreat. The official officer in the hat narrowed his sleeves, raised several silver threads between his fingers, and pinned them to Zhu Zhu while avoiding Xiao Tianya's dodge, and then volleyed in a volley. The lamp oil dripped on the ground, the tongue of fire licked the floor, and the sleeve robe chasing Fengquan burned. Even if the garrison did not kill the people fled in chaos. The streets are too messy, and the tigers are pushing the people, for fear that the scorpion will touch the fish with muddy water. Dispel the people. Huantai Tiger's palms were all bloody, and he couldn't hold the knife. But it was too late, and the people blocking the street crashed into the queue of scorpions. It was so dark that they could hardly tell who the other was. The scorpion murdered with a machete raised his head and spoke a fluent Dezhou saying, "The prince said, slaughter the capital." Fei Xing shook his torch and shouted in the gallop, "Biancha bald men mixed in the city, Luo Mu's army is really a thief. Run away if you don't want to die." Where the panicked people in the road could hear Fei Xing's voice, they crowded in front of the scorpion, and after the dead, turned around and swarmed towards the garrison. The street was not spacious enough, and there was still a crash in the ground behind, and the garrison was disrupted by the crowd. The scorpions did not wear armor. They mingled among the people running around. After passing through the garrison, they were stabbed coldly, and the garrison who was caught by surprise fell down by a dozen or so. Zhongbua rebel party killed. The embarrassed ordinary people cried and wailed, and mistakenly regarded the scorpion as a garrison in the double shadow cascade, mistakenly thinking that they had entered the garrison of the garrison, and the sound of crying for a while shook the sky. Tricky. Fei Xing turned his horse around and returned to Shen Zichuan, saying, "Master, what can you do? Several roads are blocked." At this moment it was dark, and the flags were on fire in the midst of the sky, and the rain was reduced, and the little snowflakes had become slick. Holding the reins, Shen Zichuan looked at the city wall and said, "Light up the watchtower, grab the door and ring the alarm bell, and let the embargoes that break through the south side door open the street." The garrison on both sides quickly passed, and there were few arrows left between the wall stacks, and there were short soldiers everywhere. The torch of the garrison suddenly lit, and the of the watchtower became even more important. Shen Zichuan had a short blade on his body, and he was windy when he passed the crowd. He immediately avoided the wind, and his cheeks rushed through the ridges, and the residual wind brought a slight cold chill. The short blade slammed out of the sheath, spinning between Shen Zichuan's left hand, and slammed the thorn. But his injuries did not heal, and this time he just slanted the scorpion's thorn. The scorpion immediately released his hand, held it upside down when the thorns fell, and then stabbed at Shen Zichuan's neck. The flag over his head suddenly burned, and ashes filled the sky, and Shen Zichuan took the power to turn off his horse at the moment the flag was lit. Fengta Shuangyi ran heartily. He had escaped the spines and followed the steps of Fengta Shuangyi. The scorpion caught an empty space, and in a short absence, was captured by Shen Zichuan's arm. The scorpion stunned, and then rejoiced, saying in Biancha, "He has no power, this sentence has not been finished yet." Shen Zichuan has let go. His left hand slammed along the side of the scorpion's arm. The scorpion thought he was going to fall over his shoulder and immediately opened his legs to prepare for the lower plate. However, Shen Zichuan turned and kicked, slinging in the scorpion's chest. The scorpion opened his arms and said, "Shock the tree." Shen Zichuan's long fingers slanted to the scorpion's eyebrows. The scorpion was suspicious and closed his eyes. Who knew that Shen Zichuan laughed very lightly, the offhand short blade fell downward, and he turned on one foot, turned again, and turned the short blade sideways toward the scorpion. The scorpion was not defended, and the short blade sharply nailed his lower abdomen. Howl screamed in the blood flower splash. Shen Zichuan turned a deaf ear, and the fire flickered in the rear. His figure stretched here as the fire moved. Fei Xing screamed at the opportunity. Luo Mu colluded with the sand dunes, foreign enemies mixed in the city, the garrison killed the enemy, and the others quickly let go. The torches above the east gate looked up to the sky, and the garrison on the railings held up the Zhongbo waist card, exhausted with all their strength, and shouted down, "Prince's order: kill foreign enemies, kill troubles, kill thieves." The scorpion saw that the incitement was useless, and the passage was blocked by the garrison, and it could only withdraw to the original path. The whole puppet was chaotic and disorderly, and the captives guarding the gate were killed by the band army and turned into a river of blood. Most of the wall stack had been smashed, Xue Xiujua's official robe was shaved, and he was embarrassed until he was dragged fiercely. Dumb holding Jean Gear, with baggage hanging on his shoulders, gesturing Xue Xiujua in a noisy gesture, dragging Xue Xiujua to the step. Xue Xiujua took a few steps, bracing the wall and looking at Jean Gear. Jean Gear is Xue Xiui's son, who was raised by Xue Xiujua. He was scared with tears at the moment. Wu Shi, holding Xue Xiujua's clothes, said, "Uncle, uncle." Muir stomped anxiously, constantly pulling Xue Xiujua's official robes, signaled Xue Xiujua to run. Xue Xiujua raised his hand and touched Jin's cheek. He said, "You are a good boy." Jean Gear looked up and felt rain on his cheek. Xue Xiujua leaned over his body and carried his light back, covering up all weakness. He only stayed for this moment in his life, as if only this moment belonged to him. The dumb child cried for no apparent reason, yelling "Xue" to Xue Xiujua with his throat, and dragging his fingers to red. Xue Xiujua lifted himself up and broke away from the restraint of the dumb. He pushed Dumb's shoulder and said, "Let's go." Jean Gear sobbed loudly and shouted, "Uncle!" Xue Xiujua turned a deaf ear. It was raining less tonight than 2 years ago, but he saw the same bleak sky. The solo traveler guarded the city and heard the decaying response long before the sky was gone, but he was reconciled, and the behemoth that once stood here would leave in such a way. Xue Xiujua stepped on the steps and walked slowly. He walked lonely and never looked back. "You are pushing the yellow book at Zhongbua." Xue Xiujua stopped, and said to Shun Zichuan, "It is the credit of Yuan Zhua." Shun Zichuan did not answer. In the dim shadow, Xue Xiujua wiped off the dust from his sleeves and said, "I respect Qi Huilian," and embarked on his path. He stared at Shun Zichuan, but he was not cruel. It's too easy to bet on a life. It's hard to dare to put this life in the game. Qi Hui dare to everything. Behind his frantic behavior is trust in Shun Zichuan. Lanzhou is not his chess piece. Because of this, Qi Hui didn't leave anything to Lanzhou. Shun Zichuan didn't need to be restrained. Qi Huilian brushed his hair, and in the years and nights of those 5 years, he pointed out the direction for Lanzhou. "You will be given a poem by your sir." This is what Qi Huilian has. De Zhou went through the heroic era. For hundreds of years, even the foreign powers could not break through this door, and now it's lost to you. Xue Xiujua looked at Shun Zichuan, a swimming fish at the bottom of the pot. "I have heard many speculations, and even Yuan Zhua has fantasized that I may be Li's bloodline that Xin Wei kept." Shun Zichuan glanced over his eyes and looked at the palace. "But I am a sinner. The world is rushing to the emperor. Only Mr. goes the other way. The enlightened person is not God. Qi Huilian turned the world around with his own strength, and I admire it." Xue Xiujua exhaled deeply and then said in a deep voice, "I was young and surrendered today. It is my Xue Xiujua. The city gate is broken, the official road is open. Shun Zichuan, don't kill the innocent, I'll welcome you." His thunder sounded like a thunder, blasting the city's courtiers into a ball. Opening the door and surrendering is an eternal shame. Today, Shui Yanqing is alone. No! Kong Yen screamed in pain, stamped his breasts. De Zhou. The courtiers, as they mourned and studied, supported each other with grief. Surrender means that Gong Gu ceased. The remaining defenders of China Bo did not have to advance any further, and the thunder was broken. The 13 cities of Jueshi behind were still intact. That was the hard work of the hard factions for a few years, or the only granary left in Dezhou. Kong Ming understood that this was the last good policy. They lost their entire army in the game with China Bo. With this welcome from Shuexiuzhua, Dezhou ceased to exist. Kong Yen was about to collapse. He choked on the wall pile, and the old tears rang. It's my incompetence to change the world today. He looked up to see the chaos in the air entangled with the scriptures, gradually showing the color of fortitude. Shen Zichuan didn't know that Kong Yan's expression changed. The gloomy sky covered the clouds and the moon, and raindrops splattered. Sure enough, Kong Yan raised his head and shouted, "I am the great Zhouchen, do not kneel, second master." It is said that as soon as the official robe is released, he will jump down the city wall and come to the country. Fei Xing was startled, and secretly troubled. Shuexiuzhua Ingjun had not surrendered the big Zhouyushi when he was surrendered. The news of Kong Ji's jump to tomorrow was the force of Shen Zichuan. Fei Xing shouted to the defenders who attacked the wall, "Stop him!" The courtiers crowded Kong Jing, and the garrison could no longer pull the crowd away. I saw Kong Ing's official robes spurred by the wind, and his body had leaned over the wall pile. Just at the moment of the blast, a figure suddenly emerged from behind, grabbing Kong Ing's official robes, and Liang Pushun shouted, "Yuan Fu cannot." Kong Yan's figure was stunned and he broke the broken bricks off the wall. He braced his arm and coughed in tears. Liang Yenshan was sweating like a spring. He dragged Kong Yen back, his arms were shaking. He was shocked, sweating through the night and fire. The carriage was attacked on its way to Zhengximen, and the streets were crowded with carriages and horses. The wealthy people packed up their belongings and wanted to escape from Zhengximen while in chaos, so they blocked the road completely. The guard held the reins and waved his whip to drive the people out. He said, "Get out, get out!" The car and horse on the side bumped into it, exclaiming suddenly, "There are too many people, just like a grueling porridge, the carriage can't go any further." The curtain dangled, Li Jianting saw the towering palace, and heard the sound of a bronze bell. "The city is broken." Han Jin ran barefoot on the street. He jumped up, catching flying obituaries, laughing madly, "The city is broken!" Shuexiuzhua surrendered. Someone cried on the ground, "Dezhou died." Li Jianting's chest was sore, her shaky fingers lifted the curtains, and she panted suddenly, vomiting suddenly. The wind blew her messy strands, and the drizzle covered her face, her voluminous back faintly protruding bones. The last way Shuexiuzhua said was to humiliate her. Li Jianting's body also trembled, chilling her cheeks and laughing silently. She and Shuexiuzhua complement each other, but there is no friendship between teachers and students. Shuexiuzhua doesn't need it, and Li Jianting doesn't. Shan did not return, and Li Jianting fled to Jueshi, but he was still breathing. Dezhou is dead. Shen Zichuan not only has strong soldiers, but also has popularity. Their painstaking efforts in balking make people, those things that have not been completed, will become the badge of Shen Zichuan after tonight. Go and hide in Tibet for the rest of my life. Li Jianting looked up, looking at the rain. How boring! Li Jianting has been hidden for the rest of her life. She cannot see the light. But she struggled, she won and lost, she admit. The Emperor the guard grabbed the unstable reins and watched Li Jianting jump down. Li Jianting was drenched with rain, and raised his arms to spread his hair. Tens of thousands of people fled west, but she was alone to the east and became a solo shadow in the crowd. Han Jinzhang sang the text and danced in the wave. He jumped happily, catching up with Li Jianting and grinning. "I'm looking for my brother!" Ming Li Tang was on fire. Li Jianting leaned over and picked up the broken drum that fell on the road. She patted it, and the drum rang dully. "Go to the palace?" Han Jin clapped and said, "Go and go!" The chaotic army was fighting. Li Jianting no longer looked at anyone. She struck the broken drum, laughed wildly with the lunatic, and strode towards the palace. I was an exile minister, and I was a troubled man. The sages recruited seats, and the heroes came to my concubine. There was no light in the sky, and Kong Yen and his courtiers burst into tears. Xiao Guan heard the edge, and the iron hoof chased cold water. The veteran walked the horse, and Xue Xue conquered his clothes. The north steel stands in spring and autumn, and Xiao Fengshu's sword is covered with thin snow. An iron ride galloped among the dry grass, Xiao Jiming dismounted, and wiped out the residual snow for the knife. Mountain snow and frost star, the wolf howls to kill the eagle. The waves of Chashi billowed, and the red jasmine flower that disappeared into the long stream. Given sheaths and sleeves, and leisurely clouds and red cricket. The sick fairy swims with wine, and Songyue is empty. Yao Wenyu leaned down and coughed, and Pa Zi was red again with blood. He looked out of the tent, his vision blocked by heavy fog. Xiao Tianya's sword has returned to the sheath, looking at Fengquan in the beating of fire and rain. The Mingtang feast started, and a chopstick drink was broken. Li Jianting patted the broken drum and shuttled through the walls of Zhuhong. Let's drink a glass of wine and hover high in the temple. The fire of Mingletang soared into the sky, lighting up the surroundings, and there was a sea of fire going forward. Han Jin ran his arm, Li Jianting turned his head and looked at the capital again. Her fingers tapped on the drum, but the drum no longer sounded. She was stunned in the fire and sang softly, in the drunk song, without asking for the name. Mingletang's lacquer pillar collapsed and splashed with fire waves. Mars hit Li Jianting's skirt and burned along the pattern. She turned around and was engulfed in the fire. At dawn, the assassination in the city had ceased. Because it had rained, there was no dust in the air. The palace was burned for the most part, and Shen Zichuan stepped on the ruins, only to see the remains of the broken wall. At dawn, the assassination in the city had ceased. Because it had rained, there was no dust in the air. The palace was burned for the most part, and Shen Zichuan stepped on the ruins, only to see the remains of the broken wall. It's the arson in the palace. Fei Xing followed Shen Zichuan with emotion. Mingletang was burned to ashes. The female emperor was not surrendered, she sacrificed her country, Shen Zichuan said. Fei Xing was desperately wanting to return to the capital, and now he is really back. The sights that he sees are unfamiliar everywhere. He held up a knife and cleared away the rubble in front of Shen Zichuan, saying, "She is a fierce woman." Jiujing, Minshen, and Qingfeng are waiting for the order. Shen Zichuan stood still. Did Songyue return? Fei Xing looked in the direction of Mingletang, hesitated for a moment and said, "Returned." Qiao Tianyao was washing his hands. His fingers were immersed in a copper basin, spreading red threads. The sword was still on the waist, but the hilt was red, and the original color was no longer visible. The scorpions have been laid down everywhere, with a total of 147 people, mainly eunuchs. Gu Qingqing glanced at the nephew's waist card. The chief is called Fengquan. He was replaced by Pan Rugi 8 years later by Xianda. Zhougui horrified, so much. Gu Qingqing watched Zhougui's discoloration and can't help but comfort. Now you are surrounded by us, adults don't have to worry. In their words, Qiao Tianya had washed his hands. He raised the curtain, and before it was clear, the next step went. If Fengquan can catch it. Kong Ling waved his hand silently. Yu Shao Zai did not continue to say. Kong Ling looked at the curtain that was still shaking and whispered, "Let's report it to the king." Before Qiao Tianyao walked to the tent, he heard Yao Wenyu's cough. He stood at the door and raised his hand without opening the curtain. Yao Wenyu folded the parcels, put them back in his sleeves and said slowly, "Fu Jun hasn't come back yet. Come in." Qiao Tianya stooped in. The brazier went out and it was a little cold in the tent. Yao Wenyu was sitting on the couch with a draped shirt in his hand, still holding a pen in his hand, and pushed away when Qiao Tianya came in. Against the morning light, Qiao Tianya took off his boots by the couch. He fell down silently, trapped in the gap between the bed and the little boy, and pillowed Yao Wenyu's knee. Yao Wenyu's medicine smell shrouded Xiao Tianya. He closed his eyes and seemed to sleep many years ago. Yao Wenyu covered the sword hilt with one hand and Xiao Tianyao with one hand. His wide sleeves covered the bed, and in the slight morning light, looked down at Xiao Tianyao. The incense on the table covered the smell, including Yao Wenyu's and Xiao Tianya's. "I'm on the Bodhi mountain," Yao Wenyu caressed Xiao Tianya's hair. "There is a courtyard where you can watch Chen Hui in the morning, and after sunset, you can see the lights of Wandu Wanjia becoming a galaxy." Xiao Tianya seemed to see it. Yao Wenyu turned his head slightly, looked at the thin window paper, and said, "Snow is here." Qianghua fluttered lightly outside the window. Amur had stone beads on his forehead and a simple machete on his waist. His burly body leaned down and picked up the red silk flower on the ground for Doran. He stretched out his palm, and the silk flower looked like a real flower, which Hasten had brought back from the Qidong border. Amor said, "Good girl, follow your father and go back to the oasis." Dohiran took the silk flower with both hands, shook his head, and said, "I'm Hassan's wife, and he's going to guard his father for the eagle." "His father isn't old yet." Amor straightened up, laughing arrogantly in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Fighting is a man's business. You gave me the bear warrior of the Sukpa beast. You are already the serpent ministry do-a-lot. Good girl, silly girl, you are not only Hassan's wife, but also his child's mother. The pearl of the grassland should be Zema by the Chidi Lake. The yellow sand here is not suitable for you, go back." Dolan's shoulders trembled, and she held back her tears, but her face was still wet. She held the silk flower and sobbed and asked, "I heard the horn of the Wolf King, and I smelled his butcher knife." Amur lowered his palm, covering Doran's heart, and said, "When I was born in the arms of Hongyan Mountain with Xiao Fengshu, it was destined that the fierce snake and Li Bei would have a victory. During the War of the Year, they lost their brothers and sent their sons." His vicissitudes were gilded, and the afterglow was too dazzling, as if he could compete with Chao Yang. The news of Badu did not come back, which means that Amor no longer has the internal advantage of Dezhou. He missed too many opportunities. Without Hassan, without China Bow Supply Line, the future of the Viper Department can be seen at a glance. My eagle flew over Xiefeng from the north, and his father would not give up before the sword of the new Wolf King. We are the strongest of the 12, the strongest have Russia, the Soviet Union, and Japan, and only died in battle. There is no such thing as a retreat. Standing outside the golden tent was Bayan and the old wise man. The palms of the old wise man were full of folds. He rubbed away the yellow grass leaves and looked at the sunset in the distance. Bayan sandwiched his precious book and asked, "Teacher, will we win?" The old wise man did not answer. When Hassan left, he also knelt in the Chaushur River and asked him, "Will I win?" The blade of grass in his palm was blown away by the wind and drifted away. The old wise man's snow-white beard moved slightly with the wind, and he looked at the sunset silently until the sky became dark. "The wolf is here." The old wise man said so. The strong wind swept over the continuous hills, and the yellow sand was blowing on the iron armor. The young Wolf King held a knife in one hand, slowly stood up, firmly occupying everyone's attention. The setting sun disappeared from behind him, replaced by countless iron riders. Meng stood on Shao Qia's shoulder, sharp eyes penetrated the strong wind, and nailed forward with the master. Langtao Shulai ran from behind without stopping. Shao Qia turned on his horse, fluttered his wings, and followed Shao Qia around. Shao Qia took the iron hoof of the army and walked on the yellow sand, like a boundless cloud, rushing down in the night. Bayan saw off Doran. He stood by the carriage and gave his book to Doran. Doran said, "I don't recognize the word Dezhou, you can keep it." Bayan insisted to put the book on Doran's knee and said, "To the little eagle." Doralan covered her belly, and the flock of sheep behind the carriage kept barking. She leaned on the carriage, looked at the tents and said, "The moon is too bright tonight." Bayan thought that Doran was worried that the return journey would not be easy, so she smiled and relieved. "Russia, Soviet Union and Japan have greeted the tribes along the way. You bring a bear soldier, and no one dares to hurt you." There was no smile on Dolan's face. She looked like a withering flower. Bayan couldn't guess her mind. Even if he became a wise man, he was still a fool. Bayan felt his dry pockets and found an old writing brush. He also placed the pen on Duran's knee, maintaining a smile on his dark face, saying, "When next year you give birth to a baby eagle, Russia, Soviet Union and Japan will pick you up, and when you the most noble woman in the desert." Some people in the 6 divisions rebelled against Xiao Qie, and the status of the hegemonist overlord in the Snake Division has already existed in name only. The poor consolation of Bayan cannot hide anything. But this time Dolan bent her eyes hard, as if she believed in Bayan's words, and said, "If you are a boy, I will give it to you to teach. This book, I will return it to you at that time." Bayan clutched the back of his head rather embarrassingly and said, "If he is a boy, he must be as good as an eagle and the best son in the desert. Ask the teacher and Russian Soviet Union to teach him." He smiled again. "Duo Erlin, go, your father is still waiting for you." The people in the deer department drove the flock. This was their only sheep left, and they were sent back to the oasis before the weather became worse. There are not many warriors with a bear department, but their bears and horses stand out among the pony. They are extremely powerful because they wear swords. The deer department was familiar with the sand road, and the leading man drove the horse forward, and the copper bell hung above the flag sounded. In the shaking of the carriage, Doran waved at Bayan. Bayan took a few steps and summoned the courage to shout, "Doran!" Doran raised her car curtain and looked at him. Bayan stopped, stood still, waved his hand again, and said nothing. The dark sky shrouded the desert, and the hunting falcon hovered above the rainbow eagle flag in the wind. The flag made a wheezing sound, and the copper bells traveled further and further. Bayan took a few steps back, and clenched his fists with his empty hands, meditating on victory, without looking back. The moonlight is very thin, spreading under the feet, it seems to break when stepped on. The horse's hoofs sank and left suddenly. The old wise man threw the dead branches for divination on his knees. He closed his palms, lowered his head, and meditated on the God of heaven. Bayan finally turned around and ran in the direction of the old wise man, shouting, "Old!" The hunting falcon above the rainbow eagle banner did not respond, and it was suddenly torn by Haidong Qing, who was washed down at a rapid speed. Grabbing the assassin's wreckage, flapping his wings in midair, tearing off the feathers of the assassin. The change came too fast, and Bayan couldn't return to God, and the noise of eating and drinking in the tent had not stopped. "Wolf!" The night snake cavalry galloped in the sand, screaming with all his might, "Raid!" The long knife slid out, and the heavy armor knocked over the cavalry from behind. The pony had no resistance before the steel tide, and was drowned in a blink of an eye. Bayan stayed in place. It should have passed Mosanquin from Baitiki. It is reported that Xiao Qie intends to block Emo Sanchuan's exit. However, the immediate change showed that Xiao Qie not only came, but also chose to come in the most direct way. Xiao Qie. Bayan turned back abruptly, yelling, "Iron riding has struck!" The edge of the fence was trampled by the iron hoof, and the sand soldiers who got out of the tent had no time to mount the horse and hit the iron rider with a machete. Xiao Qie's wolverine knife is heavy and his arm strength is extraordinary, which makes it difficult to meet opponents when chopping. Langtao Xuejie rushed into the tent room of the snake department for the first time. He took away several splashes of blood in the knife room. The head rolled down at the foot of Bayan, and Bayan's throat was blocked, and he had been taken by terror. He saw a pair of hungry wolf eyes in the shadow of the sword. To fight back. Bayan stepped back and wanted to fall. Xiao Qie gasped, raised his arm holding the knife, and wiped off the blood on his cheek with the back of his hand. The smile he gradually showed was extremely dangerous, and after months of trekking, he finally reached his destination. Amour, Xiao Qia lifted his neck in the splashing blood and jumping fire, his voice was like ice. Where? The curtain of the golden account was opened, the old machete slid out of the cold in Yuehui, and Amour bent over to drill out the golden account. His equally tall body covered the sand and dust under his feet, as if it were the Dinghaitian needle of the serpent department. Lonely and slammed into the siege of hunting falcons, Xiao Qia shook off the blood on the blade, and heard the drums of war. He slammed into the hunting salamander, and was attacked by the group, and hissed. The fire waves splashed on the flag along with the collapsed tent, and the time of the rainbow eagle flag burned. He slammed into the hunting salamander, and was attacked by the group, and hissed. The fire waves splashed on the flag along with the collapsed tent, and the time of the rainbow eagle flag burned. The wolf knife slashed down and, against the machete, made the sound of tingling ears in the stagger. The blade missed and Mars flashed. Amour's arm was slightly heavier, saying, "Your arm's strength is stronger than your father's." Xiao Qia dragged the wolf knife by his height, and he smashed Amour's machete downward. Amour smashed next to it, just a few times, and the tiger's mouth had been shaken with tearing pain. He took a half-step back under Xiao Qia's strong attack. Xiao Qia's youth was his greatest advantage. Amour was old, and when Xiao Fangxu was sick, he also returned to the desert. After a lapse of many years, he returned to the battlefield, even though he was not old-fashioned in appearance, but his body was no longer comparable to Xiao Qia, who was in its heyday. "You came here," Amour set up his machete. "Will you return my son to me?" Suddenly the raid iron riders scattered, and there was a bed in the ripped gold account. After waiting for a long time, the fighters of the viper snake exploded in blue tendons, turned in the click sound of the machine, and the heavy arrows flew out immediately and shot at Tietchi. There was no movement in the collapsed tent, and Gujin responded quickly when he rolled over, saying, "The tent is empty." The stables of the snake department had been assaulted by Xiao Qia long ago, but in the night sand, Horan turned out of the ambush soldier, and whistled around for a moment. "Horseshoe sound." Gujin put on his ears and immediately reported, "They have horses!" The location of the snake department is wide, and there are no defensive fortifications at the border. It is not even as good as the Mongolian camel department at the gate of Mo Sanchuan. However, in the case of Hassan's death and heavy soldiers under pressure, the remaining 11 tribes were not attacked because no tribe dared to come. During the Xianda years, Amour swept through the China bomb armory. Hassan's weight comes from his father's funding. As a man who is the best at change in the desert, Amour is very gut. The serpent department lives deep in the desert. They have snake-like fangs. The North Rail ride has dispersed, and Chen Yang was preparing to order when Lima was riding. Unexpectedly, the pony stalled suddenly on the side. The chariot-like impulse did not give Chen Yang a chance to knock him down. The four-legged snake with half-length eyes had fierce eyes, and said with a blemishes, "Tooth for tooth." Chen Yang rolled a few times after landing, and the four-footed snake's hammer hit the side of his helmet. Even if there was no stroke, Chen Yang felt dizzy because of the shock caused by the rubbing. Xiao Qia had a four-legged snake on the side and back. His raised sword suddenly changed course, passed through the elbow and armpit, and pierced through the chest of the four-footed snake. The blood splattered and sprayed on Xiao Qia's shoulders and arms, flowing down the saddle along the armor. The scimitar waved from the side, Xiao Qia tilted his head to avoid dodging, and the little blade struck the opponent's blade. He couldn't immediately pull out his wolf knife, and chose to bend his left arm and slam on the opponent's face. The four-legged snake did not expect Xiao Qia's strength to be so horrible. The entire facade was cracked, and the bridge of his nose was broken immediately. The blade on the front of Xiao Qia was approaching, the wolf-howling sword was close to the iron armor, and he pulled it out in time, blocking the machete with a bang. Lang Tao Xuelai rushed forward, Wolverine's sword carried the strength of the opponent, and turned over the opponent's body while moving forward. Shao Chia didn't have a chance to breathe, because the moment Langtao Shuejin was running forward, the bed in the golden account followed him, and at the same time as the man he turned over, he hurled his arrows and came straight. Chuangziyu is a siege device. Its weight and lethality can be 1 enemy 10, and it has won numerous victories for Dazhou in the early offensive and defensive battles. Shen Zichuan also chose to use it as a defensive device when defending Duanzhou, which is very powerful. The key is that it requires several people to work together just to pull it apart. The strength of the iron head rushing out is by no means alone. Even if Shao Chia met it on the Qianli boundary line, he could not carry it alone, let alone such a short distance. Gujin rushed up almost at the same time. He used the fastest speed in his life and muffled his voice during the run. Second Lord, Shao Fangxiu is gone. The battlefield is the most unreasonable place. For Li Bei tonight is half dead and wounded, and Shao Chia cannot be left. Chen Yang was close and met the hammer again when he stood up. This time he blocked it horizontally. He didn't know where the strength came from. He actually lifted the hammer with the four-legged snake. Chen Yang's arms and legs were trembling. He burst into a deep throat, gritted his teeth and said, "Stop the arrow." The heavy wind has reached Shao Chia not far away with the heavy arrow. He loosens the reins, and Langtao Shuaheng hissed, kneeling on his front knee. Shao Chia immediately rolled off the horse, rushing with a terrible force and slammed into the crowd. The serpent warriors rushing in the sand turned to their horses, carrying scimitars, and gathered from all sides. Shao Chia was panting, sweat-soaked in the doubles. The beer in the camel department is the most untrustworthy in the desert. Amour shaved off the blood on the machete, rubbing his stubble with his thumb. You believe them, this is what Shao Fangxiu would not commit wrong. Shao Chia stood up shakingly, and the arm of his right arm was smashed and sunk in the heavy arrow of Shirkai, but it did not crack. Shao Chia inserted the wolf howling knife at his feet, raised his hand to remove the arm restraint, and tied it to the waist. Yomong was confused by the fire, and Amur saw Shao Chia's shadow stretch out in front of him, and there was an endless lonely desert behind him. Don't call my father's name anymore. Shao Chia's deep anger and unwillingness were ignited by this sentence, hatred burst into his chest, and even the wounds on his back were burning. Shao Fangxiu would not make such a mistake. Shao Fangxiu will not make many mistakes. However, Hassan left Shao Fangxiu in blizzard. When Shao Chia heard Amour, he would think of Shao Fangxiu's body in the snow. Shao Fangxiu, Shao Fangxiu. Shao Chia's eyes flushed and said hoarsely, "Take away my father's head and step on the dignity of the Wolf King." Shao Chia pulled out the wolf knife. "Give it back to me," he said. His face twitched slightly, advancing staggeredly in the fierce hack, and shouting silently towards Amour, "Give me back!" Suddenly falling down like an unbearable siege. Shao Chia's violent drinking trembled in the night sky, suddenly fluttering his wings as he approached the ground, and then spun up. Behind it, the assassin continued to descend, and Gujin stooped to his knees, whistling towards the sky. The next moment, countless hawks winged together, and swarmed towards the hunting salamander in the air. The earliest air battle was from the world of the North Eagle. The fierce convergence wings rushed into the hunting falcon group, it avenged, found the hunting falcon that chased itself the most fiercely, and tore the other side in the Xuanfei to smash it. The Iron Rider and the cavalry converged in the gap between the tents. Bayan ran away, kneeling in front of the golden tent, and said to the old wise man, "Teacher, I will help you leave." The old wise man still maintained the posture of declining his palms. His old body was like a dead tree, and his pale hair fell silently on both sides. Bayan's heart was cold, and he ran his hand under the nose of the old wise man. His face suddenly turned pale. He couldn't help choking and cried immediately, "Teacher!" With the surge in the night, the tent of the serpent's tent collapsed, and Amour's ambush in the outer circle failed to obtain the sweetness from the North Rail Rider. Use your best. Shao Chia grew too fast. a fact that even Amor had to admit. The Mongolian camel department that is alone in Mosanquin is indeed a credible hybrid. They did not tell Xiao Qia that Amur also owns horses and heavy weight, and did not come to support as promised. But, likewise, Beer did not Amor means fighting. He is like a fisherman holding a knife waiting for the last moment. He is afraid that Amor will have a second hand and wants to follow the absolute winner in this duel. The stars fell to the sky, and suddenly a horse ran out at the end of the desert, and Dolan's skirt flew up in the huge setting moon. She came with the group of bear soldiers. Bayan wiped his tears embarrassedly and said, "Doran, silly girl." Dolan fluttered in the air while she was in Lima. Her beautiful green eyes reflected the flames and said, "I'm married to Hassan. I belong to the Hassan tribe. Hassan also belongs to my tribe." "Father, you are right. Strong the ministry has Russia, Russia and Japan, and Hassan is my Russia, Russia and Japan." She pulled out her dagger. "We only have heroes who have died in battle. There are no evasive creatures." "Beer, listen." Doran faced the desert and said loudly, "You surrender to the strong. Doran doesn't blame you. But the desert has the strong man in the desert. The Mongolian camel ministry also had the glory of Russia, Soviet Union, and Japan decades ago. You kneel in front of Xiao Qia's iron ride and kill the dignity of the Mongolian camel ministry." In the next month's assassination, mixed with the woman's fierce scolding, Beer, who had not stood still, was ashamed and ashamed. "I heard that your daughter Waya dared to stab Xiao Qia with a dagger," said Doran with a calm face. "I admire her and Hassan admire her. In the future, my son will be born, and I will let him recognize Waya as his aunt. This is the backbone of the desert," she said, and spit on the side extremely rudely, "but I will let my son remember that the camel department is a cartilage and the leader Beer is a miser." Dolan's chest was undulating. She whipped a horsewhip, and led the soldier with the bear rushing forward. The number of rides from the north rail is terrible, but Doran has no fear in her eyes. She is the brightest pearl in the desert. Even without the strong body of a soldier, she is willing to rush to such an invincible iron wall. Hassan did not kneel to Xiao Qia at the last moment, and Doran knew him. They will stand dead even if they die in battle. "Stupid girl," Amor laughed loudly and then said solemnly, "You're wrong. Russian, Soviet and Japanese in the Hulu department are not Hassan, but Doran." The morale of the snake department was soaring, and Beer was still hesitating. Waya beside him took a few steps, pointed to the front, and said to the soldiers of the Mongolian camel department, "The gate of Mosanquin is guarded by us and left behind. Xiao Qia, you can't break from the north rail. You must kneel down to him. You won't be able to stand up for the next 20 years." Xiao Qia and Amor slammed the torch. The armor was covered with blood and yellow sand, and the bear fighters rushed into the sea to fight, because Xiao Qia killed their leader in Bian County. Dalantai. The moment Xiaoming pulled out the sword, Xiao Qia fell into a real siege. Shun Zichuan, who was taking a nap at the desk, was awakened, and he lowered his arm. "The lights in the hall have gone out, and there are gentlemen's voices in the side hall, but it seems extremely quiet here." Shun Zichuan held the door frame, and the cold wind outside made him feel cold. Fei Xing listened to the movement, looked back and couldn't help but panic. "Master, it's going to be cold." "Desert." Suiyu of Shun Zichuan's right ear slightly shook, covering his lips, holding back a cough and asking, "Did you have a letter?" Gujin was launched and Chenyang led the army to gather. They centered on Xiao Qia and kept gathering. The armor of the North Rail Rider was worn out, only Xiao Qia was not wearing a helmet. "You didn't bring an army for the raid." Amor took the scimitar cut off by Xiao Qia from the waist. Young is always impulsive. The click sound of the quartet's airframes was intensive, and Amor made a desperate effort tonight. The moon was obscured by thick clouds, and desert fighters were among the sand. Doralon called for the Bear Department fighters to have all the remaining strength of the Bear Department. They got a period of cultivation in the serpent department by the light of Doralon. He recovered from a serious injury. "You are a genius," Amor said admiringly, "a genius from the north." The bed was stretched and straightened, and the arrows were directed at Xiao Qie. The stone bead between Amor's forehead was loosened, and he took it off, slightly lonely. He looked towards Hongyan Mountain and said, "But you killed my son." To the Dazhou people, the Chaisha River is a jade belt in the scenery, but to the Demo people, it is a distant mother river. Once, they shared Hongyan Mountain with Dazhou, and the rise of the North Rail riding led them to keep back and return to the desert to kill each other only for rations. In his life, Amor wanted to take the 12 books to the west of Chashi. Plunder Libe people sleep on the mountains and rivers, and the desert people sleep on the yellow sand. They met with swords, and 3 generations of heroic heroes met on the Chaisha River. Spring is coming and no one is spared. The war is always over. Amor hangs his forehead with a stone bead on the handle. I will return your head to your brother. Flying down, the eagle from the north was quiet. Xiao Qie raised his left arm, held it tight and said, "I'm afraid you don't have this opportunity." The gravel flew up in the sand, and in a snoring sound, the team headed by the camel department saw a knife with a long handle and a short blade. Beer couldn't hold back his regrets and jumped off his feet. Lu Guangbai and Lu Guangbai. Lu Guangbai, who had penetrated the desert, was as familiar with sandy roads as Hu Lub. Xiao Qie left his army not for raids, but to lead snakes out of holes. Amor was unwilling to meet at will, and only Xiao Qie's rash raid could make him see the dawn. If Doran leaves with a bear, Xiao Qie will continue to go deeper tonight, but when Doran returns, she completes a complete deployment of Xiao Qie. Amor, Xiao Qie clenched his handle again, the war is always over. The yellow sand was rolling, and Lu Guangbai slammed back when he ran to the soldier in front of the bear, and the North Rail ride behind him crashed into it. He made up for the vacancy of the 4-legged snake while riding the wrong side with the North Rail, and waved the long knife to brace the 4-legged hammer. Gravity collision, Lu Guangbai's military boots slipped backwards in the sand. He leaned on one arm, chopped Huang Sha, and laughed, so much strength. The 4-legged snake opened its arms, and there was a stance to stop Bianjuan's garrison. Lu Guangbai's long knife suddenly passed the top of his head and crackled on the hammer of the 4-legged snake between the flip. The 4-legged snake has only played against the North Rail rider, and has not encountered such a strange weapon. The long knife is a hilt. His hammer cannot reach Lu Guangbai's body, and the block cannot keep up with Lu Guangbai's speed. Retreat in this intensive offensive. Tiechi has broken through the external defense line and merged with Xiao Qie from the side. Xiao Qie did not re-enter the horse, but rushed into it to fight with the soldiers on the border. From the North Rail ride this time is like a kuroshio, covering it in absolute crushing quantities. Amor killed several people and met Xiao Qie again in the iron roll. The strong wind brought by Xiao Qie split the front of Amul from top to bottom. Wolverine knife stuck in the gap of the machete. Xiao Qi wildly approached 2 steps, pressing Amur back. Amor pushed hard, overturning the suppression of the wolf sword. But the wolf knife slammed back quickly, and Xiao Qie's energy could not be consumed on long distances. He was extremely focused at this moment, focusing on the injuries that he didn't care about at all. The machete was bounced off during the impact, but it did not let go. Amor copied the machete and rolled around Xiao Qie's waist. Xiao Qie did not return as expected. He pressed against the stalk and slammed into Amor's cheek. Amor did not fall to the ground, smell permeated his teeth, and Xiao Qie's teeth were sore. Xiao Qie's play is mixed with hundreds of different styles, but he has never been out of this sect. He is as arrogant as Xiao Fengshu. This is the young Wolf King. Amor's left eye was already a little dark, and he saw the moon burning, and the wailing of the serpent department penetrated the vast night. The stars who once belonged to him fell, and the heroes who died at the end of the road should admit that they were already old. Hassan, a more proud eagle. Amor seemed to see the back of his son when he left. It was the same as the moonlight, and Hassan waved his arm, and the red hair was covered by the night. Every time Xiao Qie stabbed his sword, Amor's scimitar made a painful sound. Xiao Qie's spirit was undisguised, and every time he hit the sharpest part of the machete. This battle is no longer a close match, but a unilateral crushing away from the North Rail riding. Dora's horse fell to the ground, she fell to the ground, watched the dagger release her hand, and lost it between the iron hoof. There was blood on her cheeks, and she moaned as she wiped. With his own knife, Bayan rushed into chaos and shouted to Doran, "My horse, Doran, run!" Doran covered her stomach, shook her head and said, "Let's go." Bayan gasped, suddenly holding Doran's arm, and sincerely said, "The eagle will survive." He couldn't help crying, choked with his throat, "The silly girl in Chidi Lake, run." At first sight, Bayan's words fell into a pool of blood before he finished speaking. Dolan opened her eyes wide and said, "No." Cherngyang raised his helmet and looked at Doran indifferently, saying in Bayancha's words, "Achi killed our left wing in Duanzhou. It was this man who made plans to pay one debt and one debt." Bayan also held Doran's arm, and Doran bent over and grabbed the young man's body. Her voice was trembling, and she had changed the key. She shouted fragilely, "Stop!" In the vicinity of Duanzhou, Achi not only killed the left wing of the North Rail Rider at that time, but also took away the heads of all the Iron Riders in the left wing team. They camped on the Chasha River, kicked these heads, and peed with iron riding helmet. Chen Yang could not forget this shame. "The fire is burning, but the moon is cold," he growled. Ma Ming and Ying. More and more people fell. Iron hoofs stepped over the tent. After the fire, there were boundless ashes. The snake department, who had been powerful in the desert for 30 years, turned into mud on this night, carrying the anger that had been boiling for a long time in the north. The fire in front of the golden account fell together. Amor broke the stone bead chain in front of the wolf howling sword. The rainbow eagle flag that symbolized the strong part of the storm finally fell in the burning. Xiao Qia's figure blocked everything. Xiao Qia forced Amor to lose all his escape routes with a strong attack. He shouted in the fire, "Amor!" Amor took the knife hard and was approached by Xiao Qia. Sweat dripped into his eyes. Xiao Qia has fought more and more bravely. His madness comes from the grassland. Only the land of Hongyan Mountain can breed such a man. His high warfare was mixed with sweat, his eyes were as clear as the sword light, and the sun was inside. Amor was so tired that the scimitar was already dull, and finally released his scimitar when Xiao Qia launched another onslaught. The moon became thin, the night faded, and the sky was about to brighten. Amul's stones rolled down at his feet, and the yellow sand beneath them was soaked with blood. He raised his head, and there were few hunting falcons in the sky. Tian Shin cares for the eagle. Amor raised his right arm suddenly, and issued a final roar towards the remnants of the desert. "I ruled 6 sects for 20 years and reached the interior of Dazhou. The rainbow eagle flag is worthy of us." Shurha, the wolf-headed sword smashed his head, and Amul held it with his arm with an arm restraint. "The Chashi we dream of," Amor laughed arrogantly at Xiao Qia in the gap, and said firmly, "Xiao Qia, 2 decades later, the desert eagle will fly over Hongyan Mountain again. You killed me, you killed us, but you can't kill the eagles of the desert." 20 or 40 years. His arms bound to the blade made a cracking sound, and Amor said in a deep voice, "One day the desert will welcome us. Come to the real Lord." Xiao Qia also roared during the pressure. 20 or 40 years, the wolf from the north will be stationed on the line forever. "Come," he said with red eyes, arrogantly, "this time, next time, I am in the Chasha River is waiting for you. The 12 books will never cross the Chasha River." Amor's arm restraint was completely cut off, followed by the blade edge like a bamboo shoot, ending his roar from the front. Dolan's sobbing came to an abrupt halt, and she burst into tears. She got up, stepped on her skirt and fell to the ground, and got up again, rushing towards Xiao Qie with that dagger. The gale swept across the flying sand, and the blade suddenly pointed directly at the eyebrow of Doran. Duran's divergence covered her body. She stopped in front of the blade, tears flowing in her eyes, trembling, finally gritted her teeth and said, "Kill me! Xiao Qie, kill me!" The blood of the wolf knife ticked on Duerlin's eyebrow, mixed with her tears, and blurred the face. The morning light at the end of the day pierced the darkness, and the light of dawn covered the barren sand. Xiao Qie's armor appeared subtle mansions. He slightly raised his chin, and sweat dripped. He said to Doran, riding from the north rail, "Don't kill a woman." Dolan trembled between her teeth. That was hate. She stood here. Even the dignity of the battle was taken away by Xiao Qie. "Ride on your horse, get out of this sandy land, and then go west to the north of the Sanchuan River to belong to Bebe. Without my order, the 12 dare to step over." Xiao Qie's blade moved down, nailed heavily in front of Duran's feet. It was like drawing an insurmountable nature here. Yen Shuang slaughtered the entire 12 clan. The flag of the wolf from the north fluttered in the sky. Xiao Qie's side face was grim, which was the only kindness left by the Wolf King. His sword killed Biancha's heroes. His iron ride passed silently like Yen Shuang, and behind him stood the ever-changing Hongyan Mountain. A Moor once slaughtered in 6 states. That is not powerful. Slaughter is a kind of cowardice. The true strong ones dare to face the attacks of years. Since then, he no longer walks alone, and Xiao Qie has the strongest backing in the world. He is the sharpest blade in the world. Doran slipped to her knees, crying loudly. Xiao Qie closed his sword and returned to the sheath, no longer looking at Doran. He turned on his horse and faced numerous off-road ride. "I don't know who said it softly. I won." Xiao Qie's back turned towards the sunrise. At the moment of great light, it seemed like the day when the battle was won at the age of 14, although his eyes were covered with dust. He whips his horse and laughs aloud in the strong wind. Great victory! From the North Wolf King. Lu Guangbai was surging and looking at Xiao Qie's horse. The unspeakable pride was like the moment when Xiando was going to leave the country. The war will be loyal to the land, Yongyi will retire, Xiando will die, and the era of the chaotic thief will end. Well, Lu Guangbai held the handle, followed Xiao Qie's steps, and shouted, "We have no horse." From the North Railway ride galloping in the desert, the men burst into laughter and laugh. Their dark clouds have turned into the returning spring thunder. A fierce spin soared through the white cloud. Home is ahead. The good news arrived in Lidu 2 months later. When it was snowing, Shun Zichuan in the warm hall stood up, and the gentlemen on both sides also stood up. "One thief. Yu Shao slaps his legs again when he is happy. I know that Yi is out of the way, and he is invincible, no problem." Gao Zhongxiong was so happy that he quickly said, I write a good news. This battle must be a history. Yao Wenyu rarely showed up recently due to the severe cold weather. Shun Zichuan urgently called since he is in the capital, and is still on the road. Yao Wenyu coughed and heard the words Qing Shi, and stared at the hole on the side. Kong Ling bowed his head slightly, saying, "Now you have no master. To welcome the second grandfather, you have to prepare early." The gentlemen were all happy, except that Shin Zichuan turned over and asked in a low voice, "Suan?" Fei Xing inquired about the news early and whispered in reply, "Master, rest assured, Yi has no problem." Shin Zichuan was slightly assured that there was a potted plant sent by Mrs. Zhou Gui in the warm hall. It was just green, and Shin Zichuan watched for a moment, but she had the urge to hide it in her arms. When the gentlemen were in a hurry, the curtains went up and down, but Yao Wenyu picked up the teacup and slowly dialed the tea foam. His face was obviously morbid when he was meditating. Yuanzhou returned to the capital, neither seeing the deceased, nor returning to the old house of Yao. Shun Zichuan looked at the case and said, "You said this morning that you wanted to see Shuexiuzhua? The warm hall is very quiet inside and out, so quiet that it only heard the sound of snow falling." Yao Wenyu gazed at the undulating tea foam and replied, "It's all dying, you should see it." Shun Zichuan turned his eyes, and even if he kept himself calm, he would be moved by this sentence. Yao Wenyu didn't drink tea. He looked at the window dimly lit by lanterns, and the shadows of snow falling piece by piece. New Year, Yao Wenyu smiled slightly. Fun, the new year goes well. Xue Xiuzhua was held in the prison of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and his buns were tidy and regular. Even without the official robe, he still maintained the calmness of the past. When Yao Wenyu's four-wheeler arrived, Xue Xiuzhua laid down his chopsticks for dinner, across the door, not surprised. He said, "Yenyue is cold, did Shun Zichuan send someone to clean the street?" Yao Wenyu turned the four-wheeler without snow covering his shoulders and said, "The embargo has its own arrangements." Xue Xiuzhua held his knees and stared at Yao Wenyu. They all lived in the shadow of each other. In the first half of their life, Xue Xiuzhua was the nameless blade. In the second half of the year, Yao Wenyu was the broken jade. Xue Xiuzhua said, "The snow on Kaichun Mountain has melted, and the teacher's mound position is not good. You look at repairing it." "You live in Sudu," Yao Wenyu said. "Did you go and see?" Xue Xiuzhua's straight spine was hanging in the snow behind him, and he said truthfully, "Dare to go." The cell was silent. Yao Wenyu lowered his eyes, seemingly tan. He put the white man in his palm on the table, and in the dark, shoved Xue Xiuzhua silently. Xue Xiuzhua watched the chess piece, and in the long silence, he seemed to hear the rain of Bodhi Mountain. "Many years ago," Xue Xiuzhua said in a calm voice, "the teacher did not look at me with family stereotypes and promoted me into the profession. I read Qi Huilian's strategy and knew that the world is vast. Everywhere in Dezhou became an indispensable pillar of Dezhou. Yonghui was confined to Qi Huilian, and the teacher hovered several times on the watchtower where he could see Zhaoxin Temple. I asked him what to look at, and he said that he would look at the last Chen in the world. I felt strange at that time, because Qi Huilian was a minister, and so was the teacher. By the time of Xian Denian, we had killed many people for the collection of Hua Xiqian's incriminating evidence. As officials, these people were all loyal ministers and basically died. It's over." Xue Xiuzhua thought about these things for too long. When he was numb, he had become a heart of stone. He would no longer cry in the middle of the night. He respected Hai Liangyi like that, but the reality was too cruel. These people died in the bucket without graves and grave. They were wiped clean with a wave of their sleeves. Xue Xiuzhua had no emotion in his eyes. Xian Denian entered the hunting field. "Yes, the hopes of countless people you have never heard of, we overthrow Hua Xiqian, but the teacher did not continue. The Queen Mother survived, and the family is still indestructible." Li Jianheng ascended the throne and Xue Xiuzhua also wanted to assist him, but Li Jianheng couldn't afford the heavy responsibility at all. What is Hai Liangyi insisting on? Xue Xiuzhua didn't understand. He stood at a fork in the road and refused to follow Hai Liangyi. He couldn't see the light on this road. To this day, Xue Xiuzhua raised his eyes. "I don't recognize the teacher's path. No one can convince me in this game, Yuan Zhua, neither do you." Yao Wenyu turned the four-wheeler and headed outside the cell. Xue Xiuzhua looked at Yao Wenyu's back and said, "Born with me, Xue Xiuzhua, my life is taken away, and my name is arbitrary. Who won between you and me? It's just that I lost. My master's life was not at the right time. He lost to Shun Zichuan. The wrong time, no life." When Yao Wenyu's four-wheeler stopped, he didn't turn back, just leaned his face, and said in the shadow, "Time, life, and luck." The jail door closed stubbornly, separating them from the light and the dark. Yao Wenyu pushed the four-wheeler along the narrow aisle, choking suddenly as he approached the gate. The light at the door was dim, and Yao Wenyu held his hand, gradually unable to see the front in his breath. "Mr." The jailer on the side exclaimed. "Sure yi yun yi, I can do it." One Yao Wenyu's fingers stunned in the air, planted straight ahead. When Yao Wenyu woke up, there was a light in the room. Shen Zichuan stood by the side and said softly, "Since Song Yue is coming, talk to me, wait for them." Looking at the curtain, Yao Wenyu replied softly, "I led Song Yue to the Bodhi mountain, and planted a Bodhi tree waiting for me." Shen Zichuan's eyes were down, sourness was close at hand, as if blinking again, tears would fall. "Winter is really long," Yao Wenyu said. "Before I entered the capital, I was suspicious that I could wait for the flowers of the Bodhi mountain." "You wait," Shen Zichuan said suddenly, his voice hoarse, "Yuan Zhua." Yao Wenyu didn't answer and coughed again. This time the blood was soaked in the papa and could no longer be hidden. He paused for a while and said, "Ji Shi's yellow book has been promoted for many years. Qi Shan is a good official. Lan Zhou, leaving him, that is Jie Shi's father and mother. The dare not to send troops for the stability of the world. She does Wang, Qidong County can do everything. Fei Xing has small flaws, but he is still available. With a stone monument of Yin Chang, put him back to Duanzhou can be guaranteed. Qing Feng." Yao Wenyu's breathing increased. Qing Feng originally wanted to retreat. "I have written a letter to him. Lanzhou, the new emperor can't live without counsel. I left, and learned with Qing Feng's thoroughness. Can help you sit in the mountains." Yao Wenyuhan was soaked, as if he had an attack, and his complexion was whitish. He raised his hand and grabbed Shen Zichuan's sleeve. "This world." Yao Wenyu was about to get up, and his eyes were reddish in his asthma. "I want you to sit down." Young, not yet." Shen Zichuan held Yao Wenyu against him. In the candlelight, he slowly said, "I'm not an emperor. You are the Lord, the world is the Lord." Yao Wenyu said firmly, "You can let the mountains and rivers come in the future, but at this moment, only you Shen Lanzhou can sit. The old case Zhao Shui." Shen Wei sentenced. He panted and his throat broke. The voice of King Glangru became dumb, and he was coughing for blood in a hurry. "Lanzhou, you are bright and clear." Shen Zichuan's tears had already flowed, and his lips moved, and he could not say a word. "Waiting for peace and return." Yao Wenyu clenched his fingers. "You have no more worries. I wrote the paper 6 months ago, and I have included all of the realms in it, and I have a little clumsy rule on the people of the 8 cities. My humble opinion, you take it. From then on." Yao Wenyu suddenly vomited and bleeds with the help of Shen Zichuan. The red mark was dipped in his sleeves, and he no longer wiped his blood, barely touching the corners of his lips. "Jiangshan Society, I will leave it to you." Yao Liangyu carried the load that Hai Liangyi unloaded. He did not obey the words of others. He was his own practitioner. No matter how he is judged in this world, he is the uncle who came on a donkey. Yao Yuanzhua did not enter the whole life, he did it. Yao Wenyu had to complete the teacher's wish, and he did it. He came to the world naked, and it didn't matter if he broke it, except for Qiao Tianyao, he didn't owe anyone. "If you could meet earlier." Yao Wenyu looked out of the window, and there was a heavy color that had not been lost so far. He smiled wearily and moved his hand wearing a red thread. "What?" Qiao Tianyao was driving in the heavy snow. He carried his harp, broke through the fence, and rolled off his horse in the hiss of the embargo. Fei Xing came to help him. He pushed away Fei Xing, got up from the snow, looked through the long corridor, and saw that the lamp at the end went out. Qiao Tianyao took a few steps and tripped over the steps again. He fell here, and suddenly his shoulders and arms trembled. He looked up at Dashue and burst into tears and laughter. "God! Make fun of me! Practice me!" Qiao Tianyao cried uncontrollably, "I have suffered. Why bother to him like this?" Qiao Tianyao raised his arm and tore off the piano on his back. Fei Xing stepped forward, hurriedly. But it was too late. Qiao Tianyao suddenly lifted Qin and smashed down the steps. The piano, which he had loved for a lifetime, made a humming, chopped string sound, and then the piano body cracked and fell in half in the snow. The wind and snow covered Xiao Tianya's eyes. He Luotua's hair flew in the air, and his heart died as the piano broke. There is no Yao Yuanjua in this world. Xiao Tianya closed his eyes slowly, as if mocking this ridiculous arrangement. So Qiao Songyue died. Fei Xing chased Xiao Tianya and asked, "Where are you going?" Xiao Tianya didn't answer. When he turned around, he untied the heavy saber and walked along the way. The carriage stopped, now that it got out of the curtain, trotting to catch up with Xiao Tianya. He clapped his hands and sang, "I don't care about everything, why don't all things surround me? Donor, there is no wind and frost on the road, but you can only see it in the mirror. I am at my fingertips and the past is ashes." If Xiao Tianya hadn't heard, since he followed him, the big and small clothes fluttered and disappeared together in the heavy snow. Tiansong Tsongli realm, not dusty. Shun Zichuan guarded the snow eaves alone and sat from day to dawn. He heard the sound of snow falling from the eaves, and time seemed to freeze. He finally returned to Badu, looking at the sky from here, remembering his past vividly. "You know that year," Shen Zichuan said, holding his jacket slowly. "Why should I promise Suan and wear an earring?" Fei Xing stood far back and said, "Because the master and the second elder have a good relationship." Shen Zichuan raised his hand and broke off the plum blossom blocking him, saying, "Because I know someone will leave, and those who disappear into the heavy snow will never return, except Suan." Shao Chia put an earring on Lanzhao, expressing his overbearingness and hiding his love. Every time he took Lanzhao's face, his eyes would always be so hot. This is love that is irrevocable and irresistible. Shen Zichuan put on the earrings given by Suan, and also declared possession. He still had tenderness in pain and cruelty. This is his softness, he only gives Shao Suan. Fei Xing didn't dare to go too close. After Yuan Zhua and Song Yu left one after another, Shen Zichuan was hard to see. Shen Zichuan has stood at the pinnacle of the world, and even if he has not yet worn the crown, it is different from when he was still at the expo. This difference is not that Shen Zichuan has changed or that Fei Xing has changed, but that the place has changed, as if in the king's capital that has stood for centuries, the steps are deterrent. Fei Xing dug out his thoughts and coaxed. "Master, Princess and Shitzi are on the road, and they will be able to join the capital in a few days." Shen Zichuan said, Fei Xing stood in silence. "I don't know how long." Shen Zichuan rubbed off the plum blossoms that had fallen off, and the fragile water of the delicate petals moistened his fingertips, and when he looked down, he took a papa. Suddenly a squeak sound was heard in the snow, and Shen Zichuan didn't speak, and his head was suddenly covered by a jacket. Shen Zichuan froze and was hugged. The coat of clothing revealed a gap, his back was choked and he was kissed straight. Broken snow fell on the tip of Shen Zichuan's nose, but between the lips and teeth was hot. Shao Chia opened his jacket and laughed. "I'm from..." Shen Zichuan tugged Shao Chia's fur collar, bowed his head, almost hit his lips. Shao Chia's servants quickly tightened his arms and hugged Lanzhao almost out of breath. Shen Zichuan left slightly and whispered, "I'm..." Shao Chia covered Lanzhao's back and kissed again. Acacia was in it for several months. After a moment of disguise, he showed his original shape and kissed the tip of Lanzhao's tongue. Shao Chi's wild legs are strong, so holding Shen Zichuan is effortless. Shen Zichuan's head was all in the plum branch, and the snow between the branches fell into the necks of two people, and they were frozen together. "It's so cold," Shao Chia said with emotion. "You're so hot," Shen Zichuan said. The snow in Shao Chia's neck slid down his spine. The ice made him want to pump air, but because the person in front of him refused to give up, he could only take Shen Zichuan to jump a few times. At this jump, Shen Zichuan really hit the plum branch. For a while, snow and broken flowers fell, and two people covered their heads and shoulders. "Shao Air." Shen Zichuan scowled at Shao Chia's face. Shao Chia's eyes were blocked. He took a few steps back and fell directly into the thick snow. Shui Hui fluttered Shen Zichuan's face. Xiao Qia's chest was undulating, and Lanzhao's neck was stretched again. Big brother asked me to live in dying for a few days, and I ran off the quilt in the middle of the night, Xiao Qia said, showing his teeth very unusually. He will come in and beat me in a few days. Walking from the northeast grain road? Shun Zichuan suddenly clasped Xiao Qia's wrist, and approached. Isn't I see auntie and auntie on the road? See, Xiao Qia raised his eyebrows slightly. But my horse is fast, and they surpass them on the spot. Xiao Yan, who was still bumpy on the road, lay at the window, and Lu Guangbai asked, What are you looking at? Xiao Jing pointed blankly at the road and said, The second uncle said he would return after peeing. The guards lined up in front neatly uttered a beep. Lu Guangbai patted Xiao Yan's head and said, Your second uncle is a Jersey. If he jerks, I can't believe it. Lu Yijing, who was patting his face and applying powder, pulled the drapery curtain, pointed at the front with a mighty gesture, and ordered, Rush, hurry, even if you can't catch this stink boy, you must catch up with him for dinner. Xiao Qia ran fast, but was beaten in Badu, but Ji Gang had a little pain, and he ran away. A few days later, Shun Zichuan sorted out his dossier, and dipped in ink to write on the blank paper. The lampshade was full of light. He was in the utter silence, and finally understood everything that happened to De Zhou Yongyi. Yong Enian, the three masters entered the career path, and assisted the prince to promote the Yellow Book. Xiao Qia held Shun Zichuan's hand from the back and wrote down with him. Qi Huilian defeated Xiao Konghai in the game with his family. Ji Lei and Shen Wei drove the prince to death in Zhaoxin Temple. Since then, Qi Huilian has been pretending to be mad and confined in Zhaoxin Temple, and the blood of the East Palace is completely cut off. Subsequently, the Queen Shen Wei wanted to undress and kill the donkey, and spent a lot of money to bribe Pan Rugi to get the opportunity to release Zhongbua. In the same year, Xiao Qingbi borrowed his duties to rescue Qiao's old man, and stole Zhongbua's military figure to Shen Wei. However, Shen Wei had no words, Qiao Konghai cut it, and Xiao fell. Xiao Qingbi was insured by Chenzhen, and has since stayed anonymous in the capital, waiting for the opportunity. Shen Wei arrived in Zhongbua. To save his life, when he contacted Amur for his family, he passed the six-state military map of Bobo to Amur, and killed his wife's white tea. In the 3 years of Xianda and the drought in Jueshi, the administration made the mountain owe hundreds of thousands of huge sums of money, and the crime of beheading was opened to store food. In the same year, the cabinet as subsidiary Haiyang joint accountant gave Xue Xiuzhua and the local faction accountants Hua Xiqian for accountability. Hua Xiqian asked the family for money but failed, and Shen Wei avoided the war and opened the Zhongbua Chashi defense line. Bianxia cavalry entered. Xiao Qia wrote here, with a slight frown on his eyebrows, when dipping in ink, he said, Shen Wei avoided war as a real ghost of the family. At that time, it was better to take refuge in Amur. This matter, I am today can't figure it out. I didn't understand it at first. Shen Zichuan turned his head. The other day, Ching Feng reconsidered the Shen family tree, and found the reason. One of the most obvious reasons. Xiao Qia looked at Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan spit out 3 words, Shen Zhouji. Xiao Qi wildly understood the time, he said. It's really obvious. In order to avoid the war, Shen Wei and Shitzi Shen Zhouzi killed the commander of Dunzhou, and then returned to Guizhou to be guilty. He wanted to take refuge in Amur, but Amur's cavalry tied Shen Zhouji to after the horse. He was dragged to death on the official road. Shen Wei is the abandoned son thrown away by both parties. Then Xianda for 4 years. Xiao Qia pressed Shen Zichuan's heart with his chin. We have entered the capital. Suddenly, the dust was rolling like yesterday. Shen Zichuan went into the capital alone, and at the same time, Xiao Jieming, who was prominent in military performance, was forced to surrender Xiao Qia. The hated crushed mad dog and the shackled evil dog bite each other in the rain and rain of Badu, and the blood smell runs between each other's tongue and teeth, as hot as the fire is burning. Li Du has cast Shin Lanzhao and Xiao Suan, whether they are back-to-back sword shields or face-to-face sex. The sky was bright, Xiao Qia heard the distant bells. He caressed Shin Zichuan's concubine, and said firmly, "From today, my Lanzhao is the co-owner of the world, and your army of 560,000 troops belongs to your subordinate." Mingtang Gaodian went in and out at will, and Xiao Suan hung up the front hall to guard you from all directions. Shin Zichuan raised his neck, Xiao Qia raised the crown of Luzhu, and put it on his head steadily. The red robe rolled with dark gold rim. Xiao Qia touched the ruby bead on Shin Zichuan's right ear again. Kong Ling outside the hall knocked 3 times. Zhang Feng returned to the sheath. Shin Zichuan looked a little lazy, pushing his abdomen along the side of Xiao Qia's arm, and finally pinched Xiao Qia's chin. After pulling closer, he did not kiss, but whispered, "Who made your royal robe?" Xiao Qi wildly whispered, "Stealing people." Shin Zichuan laughed, stepped back, and stood side by side with Xiao Qia. At the moment when the door opened, Xiao Qia raised his hand and pushed it gently around Shin Zichuan's waist. Shin Zichuan stepped out, watching the sky gradually waking up, and between the heavy eaves, Zhongbo was kneeling down from the old part of the 3 realms of North Qidong, holding the jade seal by Kong Ling, and took the lead to say, "My emperor." The crowd greeted in unison, "Long live my lord, live long live." Xinyang suddenly appeared, and the light burst from the eaves passed through the flowing beads, and Shin Zichuan was dazzling among the many people. On the old site of Yulong Terrace, Shin Zichuan newly established Songyun Pavilion. Records of Wenshin from the left, Qi Huilian, Hai Liangyi, Yao Wenyu leading the ministers, right from the top, Xiao Fangxiu, Xiao Jiming, Qi Zhuyin, Lu Guangbai, Yin Chang made their name, at the end of the neat portrait, isn't it? There are 2 male figures of honor and inferiority. Since then, the world Iskangu is a jade, the country name is Jing, and Zhen Xingyuan is started by Shin Zichuan. On this day, the feast was in front of Gaodian, Mu Na's half-life drunk Zhou drunk hall. In that Zongxing, he held chopsticks and hit the calendar, and sang heaven, the sky, the white egret, and the misty water. Kong Ling's hand said, "I will stay alone after this. You are here, when your white clothes are supplemented." Speaking here, crying out of respect, even crying, "How hard is this journey, Qing Feng, I'm so happy." Fei Xing, who was on the side, bumped into each other and laughed. "I go home with adults, go to Duanzhou, and be my loyal liver and righteousness." They laughed and choked again. With tears in his eyes, Fei Xing said, "Fuck, I'm gone, who will take care of the master in the future?" "Fu!" Yantai Tiger also wiped his tears and changed his voice in a loud voice. "My second grandfather is sitting in the capital of the town. Don't even think of a fly next to the emperor. You worry about a bird." Gao Zhongxiong suddenly hesitated when he heard the words. Yu Shao asked again quickly, "Are you a bitch? You won't leave?" "I think of Yuan Zhua." Gao Zhongxiong covered his face and wiped his tears, bowing down to the Taihu tiger. "Yuan Zhua wants me to give you a tiger slave, you're going to treat it." "Fuck," Hu Taihu wiped his face again, but said in a straight face, "I know what Mr. Yuan Zhua means. I have a bad temper. He gave me the cat. After that, if I see the cat, see him, think twice and dare reckless." Huolingyun drank a few glasses of wine and said, "I don't know where Commander Zhou went. Qiao Tianyao is gone, the master sealed Yangshan's snow, this grace is enough." Fei Xingqiang cheered up and asked, "The master and 2 why is Grandpa gone?" The bead crown did not fall, but the bead collided, making an intriguing shaking sound in the dark. The throne was astonishingly high, and it was the most out of reach in the world. Shin Zichuan was under pressure and leaned forward. Sweat is intertwined, and every time Zhuyu will shake. Shin Zichuan's robe wasn't cut off. He just pulled out his hand and tightened the cloth on Xiao Qia's back. This is the most restrained place in the world, and it is also the place that everyone in the world dreams of. But Shin Zichuan didn't care, and Xiao Qia didn't care. The hot ambiguity lingered on the toes. The wolf on Xiaoqia's back was scratched, but he loved the pain. Shunzichuan Rong is here, caught in Yuzhu, and can only squint with affectionate eyes. He repeatedly called a yi over and over again. Xiaoqia braced his back and trapped Lanzhao in his arms. He bites, smirking in a rough voice. Lanzhao. Shunzichuan's hands were fixed. Lanzhao. The crown of flowing beads between Shunzichuan's hair finally fell and rolled to the side. Xiaoqia sniffed him with a bit of excitement in his hands. Prisoned. Shunzichuan's active fingertips slide in Xiaoqia's tiger's mouth, like praise and encouragement. He was so dangerous and deadly, slightly confused eyes against Xiaoqia's cheek. Power was trampled underfoot, and two people crushed it, immersed in the hot tide. Those disputes were far from visible, and they have since become dependent. Symbiosis. The author has something to say. 1. From Lu Mingjing's maxim, the whole story applies the Ming system, the local system has become a state control, and the writing style in the Qing system has been mixed, aggravating the role of the staff group. Lazy on many details that need to be exquisite, not rigorous, the plot is mainly cool to himself. The budget was wrong every time, and the closing time was beyond imagination. The outline is finished when there is only one page left. Each line is mixed and detailed writing is laborious. It is still a problem to make a detailed choice. I often feel that it can be written in one breath, and it is really far away. In the later stage, he tried his best to restrain the sensation when the character exited, and the foreshadowing he wrote was no longer repeated, but still not so satisfied. A lot of suggestions were received during the serialization, thank you very much. The 3 volumes generally feel good, with stuttering, but the enthusiasm is always high, and the rest period after the completion of other issues will be pondered. It is best to save the next copy to avoid asking for leave.